My name is Yang Tao. I used to be a wealthy young man with assets worth hundreds of billions. But in times of crisis, everyone left me, and I could only fight alone until I died unwillingly in the end. Now that I have been reborn, I find myself back to the eve of the prehistoric game coming into reality. What? The game recharge entrance is not closed yet? The opportunity is right in front of me. I sold my property without hesitation and spent 10 billion to recharge. This astronomical investment gave me enough resources to crush everything. When the mysterious map and powerful characters of the prehistoric world really came into reality, I relied on the memories of my previous life and the billions of immortal crystals in my account to kill gods and Buddhas and sweep across the world. I felt that I could control fate and time at will. As long as I wanted, I could destroy the entire universe in an instant and even open up a new world. From today on, I am invincible. However, when I finally stood in front of the mysterious world of the game official, I discovered a shocking secret. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and share. If you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Chapter 1. After being reborn, I made arrangements before the game came out. When I woke up, I found myself back in time, back in that luxurious villa, 10 years ago. Didn't I die in a war? Where is this? I looked at the time on my phone, July 1st, 2034. Realizing that I was reborn before the game came, countless memories flashed through my mind. In my previous life, I was the son of the Yang Group with assets of over 10 billion. I should have enjoyed a life of wealth and glory. However, 7 days later, the world turned into a cruel playground, with monsters running rampant, dungeons popping up, and everyone was forced to join the game of life and death. Ordinary people don't have game coins and rely on killing monsters to get resources, while those players who recharge in advance have huge game coins in their hands, which makes it easy to buy props, with huge advantages. My previous life, I missed the opportunity at the beginning of the game and failed to upgrade in time. I eventually fought alone in the monster tide for 10 years and died tragically. In this life, I decided to change my fate. When I turned on my phone, I found that the game, Hongwang Jinshin, could still be downloaded. In my excitement, I noticed a line of small words. Countdown to game opening. 6 days and 23 hours. What shocked me even more was that the page showed pre-charge activity. It turned out that those game coins were obtained by a few players who recharged before the opening of the server. I instantly understood why only a few players in my previous life had huge amounts of game currency. I looked at my huge assets, and my eyes gradually became firm. Within 6 days, I must cash out all my assets and invest them all in the game pre-charge. Chapter 2. Yang Group is a famous company in Longsheng and a well-known company in the country. I am the young master who holds 10% of the shares, and a second-generation rich man who has never been busy with his work. This morning, I called my personal assistant and said calmly but decisively, "Assistant Wu, count all the assets and prepare to sell them off." The female voice on the other end of the phone was stunned. "Yes, Mr. Yang, I'll do it right away." The moment the assistant hung up the phone, he was still wondering why this young man, who usually didn't care about his family business, suddenly wanted to clear out his inventory. I smiled coldly, and I had a clear plan in my mind. I needed to cash out all my assets before the game came. Not long after, the phone rang again. "Mr. Yang, the market value of your shares is 10.5 billion. The 6 properties are worth about 60 million. The 19 luxury cars are worth 40 million, and the total assets are about 10.6 billion. If you sell them quickly, you may only be able to recover about 9 billion. I frowned. 9 billion? Such a big reduction. After a moment of contemplation, I said in a deep voice, "Then sell the properties and cars first. No need to delay." I knew in my heart that I had to operate in a high-profile manner to attract market attention so that I would have a chance to cash out quickly. After hanging up the phone, I logged onto Weibo, a social networking platform, and posted a blast. "I'm selling off my property recently. If you're interested, please contact me." As soon as the message came out, the comments below immediately exploded. Young Master Yang is joking again? Is this rich second generation short of pocket money? Is the Yang Group going to go bankrupt? But soon, an agent broke the news. Young Master Yang's luxury homes are listed for sale. A villa in Manhwa, a house in Longqing School District. Attach pictures as evidence. Several pictures of the real estate listings instantly went viral, sparking heated discussions among netizens. And then, a used car dealer released another big news. Young Master Yang's favorite cars, 19 luxury cars, 90% new, all for sale. Welcome to consult. Netizens were shocked. Oh shit, all the national limited edition sports cars are being sold. I'm really selling off my family property. The comment section was in an uproar, and many self-media bloggers quickly forwarded the post, hoping to catch this wave of traffic. My operation attracted the attention of the whole network, and I stared at the gradually accumulated cash in my account, with a cold light flashing in my eyes. Chapter 3. I was selling my property swept the internet like a storm. In the office of the chairman of the Yang Group, the middle-aged man Yang Tian was leisurely drinking tea, but his son Yang Xiaoming rushed in. Dad, do you know? I'm really selling my property. This kid is playful. So what's so strange about selling a few houses? Yang Tian said calmly. Yang Xiaoming, you need to be calm. The Yang Group will be ours sooner or later. Why are you in such a hurry? Yang Xiaoming lowered his voice and said, this time is different. I might even sell the shares of Yang Group. Oh, Yang Tian sneered. I'm not that stupid. Without the shares, I'm nothing. Yang Xiaoming felt relieved after hearing this. That's right, I'm just a loser, sitting back and enjoying the benefits of the shares left by my parents. How can I compare to us? At the same time, I was also taking action. I decisively called my personal assistant Wu Feifei and coldly ordered, Assistant Wu, take care of the share sale. Wu Feifei on the other end of the phone was stunned. She was already surprised that I was selling my real estate and cars, but now I was selling my shares? She couldn't help asking, Boss Yang, are you in such a hurry? Are you investing? The shares of Yang Group will appreciate soon, so it's not worth selling them now. I smiled faintly, knowing full well that Wu Feifei wouldn't understand. No, Assistant Wu, I have another purpose. Do as I say. After hanging up the phone, I recalled my past life. Wu Feifei had done her best to protect my assets. However, in the late stage of the game, she was killed by a monster, and my shares were taken away by my uncle's family. Now that I have been reborn, I feel sad. In this life, I will not let this loyal assistant sacrifice in vain. Wu Feifei acted quickly. She sent out a big news in the investment circle. 10% of Yang's group shares are for sale. Anyone interested, please contact us. The news caused a stir in the entire investment community. Yang's group is in its growth stage and has a bright future. How could someone sell off 10 billion shares? For a time, investors were talking about it. Am I crazy? I'm even selling the shares left by my parents? Despite their doubts, investors were quick to buy. We thought that this young playboy might be in urgent need of money and was willing to lower the price to get a bargain. Chapter 4. Receiving Wu Feifei's message, I smiled meaningfully. The net has been cast, and we are just waiting for the big fish to take the bait. The next day, I woke up and checked my phone first. I found that in addition to Wu Feifei, there was also a call from my uncle Yang Tianjia and missed calls. I was not in a hurry. Instead, I ate breakfast leisurely and called Wu Feifei immediately. How many buyers have made bids now? Huayan Group has 9 billion, Penguin Group has 8.8 billion, and Jinlong Group has 9.1 billion. Wu Feifei's response made me quite satisfied. Very good, keep us hanging. Not long after, Yang Tianjia called again, his voice full of concern. Xiaoqi, why didn't you discuss with me about selling your group shares? Where are you? I'll come over to talk to you. I smiled calmly. Uncle, don't bother, I'll go to the company to find you. A moment later, Wu Feifei drove a black G-Class to pick me up at the Yang Group headquarters. I went straight to the chairman's office. When Yang Tianjia saw me coming, he hurriedly pretended to greet me warmly. Xiaoqi, you've come so early. You've worked hard. It's rare for us uncle and nephew to meet. Let's sit down and chat. I sat down in the main seat and said calmly, Uncle, regarding the shares, I have found a buyer. I will trade as soon as possible if the price is right. Yang Tianjia heard this. He was extremely anxious. I had already considered my shares as something in my pocket. How could I let my company get them? I tried to stay calm and spoke slowly. Xiaoqi, Yang Group is the hard work of your parents. How can you sell it to outsiders so easily? If you want to sell it, you should sell it to your uncle, who will definitely do his best to take over. Chapter 5. In the office, I smiled meaningfully, watching Yang Tianjia perform seriously, as if he was a man of great integrity who was willing to sacrifice for the benefit of his family. However, after my rebirth, I knew that this was an out-and-out old fox. Since uncle is interested, I won't mind selling it to you. It's better to keep the money in the family. I said calmly. Yang Tianjia's expression eased a little, and he pretended to feel pain and said, Then uncle will buy your shares for 6 billion, and you will do your best to protect the foundation of the Yang family. I chuckled. 6 billion? Uncle, I'm selling shares, not sending away beggars. Yang Tianjiao was startled, then pretended to be polite. Then let's say 6.5 billion. This is all you have saved over the years. He glanced at me disdainfully and said coldly, 15 billion, 1 cent less. I will sell it to Penguin Group immediately. Yang Tianjia's face suddenly changed. He begged and bargained repeatedly, trying to lower the price, but I refused to give in. Seeing me getting up to leave, I finally lost my temper and gritted my teeth and said, okay, 15 billion. I smiled slightly and said calmly, pay in full within 2 days. I will not accept any arrears. Otherwise, I will immediately sell it to another buyer. After that, I took Wu Feifei away. I left. Yang Xiaoming rushed into the office, his face full of shock. Dad, 15 billion to buy shares? You are crazy. Yang Tianjia slapped me and shouted angrily. If you don't buy it, I will sell the shares to Penguin Group, and the entire Yang Group will be controlled by us. Yang Xiaoming was stunned, and an evil thought came to his mind. Dad, why don't you find someone to kill me? Yang Tianjia pondered for a moment and said coldly, I want it, but not now. After the transaction is completed, I will arrange for my friends in the human demon country to send me on the road. By then, I will die in the kidnapping. But now, let's raise money first. Chapter 6. I left Yang's group, I got in Wu Feifei's car, and sped through the busy streets. Looking at the bustling crowds and street scenes, I felt dazed. In my previous life, these scenes were quickly destroyed by monsters and turned into ruins. I sighed in a low voice. I really hope that the ending can be changed this time. Wu Feifei's voice came from my ears, bringing me back to reality. Mr. Yang, what are the arrangements next? I smiled calmly. Let's eat first. I knew in my heart that Yang Tian's family had been forced into a desperate situation, and sooner or later, they would have to agree to the share transaction. The car stopped in front of an ordinary small restaurant. I looked at Wu Feifei puzzledly. Are we eating here? Wu Feifei shrugged. Mr. Yang, those high-end restaurants you went to before were expensive and you couldn't eat enough. This place is pretty good. I smiled helplessly and followed her into the restaurant and feasted on the food. Wu Feifei was stunned and thought, is this a starving ghost reincarnated? After the meal, I casually said, I need to be able to find you at any time in the next few days. Safety is the most important thing. In her previous life, Wu Feifei died shortly after the game came. In this life, I will not let her face unknown dangers alone. Wu Feifei nodded. Don't worry. Then, she moved into the empty room in my villa. A few days later, I received a message that the share transaction was successful, and an extra 15 billion was instantly added to my account. I opened the game interface without hesitation and pre-charged 15 billion. Looking at the prompt of pre-charge successful, I smiled. This time, I want to accumulate an unrivaled advantage before the game comes. At this time, the TV broadcast the news. A group of mysterious people in ancient costumes appeared near Longcheng, and their whereabouts were strange. I was shocked when I saw them. Aren't these the NPCs in the game? This is a sign of the advent of the game. Thinking of the NPC who sold rare props in the southern suburbs of Longcheng in my previous life, my eyes condensed. This time I have to be one step ahead. Without hesitation, I borrowed Wu Feifei's car and headed straight to the southern suburbs of Longcheng. Chapter 7. I sped along the road, heading straight to the southern suburbs of Dragon City. In my previous life, this was the place of opportunity in my memory. Now I decided to find that NPC before the game came and take control of the future. I came to the outskirts of the villa area and jogged all the way. Just as I was about to get close to my destination, an old man in a white robe appeared in front of me, holding a whisk and with a kind face. I stopped in surprise. The man in front of me was Taishang Laojun. My dear friend, please stay. The old man smiled at me kindly. My heart trembled, and the memories of my past life came flooding back. Taishang Laojun was once a key NPC in the game. It is said that I discovered the truth of this world, angered the mysterious game master, and eventually became a crazy old man and attracted the arrival of the powerful demons. The player who made friends with me got an amazing opportunity, but was also involved in a crisis. I immediately fell into a struggle. I could either ignore Taishang Laojun and let the opportunity pass me by as in my previous life, or I could take the risk of making friends with him and seize this crucial opportunity. However, anyone who came into contact with Taishang Laojun could not escape the pursuit of the powerful demons. And even if I recharged 15 billion, I could not avoid this catastrophe. I took a deep breath and said, "We've come this far. Why not give it a try?" Just as I was about to respond, my vision suddenly blurred, and then a translucent panel appeared in front of me. Me. Level 0. Race, acquired human. Skills 0. Talent 0. Package space 0. Immortal crystals 15.1 billion. I was overjoyed to see that the pre-charge was successfully received. The immortal crystals were received at a 1-to-1 ratio. Chapter 8. I opened my personal attribute panel, and a hint of excitement flashed in my eyes. This rebirth allowed me to reach the fork in my destiny one step ahead of others. I looked at the Taishang Laojun in front of me and answered respectfully, "Greetings, Taishang Laojun. This is the Earth, China's Dragon City, an independent world." In order to arouse Taishang Laojun's curiosity, I deliberately revealed the secrets of this world. Taishang Laojun fell into deep thought, then closed his eyes, as if trying to spy on some mysterious power. Suddenly, my aura changed drastically. My robes moved without wind, my face showed pain, and I suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood condensed into a blood mist in the air, which was very strange. A powerful existence that cannot be spied on. Taishang Laojun looked up at me, his face full of shock. "Thank you for clearing up my doubts." He just looked at me. I seemed to have aged by dozens of years, but there was still a deep determination in my eyes. Then I said meaningfully, "My friend, it seems that we are on the same path. Today I give you an opportunity. I hope that in the future, we can explore the truth side by side." Before I finished speaking, the figure of Taishang Laojun disappeared instantly. A line of prompts appeared in front of me. Taishang Laojun gives you the talent. Saints Foundation, experience value plus 50%. I was ecstatic to have such a powerful talent. However, the memory of my past life reminded me that this opportunity also came with great risks. The powerful demons had come to hunt down all those who had come into contact with Taishang Laojun, but I knew that since I had embarked on this path, it was impossible to retreat. After calming down, I continued to move forward and arrived at the destination, the pavilion in the back mountain park. There, a middle-aged man in a black robe was waiting for me. I smiled slightly. This was exactly the target of my trip, the merchant NPC Sankai Dauren. "My dear little brother, I am the Taoist who spreads wealth. What do you need?" The Taoist who spreads wealth smiled slightly and handed me a thick book that was shining with golden light. "Let me see your treasures." I opened the catalog without hesitation, my heart full of anticipation. "If you have any goods to sell, you can also bring them out for me to take a look." As he said this, he handed me the golden notebook in his hand. I was not surprised. The Taoist who scattered money was an outlier among the NPCs. It is similar to a game mall. There is no favorability or hatred. Not only can you buy goods from me, you can also dump the things you don't need from me. Chapter 9. I picked up the golden booklet handed to me by the Taoist monk Sankai and flipped through it at random. The names and prices of various treasures immediately appeared on the page. Before I had time to take a closer look, the ringing of my cell phone interrupted me. It was Wu Feifei calling. "Mr. Yang, there are a few foreigners hanging around near your residence. They might be coming for you. Do you want to call the police?" Her tone was filled with a hint of worry. I thought for a moment and responded calmly, "Don't worry about us. Just be careful." After hanging up the phone, I had already made up my mind. The only one who might target me was my uncle Yang Tianjia. After putting down my phone, I came back to my senses and looked at the treasure catalog again. The catalog listed hundreds of magic weapons, elixirs, skills, and talismans. I simply selected a few suitable equipment, including the low-grade spiritual treasure Qinggang sword, Fuyang pill, Lingxi Ju skill, and Qingfeng sword skill. I also bought 10 Dali Vajra talismans in case of emergency. Afterwards, I bought another important item, a 100 cubic meter storage ring. This luxurious equipment cost me 500 immortal crystals, but considering future needs, I made a decisive move. After all, space equipment that is easy to carry is very important to me. After confirming the purchase, my attribute panel was completely renewed. I also learned the skills of Lingxi Ju and Qingfeng sword technique one by one, and my attributes were significantly improved. Me. Level 0, 0 out of 10. Race, acquired human. Kung Fu Lingxi. Ju, skill. Qingfeng sword technique. Talent, Saints Foundation. Package space, 100 cubic meters. Immortal crystal balance, 159,999,999,491. This equipment configuration and the blessing of the skills made me far ahead before the game started. I clenched the Qinggang sword in my hand and sighed in my heart. It's good to have money. Just spending a few thousand immortal crystals directly increased my combat power to a terrifying level. With such luxurious equipment, I can face challenges without fear even in the early stages of the game. I confidently bowed to the Taoist priest Sankai and left quickly. Chapter 10. I drove to the abandoned factory building with a plan in mind. I hid in the dark, and when I saw my cousin Yang Xiaoming enter the factory building triumphantly, I sneered and planned to give me an unexpected surprise. Inside the factory, Yang Xiaoming was thinking proudly about how I had fallen into his hands, but I suddenly walked out of the shadows and said coldly, "Cousin, are you ready to welcome me?" Yang Xiaoming's face suddenly changed. He couldn't believe that the person in front of him was standing in front of him and scathed. "Impossible. You haven't already." I trembled in my voice and stepped back. My eyes, and with a flick of my wrist, a powerful diamond talisman flashed in my hand. As the light of the talisman merged into my body, my strength soared instantly. I approached Yang Xiaoming step by step, and my tone was as cold as ice. "With your strength, do you think you are worthy of touching me?" Yang Xiaoming was so frightened that his legs went weak, and he took several steps back. At this moment, I realized that I was no longer the dandy boy I used to be, but a strong man who could scare me. "Cousin, today is the surprise prepared for you." I sneered and punched out with a force as powerful as thunder. They eat, drink, and have fun all day long, but they occupy the largest shares. In order to successfully complete the share transaction, Yang Tianjia specifically told me to take action after the share transaction is completed. Otherwise, the police would definitely suspect you. Today is the second day after the transaction was completed, and I can't wait to get started. I thought I would hire bodyguards for protection. Unexpectedly, I didn't set up any protection at all. The killer easily succeeded. According to the script I envisioned, I'll be missing for a while. With any luck, my body will be found in the ocean in a month. If my luck is bad, I will sink to the bottom of the sea forever. I have already arranged everything. This matter is foolproof. In Yang Xiaoming's heart, he had already anticipated the look of despair on my face. Thinking of this, Yang Xiaoming snorted coldly. Chapter 11. The high-end commercial vehicle stopped in front of the abandoned factory building. I got out of the car and immediately felt a sense of solemnity. Sure enough, this desolate place is a good place to do bad things. The door opened with a creaky sound, and Yang Xiaoming walked over with a smug look on his face. He rushed to me in a few steps and arrogantly exhaled a puff of smoke. Our rich second generation, haven't seen the situation clearly." Yang Xiaoming's face was full of sarcasm. "My dad has long told me to solve this problem thoroughly. Today, you are dead." My voice was full of pride, and I didn't realize that I was heading towards the abyss. I sneered and said nothing. My eyes turned cold, and murderous intent gradually rose. In this life, I didn't intend to kill him, but Yang Xiaoming was so vicious that he wanted to kill me. It seems that there is no need to show mercy. The leader of the assassins saw that something was wrong and tried to warn Yang Xiaoming, but was ignored. At this moment, the car door suddenly opened, and two assassins with blood on their faces staggered out. One of them pulled out a gun and pointed it at me. Bang! A gunshot sounded, and I instantly activated my storage ring, and a 3-foot-long sword appeared in my hand. I moved as fast as the wind, and with a flash of the Qinggang sword, a head flew into the air, blood splattered. This was the first time I used the Qing Feng sword technique, and my speed soared 5 times, killing with one sword. The others watched me kill people in an instant, their eyes full of fear. They couldn't believe that this rich second generation, who only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun on weekdays, could have such terrifying strength. I looked at Yang Xiaoming coldly, with a mocking smile on my face. "Yang Xiaoming, you want to deal with me with this little trick?" Several people present saw me suddenly kill people. His eyes were full of shock. A sword appeared out of thin air and moved 7 or 8 meters in an instant. These are no longer something that normal people can do. The killer leader's eyes were filled with despair. "I know, today is over. So far, I haven't done anything. The reason is that I am too strong. Without weapons, you are no match at all. Is it normal for a normal person to knock out 2 experienced killers with just 2 punches? What I didn't expect was that my companion actually had a hidden pistol. Isn't this courting death?" Chapter 12. Chapter 12. I'm your cousin. Possessing weapons privately in Manhwa is a serious crime. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they did not carry any weapons when entering Dragon Country this time. Even the identity is clean. What he didn't expect was that even with a pistol, he couldn't deal with Yang Tao. A trace of despair appeared on his face. After Yang Tao dealt with one person, with a casual sword strike, he killed another killer who had just woken up nearby. Another head shot up into the sky. It fell to the ground with a thud, splashing blood. Yang Xiaoming, killer leader, killer. The three of them had expressions of fear on their faces. Yang Xiaoming no longer had the arrogant expression he had just had. I saw Yang Tao kill two people with just two swords. He is also a rich second generation and has never seen such a scene. I was already terrified and my legs were trembling. Yang Tao dealt with the two men and made a beautiful sword flower with his hand. Just walked over. Before he had taken 2 steps, Yang Xiaoming fell to his knees with a thud. Cousin, don't kill me. We are brothers. You can't kill me. I was just joking. You can't kill me. Killing is against the law. Yang Xiaoming even had a crying tone. Yang Tao's decisiveness in killing completely broke down his psychological defenses. Yang Tao had a cold expression and glanced at Yang Xiaoming. Ha! Does killing one more person make any difference to me? As a sword light flashed across the air, Yang Xiaoming didn't even have time to scream before his head was separated from his body. Until his death, there was still an expression of disbelief on his face. Yang Tao looked at the leader of the killers. Apart from Yang Tao, there were only 2 killers left off the field. The leader of the assassins saw the murderous look in Yang Tao's eyes. He even tried to ease the situation. Don't kill me. I didn't know he had a gun. Ah! 2 more sword lights. Yang Tao looked at the bodies of the 4 people on the ground. His face was calm. He who kills others will be killed. It's not like he had never killed someone in his previous life. The game is coming in the next few days. As long as they are not discovered in the next few days, countless people will lose their lives when the game comes. Who would care about 4 dead bodies in this remote place? Even if he was discovered, Yang Tao didn't care. With his current means, it is difficult for ordinary people to subdue him. He wiped the blood off the Qin Gang sword and applied it to his hand. The Qin Gang sword in his hand was put into the storage ring. After walking out of the abandoned factory, Yang Tao went straight to his residence. Before leaving, he glanced at the pistol on the ground. In the end, I didn't pick it up. These hot weapons will only become less and less useful. Now that the game has not yet arrived, the pistol can no longer threaten his life. This kind of thing is useless. Yang Tao walked all the way back to his residence, and it was already late at night. Seeing that the lights in the villa were still on, Yang Tao had a strange expression on his face. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Wu Feifei sitting on the sofa with a worried look on her face. When he saw Yang Tao coming in, that trace of worry gradually faded away. Yang Tao smiled faintly. It's settled. Wu Feifei was very confused. Yang Tao solved the problem just like that? But as a personal assistant, she knew not to ask questions that she shouldn't. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. After dealing with Yang Xiaoming and the killer, Yang Tianjia never came back. Yang Tao was also happy to have some peace and quiet. Yang Tao has been following news about the advent of games on the internet. Nowadays, anything that happens will be posted on the internet by netizens as soon as possible. A few days ago, there was only news about NPC on the internet. Of course, there is also the news that Master Yang is selling his shares. One of the videos caught Yang Tao's attention. The blogger risked his life to contact a mysterious person, and a game panel appeared. The title of this video immediately became popular on the internet. However, the video did not capture any footage of the blogger interacting with the mysterious man. Instead, the video is made in the form of hindsight. The blogger revealed that after coming into contact with the mysterious figure, changes occurred in himself, and a game panel appeared. However, netizens are not buying into this type of video. They have seen a lot of videos like this to gain popularity. The comments below weren't very friendly either. Damn, these days everyone makes videos. The blogger is very good at riding on this wave of popularity. You must have gone crazy playing games, right? You even have a game panel. Just make up nonsense when writing a script. No one believed what the video blogger said. Yang Tao couldn't help but chuckle when he saw this. He had also seen this video in his previous life. He didn't believe it at the time. People will only remember this video when the game comes out. It was because this video was dug out afterwards that a large number of people went looking for NPCs and activated the game panel. It seems that my rebirth did not trigger the butterfly effect. Some things that I did not participate in are still running along the original track. July 7th, the first day of the game, 7 o'clock in the morning. Yang Tao got up early, took Wu Fei to the rooftop of the villa. Yang Tao remembered that the game started at exactly 8 o'clock. The sky was dark at that time. Countless monsters appeared in this world. Some monsters rushed directly into the city, caused confusion. Only at this time did people realize that the world had changed. Wu Fei was pulled up by Yang Tao while she was still asleep. His face was still sleepy. She didn't understand why Yang Tao woke her up so early in the morning. She has been living very comfortably here these days, because Yang Tao now has no assets for her to manage. She doesn't need to work at all now. No need to get up early every day. Just sleep until noon. Wu Fei was still wearing a nightgown, and her hot body was already covered by the loose nightgown. A pair of white and slender calves are exposed to the air. They both came to the rooftop. Boss Yang, what are you doing? Wu Fei expressed her doubts. Yang Tao smiled mysteriously. I'll take you to see the sunrise. Sunrise? It's already 8 o'clock. Wu Fei looked at the scorching sun hanging in front of her and was speechless. Wu Fei rolled her eyes but didn't refute. Yang Tao looked at the sun hanging high in the sky and the warm sunlight shining down. Everything looks vibrant. Because it is in a villa area, the surrounding environment is very quiet. Yang Tao even specially moved 2 stools to the rooftop. The 2 of them were on the rooftop, basking in the sun. As time goes by little, it's 8 o'clock. Yang Tao looked at the time. 8 o'clock sharp. A sudden gust of wind blew Wu Fei's dress into pieces. Wu Fei tightened her nightgown, her face full of despair. The wind was getting stronger and stronger. It blew through the wall, making a whistling sound. Then came a dark cloud. The dark cloud covered the sky and instantly blocked out the scorching sun. It was dark under the dome. Chapter 13, the game officially arrives. Chapter 13, the game officially arrives. The bright sunshine just now is gone. It was dark under the dome. This is going to change. Wu Fei took a look and pushed up her glasses. A huge vortex suddenly appeared in the dark clouds that covered the sky. The wind is howling. Passers-by on the street were all shocked when they saw this scene. They had never seen anything like it. Some people hurried back home. Someone took out his cell phone and wanted to record this scene. Some people looked at the sky in confusion. In every corner of Dragon City, NPCs dressed in ancient costumes all looked up at the dome. Yang Tao watched quietly on the rooftop. In the center of the huge vortex, a strange figure is looming. The people below also saw this scene. They all exclaimed in surprise. Look, there's something up there. What is that? Take the photo quickly. I want to be popular. The next second, the figure in the vortex disappeared. Immediately afterwards, screams were heard from all over Dragon City. Oh my God, there's a monster. Help! The figure in the vortex landed directly on the ground, transformed into strange creatures. A monster with a human body, a wolf head, and a mace in his hand. There were giant wolves that were 2 or 3 meters tall. They suddenly appeared on the street. When he saw someone, he pounced on them, causing chaos. When Yang Tao saw the figure on the whirlpool disappear, I knew in my heart that a monster had arrived. A monster's roar was heard downstairs in the villa. Wu Fei couldn't help but shrink her neck when she heard this. He looked around with horror. Yang Tao reached out and touched the storage ring. The Qin Gang's sword appeared in his hand. The cold light of the Qin Gang's sword flashed, extremely dazzling in the dim sky and earth. When Wu Fei saw Yang Tao beside her, she suddenly had a long sword in his hand. I couldn't help but be surprised. She came up to the rooftop with Yang Tao. Yang Tao didn't come up with a sword. I couldn't help but wonder how this sword appeared. Boss Yang. Yang Tao turned around and smiled. Let's go kill the monsters. With that, Yang Tao went downstairs directly. Wu Fei looked confused. I had no choice but to follow Yang Tao downstairs. As soon as I got downstairs, I saw a giant wolf ramming the door. When Wu Fei saw this scene, she screamed. As an ordinary person, how could she have ever seen a giant wolf that was 2 or 3 meters tall? Escape. This is the first reaction of ordinary people when they see a monster. Yang Tao reached out and patted her shoulder. Don't panic. The next second, Yang Tao's figure rushed out. He swung the Qin Gang sword in his hand, and a sword light cut through the air. The glass door shattered in an instant, turning into glass shards all over the ground. Immediately afterwards, Yang Tao stabbed out with another sword. Go straight for the giant wolf's head. As the sound of a sharp weapon piercing flesh rang out, the Qin Gang's sword pierced into the giant wolf's head. Yang Tao drew his sword. With a thud, the giant wolf fell to the ground. A line of words appeared in front of Yang Tao. Kill level 1 giant wolf, experience +2. Innate Saints Foundation activated. Experience automatically plus 50%, experience +1. Yang Tao is now level 0, and it takes 10 experience points to upgrade to level 1. A giant wolf directly increases his experience by 3 points. Kill 3 more giant wolves, and Yang Tao can level up. When Yang Tao saw the experience tip, a smile appeared on his face. With the talent of a saint, he can upgrade much faster than others. At this time, it is estimated that only a few people have activated the game panel. We have to hurry, Yang Tao muttered to himself. When a powerful demon descends in the future, he will be the first to suffer. He can only survive by improving his strength. After the giant wolf's body fell to the ground, it did not disappear immediately like in the game world. Red blood flowed from the giant wolf's body. Yang Tao came into close contact with the giant wolf and could even smell a fishy odor. This is the smell of the giant wolf. These monsters come into this world as real creatures. Whether it's the taste or anything else, it proves that these monsters are real. Yang Tao has long been accustomed to this. He had experienced this in his previous life, so it was nothing strange to him. But Wu Feifei on the side was terrified. Boss Yang, this. For a long time, I couldn't utter a complete sentence. Yang Tao didn't say anything. He just went out with his sword in hand. The giant wolf monster never appears alone. There should be other giants nearby. Giant wolves are terrifying creatures to others. But to him, these giant wolves were walking experience points. Sure enough, as soon as he walked out the door, Yang Tao saw a giant wolf gnawing on a corpse. The corpse was wearing a suit that was now in tatters, with half of the body missing and blood all over the floor. Yang Tao's appearance attracted the giant wolf's attention. He turned to look at Yang Tao, his teeth bared, his sharp fangs still stained with blood and flesh. It seemed unhappy that Yang Tao disturbed it while it was eating. Yang Tao didn't waste any time and activated the Qing Feng sword technique. 1/3 of mana was instantly lost. Yang Tao's figure then disappeared on the spot. The next second, he appeared behind the giant wolf. With one thrust of the sword, the giant wolf fell to the ground and died. Kill a level 1 giant wolf monster. Experience +3. This time, there was no reminder of the effect of the saint's talent, but the experience value was directly increased by 50%. Yang Tao needs 4 more experience points to level up. After Yang Tao dealt with the giant wolf, he did not stop. The howling of a giant wolf could be heard in the distance. Yang Tao went straight forward with a sword in hand. In a villa, a man was struggling to hold the door. Outside the door, a giant wolf was charging. The man felt the huge force coming from the door. A look of despair appeared on his face. He couldn't understand how such a creature could appear in this world. As soon as he got up in the morning and went out, he saw a giant wolf about 2 or 3 meters tall with its teeth bared. He thought that he had been working overtime recently, was overworked, and was hallucinating when he went out. But the fishy smell that hit him in the face told him that if he didn't run, he would definitely die. I thought I could run back home and be safe. Unexpectedly, the giant wolf directly crashed into the gate. As the sounds of bang, bang, bang were heard, on the second floor, a woman appears holding a baby. When the man saw it, he shouted anxiously, "Go back to your room and lock the door. Go! I can't hold on any longer." The woman didn't know what was going on, but she quickly ran back to the room. The man couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw his wife come back. The next second, the door was knocked open. The man was directly knocked 3 meters away. A huge black wolf walked into the gate with a pungent fishy smell. The man looked at the giant wolf that was 2 or 3 meters tall, and he didn't feel any resistance in his heart. His face was full of despair. Chapter 14 Upgrade. Chapter 14 Level Up. Just when the man thought he was going to be killed by the wolf, a figure appeared at the door. Yang Tao was wearing sportswear and holding the Qin Gang sword in his hand. When Yang Tao appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the giant wolf. The man thought it was a policeman until he saw that it was a young man. He spoke quickly. "Go! My wife and kids are still upstairs. Brother, if you don't escape, help me call the police." Yang Tao glanced at the man. Calling the police at this time probably won't help. However, the man let him go as soon as he opened his mouth, which made Yang Tao look at him with higher regard. No extra words were said. In the man's disbelief eyes, the long sword in Yang Tao's hand turned into a sharp sword light and rushed straight towards the giant wolf. The giant wolf still wanted to resist. When Yang Tao activated the Qing Feng sword technique, the giant wolf could not touch Yang Tao at all. As the giant wolf howled, Yang Tao pulled out the sword from its head. Kill level 1 giant wolf, experience +3. He took a look at the giant wolf's corpse. After making sure that no equipment was dropped, Yang Tao left directly. The man came to his senses only after Yang Tao left. Looking at the giant wolf's corpse on the ground, he was still frightened. When he thought of the elegance of Yang Tao's sword, he couldn't calm down. Who is he? How could he have such means? Doubts arose in the man's mind. In his mind, a figure overlapped with Yang Tao. Fuck, he is Yang Tao, the son of Yang Group. Yang Tao's photos have been circulating on the internet for a long time in recent years. It took the man a while to realize that the man was Yang Tao. The woman appeared at the stairs holding the child. When she saw the corpse on the ground and her husband with a horrified look on his face, she was deeply troubled. The man comforted her immediately. It's okay. Go back to your room and hide. After Yang Tao left, everyone immediately ran to the next place. These giant wolves are also considered Yang Tao's old friends. In Dragon City, the most common ones are giant wolves. In his previous life, Yang Tao also leveled up by killing giant wolves. I have a good understanding of the habits of giant wolves. These giant wolves have a habit of howling towards the sky when they are about to attack or find prey. Following the howling sound of the giant wolf, Yang Tao found a giant wolf on the road. He only needs 2 giant wolves to level up. As soon as Yang Tao raised his sword, he saw the money arrive in his account. After a careful check, I found that no equipment was dropped. The chance of a level 1 giant wolf dropping equipment is approximately 0. But there is still a chance of equipment dropping. Yang Tao doesn't want to miss any equipment now. Half an hour later, Yang Tao returned to his residence. Simply ignore Wu Feifei's curiosity. Open the panel. Yang Tao. Level 1, 15/20. Race, acquired human race. A Kung Fu. Ling Siju. A skill, King Feng Sword Technique. Talent, Saint's background. Package space, 100. Immortal crystal, 15,099,999,491. HP, 20. Mana/inner force, 0. Strength, 2. Speed, 2. Defense, 2. After killing all the giant wolves in the villa area, he finally upgraded. After reaching level 2, all attributes except internal strength will be doubled. The only thing that is cleared is mana. When killing the giant wolf, Yang Tao directly used his skills to save trouble. After one wave, all of Yang Tao's mana was directly emptied. Upgrading cannot increase mana points. Mana points can only be increased through practicing skills. Fortunately, the passive skill of Ling Siju can restore mana. Restore 1 mana point every 10 minutes. For Yang Tao, it was just a matter of taking a break. Now, even without the help of equipment, he has surpassed ordinary people. With 5 more experience points, Yang Tao can be promoted to level 3. All the giant wolves in the villa area have been killed. If you want to upgrade, you can only leave the villa area. The current situation outside is unclear, and Yang Tao does not want to take the risk of going out. Although most of the monsters in the early stage are small monsters, but there are also bosses. At Yang Tao's current level, if he encounters a boss, the only option he has is to escape. If you encounter a powerful boss, your life might end here. At this time, there was no blood on Yang Tao's body. The Qing Gang sword has been put into his storage ring. Looking at the corpse of the giant wolf in the living room, Yang Tao felt disgusted. This huge wave has no value. Wolf meat is extremely smelly, and even someone who hasn't eaten for 3 days would not be able to eat it. After thinking about it, Yang Tao decided to get the giant wolf out of the door. So, as not to affect yourself, with Yang Tao's strength twice that of ordinary people, the huge wolf was dragged out. After cleaning up, Yang Tao took a shower. Several giant wolves were killed early in the morning. Although Yang Tao was not tired, he was sweating all over. After finishing, Yang Tao looked at the time. It's already noontime. I took out my phone and took a look. The internet is full of help requests. Some people were trapped in their houses and dared not go out. Someone escaped from the monster's bloody mouth. When danger comes, everyone puts their own life first. The online message for help received no response. After a quick look, Yang Tao put down his phone. He returned to his room and rested directly. All the giant wolves in the villa area have been cleared out. But Yang Tao did not feel relieved. These monsters all have one characteristic. There is a small boss in every place, which is the legendary elite monster. After Yang Tao looked around, he didn't find it. Maybe somewhere near the villa area. Yang Tao can only deal with it after his mana is fully restored. In addition, these monsters will refresh. After Yang Tao kills this wave of monsters, new monsters will appear soon. After setting the alarm, Yang Tao fell asleep directly. In the villa living room, Wu Feifei is feeling uneasy now. What she encountered today overturned her understanding of the world. A giant wolf 2 or 3 meters tall appeared out of nowhere in this world. This is obviously not a creature from Earth. Moreover, this is not an isolated case. There have been several reports of giant wolves attacking people on the internet. And her boss Yang Tao, he could actually take out a long sword out of thin air. What's even more outrageous is that Yang Tao killed all the giant wolves with just one sword. All these changes caught her off guard. How about asking him? Wu Feifei thought of the scene where Yang Tao flew over and killed the giant wolf with one sword. There must have been changes in Yang Tao as well. He must know something. Wu Feifei said affirmatively in her heart. When she saw Yang Tao had already walked into her room, Wu Feifei had to give up. Forget it. Let's wait until he comes out and ask him. Wu Feifei waited for 2 hours. After Yang Tao woke up and walked out to the living room, he saw Wu Feifei looking at him expectantly. Yang Tao was stunned and immediately understood that Wu Feifei wanted to ask him a question. Chapter 15 Chaos. Wu Feifei has a pair of big eyes full of curiosity. Hey, Yang? Yang Tao took a bottle of drink and started drinking. You want to ask me what's going on? You still want to ask me why I am so powerful? Wu Feifei nodded. Yang Tao smiled. He had already prepared his speech. Take out your phone and click on a video directly. This video is exactly what a blogger said before, that he activated the game character panel after encountering an NPC. Look at this first. Wu Feifei was puzzled, but I still took it to my phone to watch it. After a few minutes, the video broadcast ended. Wu Feifei looked up in disbelief. Is this true? Yang Tao nodded. Something has changed in this world. Monsters are coming. Game character panels are appearing, and the entire Earth will become a game. All we can do is keep killing monsters and leveling up. Wu Feifei suddenly realized. Besides, my sword is my weapon. I also met an NPC and activated the game character panel. Having said this, Yang Tao paused. Assistant Wu, the world has changed drastically. You can no longer keep your job. Wu Feifei rolled her eyes. What work are we talking about now? After all, she has received higher education, so how could she not know that the original order of the world will collapse? By then, all assets will be worthless. She is destined to be unemployed. But now I just need someone to help me. If you're interested, you can come and help. I can provide you with some conveniences, help you grow and level up, and even give you gaming equipment. What you need to do is to help me with some trivial matters. You know I'm annoying. Yang Tao immediately extended an olive branch. He really needs someone like Wu Feifei. After the game comes, personal force is absolute. But it also requires strong backing. No matter how powerful you are, you can't do everything yourself. You always need help from others. And Wu Feifei is a very suitable candidate. He doesn't care if Wu Feifei doesn't agree. There is no shortage of talent in this world. Of course, Yang Tao hopes that Wu Feifei can agree. Wu Feifei thought about it and nodded. Can. I'll rely on Mr. Yang to take care of me from now on. Yang Tao smiled. Don't call me Mr. Yang. Just call me by my full name. Okay. Yeah. Yang Tao didn't argue with Wu Feifei. Take out your phone and click on the hot news. At this moment, all the hot searches on the hot search rankings are about monsters. The first hot search turned out to be the video that Wu Feifei had just shown. I didn't look carefully just now, but the number of clicks has already exploded. Yang Tao clicked on it and took a look. I found that the comments section is already very lively. Fuck, the blogger's video proves it. This is real. This time is really going to turn into a game world. Personally tested, I have activated the game panel. Why didn't I trust the blogger before? Now I'm trapped in a supermarket. The second most searched item is a guide. In the guide, the locations of some NPCs are marked. It also explains that the panel can be activated by contacting these NPCs. Yang Tao took a look and found that these NPCs were distributed quite widely. It is even thoughtfully divided into various cities. Yang Tao clicked on the NPC distribution of Longcheng and took a look. Most of the NPCs in Yang Tao's memory of his previous life have been marked out. Only a few have not been discovered. In the next short period of time, these NPCs will be surrounded by people. Everyone come and activate the panel. Third on the hot search list is a life-saving strategy. In the guide, a method is proposed, which is that as long as you cover up your own scent, you will have a chance to avoid monsters. This guide also states that it can be used in some cities but not in others. Fourth on the hot search list is a city monster distribution map. In the distribution map, the monsters that appear in each city are different. A giant wolf appeared in Dragon City. What appeared in Pengcheng was a spider. What appeared in Beihai City was a tiger. Yang Tao was not very interested. He memorized all this information. Yang Tao turned off his phone. But I saw a prompt pop up in front of me. Chat channel function is open. City chat channel. National chat channel. Private chat channel. Yang Tao clicked on it and saw that there were only 3 chat channels in total. The scope of each chat channel is different. It seems that more people have activated the panel now. Yang Tao muttered to himself. The opening of the chat channel means that many people have activated the panel now. Yang Tao clicked into the national chat channel and took a look. There's already a lot of information flooding the screen. Fuck, this is really a game chat channel. Oh my god, this is too strong. I'm gonna level up. I'm gonna kill monsters. The monster upstairs is not that easy to kill. If you go alone, you will only die. Team up to kill monsters. Team up to kill monsters. In the chat channel, most people were as excited as ever. Immerse yourself in the excitement of the game panel activation. I can't wait to rush out and kill monsters to level up. To this, Yang Tao could only say that he was too young. It won't be long before those guys who are clamoring to kill monsters and level up will run back home in shame. Those who are unlucky may even lose their lives. Yang Tao read it for a while, found it boring, and didn't read on. Now that the chat channel is open, the original communication equipment will fail. The internet, telephones, etc. will all be disrupted. If you want to communicate, you can only do so in the chat channel. In addition to the chat channel, the game friend function is also open. After adding friends, you can enter the private chat channel. Yang Tao is very familiar with this. There was no tinkering with it too much. Glanced at the time, Yang Tao decided to do the real work first. The most important thing now is upgrading. Secondly, take Wu Feifei to activate the panel. The two are not in conflict. Yang Tao directly called Wu Feifei to go out. Assistant Wu, please go out. 2 minutes later, Yang Tao, dressed in white sportswear, went out first. Following behind him was Wu Feifei, who was dressed in black. Wu Feifei wore tight black jeans and a black shirt. The figure is outlined in a curvy manner, which is very pleasing to the eye. Yang Tao couldn't help but take a few more glances. What he got in return was Wu Feifei's cold eye. The two of them standing together, one in black and one in white, have a special charm. Yang Tao did not choose to take the car. Instead, walk out. There is chaos all around now, and the roads must be jammed with traffic. Although the G-Class has excellent off-road performance, it is impossible for it to travel unimpeded. It's faster than taking bus number 11. Yang Tao's destination is not far away. It is the location of the nearest NPC. Wu Feifei hasn't activated the panel yet. This trip is for this matter. Chapter 16. The Elite Monster Wolf Demon Leader. When Yang Tao went out, no new monsters had appeared in the villa area. The speed of the two was not affected much. In less than a moment, Yang Tao had left the villa area. Outside the villa area, there are roads. On weekdays, there are a lot of cars on the road. But now, there is no one in sight. Only a few damaged cars were lying in the middle of the road. Traffic has been jammed. When Yang Tao saw this scene, he was glad that he did not drive out. After taking a quick look, I found no trace of the monster. Yang Tao couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. He only needs a few experience points to level up. This time, in addition to helping Wu Feifei activate the game panel. The most important thing is to kill monsters and level up. He thought there would be monsters outside the villa area, but he was disappointed. Wu Feifei was holding a tablet computer with a map displayed on it. Unethical map. It is difficult to navigate between large cities without a map. Yang Tao took the tablet and took a look at it. The nearest NPC is 5 kilometers away. There is an industrial park in the middle of these 5 kilometers. The end point is in a large wetland park. Yang Tao didn't know why, but these NPCs like to stay in places where there were no people. Maybe it's because these NPCs all come from the ancient world. Let's go. 5 kilometers is no problem for Du Yangtao with his current physique. But for an ordinary person like Wu Feifei, it's quite tough. The two walked forward along the road. Yang Tao stopped in front of a traffic light. His face tensed and he looked around. The Qing Gang's sword has appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Wu Feifei quickly hid under the curb. Yang Tao drew his sword and looked around. Just now, he smelled the scent of a giant wolf. The giant wolf had an extremely unpleasant fishy smell. After Yang Tao smelled it once, he would never forget it. This time, it's obviously right. Then a roar belonging to a giant wolf was heard. There were even giant wolves roaring in response from all around. Yang Tao's face darkened. It seems that we have encountered a pack of wolves. These giant wolves usually act alone. But wolves are social animals after all. Acting alone because they have not yet encountered the enemy. If they encounter an enemy, they will quickly gather together. As the roar got closer, Yang Tao also saw the appearance of the wolves clearly. When Yang Tao saw the appearance of the wolf leader, his face changed. I saw 7 or 8 giant wolves lined up in a row in the middle of the road, standing behind a monster with a human body and a wolf head. This monster with a human body and a wolf head has a dark green wolf head, hair like steel needles sticking to its face, ears standing upright, eyes red, flashing with bloodthirsty light. The wolf's fangs are even more captivating, with the 2 front fangs about 10 centimeters long and shining with a cold light. Under the head was a muscular male body, about 2 meters tall, with dark skin. Although it has a human body, it does not have human clothes. Only the lower body was covered with an animal skin with strange patterns. Show off your huge muscles. In its right hand, it holds a mace. The workmanship of the mace looks extremely crude. It's basically a wooden stick with animal teeth inlaid on it. Yang Tao smiled bitterly when he saw the monster with a wolf's head and a human body. I didn't expect to encounter an elite monster so soon. This is the elite monster wolf demon leader. The normal giant wolf monster is level 1. And the elite monster wolf demon leader is level 5. This is the information Yang Tao learned in his previous life. As long as you practice the relevant skills, you can see through the monster's information. Unfortunately, Yang Tao didn't know where such skills existed. But that didn't stop him from knowing the level of the wolf demon leader. Behind the wolf demon leader were a dozen giant wolves. Yang Tao is now level 1. No hesitation. He stretched out his hand, and the Vajra talisman appeared in his hand. Use it directly. A feeling of growing strength follows. Now his attack power has exceeded 10 points. It has to be resolved quickly. Yang Tao whispered. If the noise is too loud, it will definitely attract other giant wolves. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Yang Tao doesn't want to be besieged. Besides, Wu Feifei is still here. When Wu Feifei saw the wolf demon leader and a dozen giant wolves, a look of despair appeared on her face. She looked at Yang Tao. Now, we can only rely on Yang Tao. But facing more than 10 giant wolves, even if Yang Tao activated the game panel, it would be difficult to deal with it. Just when Wu Feifei was in despair, Yang Tao has already flown out. The Qing Feng sword technique is activated directly. A sharp sword light flashed. The wolf demon leader on the opposite side was shocked to see Yang Tao being so brave. There was actually a hint of human sarcasm on the wolf's head. Not willing to be outdone, he rushed forward with a mace in his hand. Just when the 2 men's weapons were about to collide, Yang Tao's figure flashed and passed directly past the wolf demon leader. With one swing of the sword, a giant wolf was killed on the spot. Immediately afterwards, Yang Tao swung another sword at the closest giant wolf. In a flash, another giant wolf was killed. Kill the level 1 giant wolf and gain experience 3. Kill the level 1 giant wolf and gain experience 3. Originally, Yang Tao was level 1, and he needed 5 experience points to be promoted to level 2. After dealing with the 2 giant wolves, upgrade directly. He glanced at his attribute bar. Yang Tao, level 2 140th. Race, acquired human race. Kung Fu, Lingxi Ju. Skill, Qing Feng sword technique. Talent, Saint's background. Package space, 100. Immortal crystal, 15,099,999,491. HP 30. Mana/inner force 7. Strength 3. Speed 3. Defense 3. In addition to the 3 mana points deducted from the use of Qing Feng's sword technique just now, all basic attributes have been doubled. When the wolf demon leader saw the 2 giant wolves under his command being killed, he was immediately furious and let out a long howl to the sky. The mace in his hand was swung with a series of breaking sounds and rushed straight towards Yang Tao. The basic attributes of a level 5 elite monster are no longer comparable to those of an ordinary level 5 monster. Yang Tao did not choose to confront it head-on. The Qing Feng's sword technique was activated again, directly increased the movement speed by 5 points. His figure disappeared again in front of the wolf demon leader. The next second, wailing sounds were heard, and 2 giant wolves fell to the ground. The wolf demon leader rushed over again. Yang Tao activated the Qing Feng sword technique again. This time, there were only 4 giant wolves left on the field. Yang Tao's mana has also reached the bottom. He reached out to the storage ring, and a Fuyang pill appeared in his hand. After throwing the Fuyang pill into his mouth, Yang Tao wanted to continue attacking the remaining 4 giant wolves. However, these giant wolves had already become alert after seeing their companions being easily killed by Yang Tao. Before Yang Tao could come over, he ran away. The Fuyang pill melted instantly after entering the mouth, turning into a slight coolness that swept across the body. Yang Tao's eyes were determined, and he swung the sword in his hand again. Chapter 17, Equipment exploded. Yang Tao took a look at his mana value. It has been restored at this time. The Qing Feng sword technique was activated again, but the purpose had changed. Rushed straight towards the wolf demon leader. When the wolf demon leader saw this, a smile appeared on his ferocious wolf head. He raised the mace high in his hand and was about to smash it down at Yang Tao. Yang Tao did not slow down, and when he arrived in front of the wolf demon leader, his figure flashed. He came directly to the side of the wolf demon leader. The Qinggang sword turned into a flash of cold light and pierced straight into the neck of the wolf demon leader. As the Qinggang sword was drawn out, a line of blood spurted out immediately. The wolf demon leader covered his neck with his left hand and cried out in pain. The mace in his right hand did not stop at all and swung down at Yang Tao's head. Yang Tao suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He was horrified, thinking that the attack power of this wolf demon leader was incredibly high. The Qing Feng sword technique was immediately activated. Feeling his own speed, Yang Tao flashed. Then he came behind the wolf demon leader. He raised his hand and drew his sword, directly piercing the wolf demon leader. The sword, shining with cold light, pierced through the chest of the wolf demon leader and was stained with blood. At this moment, the huge body of the wolf demon leader fell to the ground with a loud bang. The huge mace fell to the ground with a loud bang. Kill the level 5 wolf demon leader and gain 20 experience points. Seeing the experience points added, Yang Tao knew that the wolf demon leader was dead. Yang Tao's sword directly pierced the heart of the wolf demon leader. Even if the wolf demon leader is at level 5, he will still die if his heart is broken. When the remaining 2 giant wolves saw their boss lying on the ground, they were terrified and ran away. But how could Yang Tao let them go? There were only 4 mana points left, and they were drained in an instant. The Qing Feng sword technique was activated, and Yang Tao's figure disappeared on the spot like a ghost. The next second, he appeared in front of 2 giant wolves. With a wave of his sword, the bodies of the last 2 giant wolves fell to the ground. After the battle was resolved, Yang Tao put the Qinggang sword back into his storage ring. Looking at the giant wolf corpses all over the ground, Yang Tao smiled with satisfaction. His biggest advantage now is the speed of Qing Feng sword technique. As long as he doesn't encounter a speed-type monster, he can crush it with his speed. The shortcomings are also obvious. The mana is too low, only enough to activate the Qing Feng sword technique 3 times. If his mana value was a little higher, Yang Tao would not have to delay the battle just now. He could directly use the Qing Feng sword technique and would not be able to kill any number of giant wolves. Suddenly, Yang Tao caught a glimpse of a green light out of the corner of his eye. It's the body of the wolf demon leader. When he saw the green light, Yang Tao smiled. He didn't expect that he was so lucky. The elite monster dropped something. The drop rate from killing monsters is very low. Yang Tao had a deep understanding of this in his previous life. Generally, only boss will drop equipment. The drop rate of elite monsters is less than 1% of that of the boss. This is purely a matter of appearance. You're unlucky. Even if you kill hundreds of elite monsters, none of them will drop. Obviously, Yang Tao's face was not black. After turning over the body of the wolf demon leader, Yang Tao saw the source of the green light. Under the green light, there was a long gray-brown thorn lying there quietly. The spike is about 50 centimeters long, made of one-piece material, and has a rounded handle that takes up half the length of the entire weapon. The other end is double-sided with a diamond-shaped spike on the top, giving people a sense of danger and is breathtaking. Arms? Yang Tao couldn't help but be curious. Logically speaking, such a low-level elite monster shouldn't drop weapons. Among the grades of magical weapons, lower-grade spiritual weapons are the lowest. The Qinggang sword in Yang Tao's hand is one of them. It costs 5 immortal crystals to buy anything from the Taoist priest Sankai. So lucky? Yang Tao couldn't help but doubt. When the long thorn entered his hand, Yang Tao realized that he was superficial. Semi-low-grade spiritual weapon. Wolf Thorn. Attack power +5. Equipment requirements. Strength 1. One of the low-grade spiritual weapon Wolf Soul set. Collect all 5 Wolf Soul equipment to synthesize the middle-grade spiritual weapon Wolf Soul. Yang Tao saw it and was surprised. He was impressed by this suit. A mid-grade spiritual weapon that can be used above level 10. After collecting all the items of the Wolf Soul magic weapon, you can also have a magic weapon skill to summon the Wolf Soul to fight for you. In the previous life, there was a person with extremely good luck who got this suit and became the strongest in Dragon City at that time. Unfortunately, that person was killed in one move after the powerful demon clan arrived. This Wolf Soul suit is also missing. But now, this weapon cannot compare to his lower-grade magic weapon, the Qinggang sword. Naturally, Yang Tao had no intention of replacing the Qinggang sword. After putting the wolf thorn into the storage ring, Yang Tao looked at Wu Feifei. Only then did Wu Feifei come to her senses. Looking at the giant wolf corpses all over the ground, I felt dazed. Yang Tao killed all the giant wolves. He even killed the monster with a wolf's head and a human body. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Wu Feifei would never have believed that Yang Tao, a playboy, could have such fighting ability. After witnessing Yang Tao's super fighting power, Wu Feifei became even more excited about the game panel. The two continued walking towards their destination. In the online tutorial, this is a quest-based NPC. As the name suggests, it is an NPC that issues tasks and rewards. Yang Tao is no stranger to this type of NPC. Among all NPCs, this type of NPC accounts for the majority. People can get some skills, weapons, and even techniques from them. The two crossed the road and walked a full 4 kilometers. Finally arrived at the entrance of the park. During this period, Yang Tao also killed several lone giant wolves. It's a pity that I didn't encounter any elite monsters. Now Yang Tao's experience has reached the critical point, and he only needs a little more experience points to be promoted to level 3. Yang Tao, level 2, 39/40. Race, acquired human race. Kung Fu, Lingxi Ju. Skill, Qingfeng sword technique. Talent, Saint's background. Package space, 100. Immortal crystal, 15,099,999,491. HP, 30. Mana/inner force, 10. Strength 3. Speed 3. Defense 3. The last wave of elite monsters brought 10 giant wolves, which directly raised Yang Tao's experience value to 33. The one who made the greatest contribution was the elite wolf monster leader, who brought Yang Tao a full 20 experience points. On the way, Yang Tao killed 2 lone giant wolves. It directly reached 39 experience points. When the two arrived at the entrance of the park, they found that there were many people waiting there. Among them are young people, middle-aged people, and even elderly people. They all sat on the entrance steps, looking worried. In the map, the NPC here is inside the park. Why are there so many people gathered here? Shouldn't we gather in line in front of the NPC to activate the game panel? Chapter 18, want to activate the panel? Are you dreaming? Yang Tao couldn't help but feel curious when he saw these people. Everyone knows that the world has changed. Now is a good time to act. Why are these people just sitting here at the entrance? Did they all activate the panel? Seeing the sad expressions on their faces, Yang Tao realized that things were not that simple. Sure enough, before Yang Tao and his companion had taken 2 steps, a middle-aged man looked up and spoke. No need to go up. This place has been taken over by people from the Yang group. The middle-aged man was tall, wearing a camouflage uniform. His face was full of the vicissitudes of life, and he was wearing a pair of liberation shoes on his feet. Yang Tao could tell at a glance that this man was a migrant worker. The middle-aged man's words made Yang Tao even more curious. Yang group? Isn't that the one whose shares you just sold? What's going on? Brother, what's going on? Wu Feifei stepped forward and asked politely. The middle-aged man glanced at the two of them and lowered his head again. What else could it be? The Yang group relied on their large numbers to surround the entire park. If you want to get in, you must meet their demands. I heard from my co-workers that there is a game panel that can be activated here. With the panel, we can kill those damn giant wolves. I didn't expect that after arriving here, I would be driven down by the people from the Yang group before I even went up. How can people live in this world? There was helplessness in his words. Yang Tao was also deeply touched after listening to this. It seems that the rise of the Yang group has begun. It was the same in the previous life. The Yang group directly took over the locations of several NPCs. If ordinary people want to contact NPCs, they must be used by them. It was because of this unethical behavior that the Yang group was able to gain a firm foothold in a short period of time after the world changes. Later, it became a major force. Yang Tao's face turned slightly cold, and he walked straight up. He and the Yang group are really enemies. Yang Tian's family sent assassins to kill him, and the account has not been settled yet. I didn't expect the Yang group to come to my door. Seeing that Yang Tao refused to listen to the advice, the middle-aged man couldn't help but get anxious. Young man, don't go up there. There was a fight going on up there just now. After saying that, he looked at Wu Feifei again. Girl, persuade your boyfriend. He will suffer the consequences if he goes up against you. When Wu Feifei heard this, her face turned red. When I looked back, Yang Tao had already gone far away. Without caring about anything else, Wu Feifei followed him. When the middle-aged man saw it, he shook his head and sighed. Alas, young people don't believe in evil. Yang Tao walked up the stairs. The park is built on a small hill, and stairs are the only way up the hill. As soon as he entered the park, Yang Tao saw several people in black security uniforms not far away. The security guards held sticks and looked forward. In front of them, several people were lying on the ground and rolling around. Yang Tao frowned. It seems that a fight really took place here. Pass over the injured person on the ground. Yang Tao walked straight up to the security guard. Hello, sir. Do you want to activate the game panel? A young man in a suit walked out behind the security guard with a kind smile on his face. Yang Tao looked at him with great vigilance. Sir, this is it. If you want to go in and activate the panel, you need to sign an agreement with our Yang group. After activating the panel, our company will arrange work for you. Yang Tao looked at the injured people on the ground and knew it was not that simple. Before Yang Tao could speak, a young man covering his arm pointed at the man in the suit and said, Don't believe him. The Yang group just wants to occupy this place, leaving us with nowhere to go and making us obey their orders. Before he could finish his words, a security guard stepped forward and kicked the young man in the head. The young man cried out in pain, but he still refused to accept it. Fuck you. Yang group is doing such immoral things. The security guard wanted to continue beating, but there was another person in front of him. Yang Tao gave the security guard a cold look. The next second, the huge fist hit the security guard's face. Suddenly, blood covered his face. When the man in the suit saw this, he was horrified and took 2 steps back, hiding himself behind the security guard, and shouted, There's a troublemaker. Brothers, clean him up. After hearing the order, the security guards immediately picked up the batons in their hands and rushed forward. Yang Tao likes fair fights, so the Qinggang sword appears in his hand. A sword appeared out of thin air in Yang Tao's hand. In the past, everyone would think that this magician was performing magic. But now, things like game panels have emerged. It opened their eyes. They understood that Yang Tao might have some space-related treasure on him. Several injured young people looked curious. The security guards showed a hint of greed. As long as they subdue Yang Tao, wouldn't this space treasure be theirs? 7 or 8 security guards surrounded them in an instant. Yang Tao entered with a look on his face. Even Wu Feifei is the same. Wu Feifei has seen Yang Tao's abilities. A dozen giant wolves can be easily dealt with, not to mention these 7 or 8 security guards. Yang Tao pointed his sword forward and shouted loudly, Just get out of the way and forget about it. If you continue, don't blame me for being blind with my sword. Yang Tao chuckled. The security guards in front of me are all workers. If it wasn't necessary, Yang Tao really didn't want to harm their lives. But the next second, the security guard's words made Yang Tao furious. Brothers, are we 7 or 8 still afraid of him? Capture this guy. He has a treasure on him. As long as we capture him, the treasure will be ours. Don't know how this kid got such luck to get the game props so quickly. Go ahead, don't be afraid of him. There were 7 or 8 security guards, but not one of them retreated. Instead, they all looked greedy, as if they were injected with chicken blood. Yang Tao shook his head. He overestimated human nature. These security guards are all young people and are very familiar with the characteristics of the game. For them, the world has changed, which is a gift to them. Yang Tao didn't say much. Waving the sword in his hand, he slashed at a security guard who rushed over with a sword. The sword flashed, and the security guard directly blocked it with a stick. But the Qinggang sword is already a low-grade spiritual weapon, which falls into the category of magic weapon. An ordinary baton, no matter how good the alloy is just an ordinary object. How can it compare with a magic weapon? The sword light was sharp, and the Qinggang sword split the metal stick into two, halves directly like cutting vegetables or chopping tofu. The Qinggang sword's force did not diminish, transforming into a beam of cold light, falling directly onto the security guard's head. The sound of weapons breaking through flesh and blood was heard. There was a blood mark on the security guard's head. A trickle of blood flowed on the security guard's forehead. Then his body fell straight to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Until his death, he had an expression of disbelief on his face. Chapter 19, it turns out to be Master Yang. When the first person fell, all the security guards stopped. They're just security guards. Usually, we just maintain order and patrol and stand guard. Using the majority to bully the minority is because of the absolute, overwhelming numerical advantage. But now, their companions died in front of them. Looking at Yang Tao, who had a calm face and was holding a sword, they felt a chill in their hearts. A vibrant life just disappeared before their eyes. The security guards looked at each other and no longer had the courage to step forward. Upon seeing this scene, the man in the suit was so frightened that his legs were shaking and he stammered, unable to speak. After a long time, he took out the walkie-talkie from his arms. An emergency occurred at the North Entrance. Several injured young men were also shocked to see Yang Tao killing so decisively. They couldn't help but wonder, who is this person? How dare you kill someone? Wu Feifei stood there in a daze. Yang Tao killed the monster, and she felt nothing. But she didn't expect that Yang Tao would dare to kill someone. Seeing that the situation was under control, Yang Tao waved his hand to wipe off the blood on the Qinggang sword and put the Qinggang sword into his storage ring. Now, you can get out of the way, Yang Tao said lightly. Then he stepped forward. Every step forward was like stepping on the hearts of the security guards holding sticks, making them feel cold. The security guard who was so majestic and scolded everyone with a stick in his hand has now become a good boy. As Yang Tao took a step forward, they all took a step back. At this time, the man in the suit regained his composure and stood in front. Etc. People from our Yang group will be here soon. You can't run away. If you surrender now, I can still show mercy and say a few good words for you later. Do you know the strength of our Yang group? The man in the suit spoke loudly, but Yang Tao could hear the lack of confidence in his words. When Yang Tao heard this, he sneered. What is the strength of the Yang group? It seems that this man in a suit doesn't know that he used to be a major shareholder of Yang group. But when he heard that someone else from the Yang group was coming, Yang Chaochuan also stopped. Since you are coming, let's solve it right away. The man in the suit thought that Yang Tao felt fear when he heard the name of Yang group. He was arrogant and looked down on Yang Tao. The security guard who was lying on the ground, dead as hell, had long been forgotten by him. Soon, footsteps were heard not far away. Judging from the noise, there are quite a few people coming this time. Wu Feifei and several young men all looked worried. In the current situation, if Yang Tao doesn't help, their fate will not be good. The Yang group has dared to surround the NPC and engage in monopoly. I believe they will not show mercy to some immoral things. In the field, only Yang Tao looked calm. As the footsteps got closer, the person's true face was revealed. A group of dark figures appeared in front of everyone. There were about 20 people in this group. Wearing black uniforms, you can vaguely see that these are security uniforms. But he is different from the other security guards. Each of them is tall and strong, with a sturdy build, and his huge muscles make the security uniforms bulk up. What is even more striking is that the eyes of these security guards are full of coldness, as if there is no emotion at all. These 20 or so security guards are completely different from the previous ones. Yang Tao was also surprised when he saw this group of security guards. With such vigor and spirit, this group of security guards are no ordinary people. Behind the security guard, a middle-aged man in a white shirt walked out. His clothes were neat and meticulous. When he walked out, he saw Yang Tao, suddenly surprised. It turns out to be young Master Yang. It seems that this person is already a member of the management of Yang Group and can recognize Yang Tao. Yang Tao sneered. "Who are you? Do you want to be the king of the mountain?" The middle-aged man did not refute. "My name is Long Shou, and I'm the chairman of the Longzhou Security Company of the Yang Group. Mr. Yang, you are no longer a shareholder of the Yang Group. We are only following the orders of Chairman Yang Tianjia now. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." As soon as Long Shou finished speaking, everyone in the field, except Wu Feifei, was surprised. They have all heard of the name of Yang Tao, the son of the Yang Group. The high-profile sale of Yang Group shares some time ago caused a sensation on the internet. What they didn't expect was that young Master Yang was by their side. However, after hearing Long Shou's words, they also knew that Yang Tao's identity did not bring any benefits now. Just then, the man in a suit walked out of the crowd. "Come to Long Shou. Boss Long, we can't let him go. He just killed a brother." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's nerves became tense. He was afraid that this group of ferocious security guards would rush up and beat him up. After hearing this, Long Shou frowned. Only then did he see the corpse beside him. Long Shou's eyes lit up. "If that's the case, then please come with us, Mr. Yang," he said with a wave of his hand. More than 20 strong men surrounded him from behind. Yang Tao was not panicked either. The Qing Gang's sword appeared in his hand. These strong men have probably already activated the panel. However, given Yang Tao's level suppression and the advantage of equipment, it is nothing. Without any nonsense, the Qing Feng sword technique was activated. Yang Tao's figure was ghostly, and he instantly appeared in front of a strong man. With a swing of the sword, a head flew up into the sky. Before the strong men could react, Yang Tao's figure disappeared again. The next time he appeared, another life was lost. After killing 2 people in a row, Yang Tao stopped on a step. He held the Qing Gang's sword in his hand, his eyes cold. "I don't want to kill anyone. Back off now, or I'll kill you." Yang Tao's tone was calm, but the 2 corpses on the ground showed that he would really kill someone. When the 20 or so strong men heard this, all of them showed expressions of horror. They are also well-trained security guards. What he usually does is not ordinary guarding and patrolling, but a dangerous mission. But in the face of life and death crisis, they all show cowardice. There is no one who does not cherish his own life. Long Shou was surprised to see Yang Tao like this. There was mostly reluctance in his eyes. "Let him pass. Back off." When the security guards heard the order, they immediately made way. Yang Tao sneered. "Wouldn't it be better if you gave way earlier?" Without saying a word, Yang Tao walked straight up. Wu Feifei followed closely behind. Seeing this opportunity, several injured young men followed. The security guards wanted to stop them, but were stopped by Long Shou. He didn't want to anger Yang Tao because of this. Looking at the backs of Yang Tao and others, Long Shou looked embarrassed. Finally, a call was made. Chapter 20. Quest NPC. Wu Feifei activates the panel. Yang Tao walked deeper into the park. There are stairs leading up the mountain all the way. These stairs were originally designed to facilitate exercise for nearby residents. The mountain was not very steep, and considering Yang Tao's physique, it was not difficult at all. Even Wu Feifei, who had walked 5 kilometers, did not stop for a moment. Instead, he felt full of energy, and I don't know if it was because of the excitement of activating the panel. Instead, the young men at the back were beaten by the security guards. Their faces were covered with bruises, and they walked with a limp. Dan is still trying hard to keep up with Yang Tao. After a while, Yang Tao saw the NPC. In the pavilion on the top of the mountain, there was an old man with white hair and beard, wearing a green Taoist robe, holding a piece of bone in his hand and examining it. When he saw people coming, he didn't even look up. Immerse yourself in your own world. Yang Tao came directly to the old man. At this time, the old man raised his head. "Young men, can you give me a favor? I have always loved studying the bodies of demons, but I have no raw materials. If you young people can help me find the bodies of demons, I will reward you handsomely. There are many wolf monsters here. I need wolf heads as research materials. Yang Tao was not surprised when he heard this. These NPCs have their own thoughts. Everyone has their own hobbies. It seems that this NPC likes to study monsters. Behind Yang Tao, a young man spoke. I see. No wonder the people from the Yang group want us to give them all the wolf heads after we activate the panel. So you're here to take on a mission, asking us to complete tasks for them. Isn't this exploiting us? Several young men were indignant, but when they saw Yang Tao's cold expression, they stopped talking. Yang Tao was not interested in this task. He had encountered this NPC in his previous life. After collecting wolf heads and completing the task, you will be rewarded with some magic weapons. None of them can reach the level of low-grade spiritual weapons. The only advantage is that this NPC collects for a long time. There is no limit at all. This has also become one of the favorite NPCs for novices. Yang Tao said he was not interested and made way. Let Wu Feifei come forward. Little girl, can you help me? Wu Feifei didn't answer and just stood there in a daze. Yang Tao knew that she had activated her panel. After a moment, Wu Feifei returned to Yang Tao's side. Activated the panel? Wu Feifei's mind was still immersed in the information on the panel. The other young men stepped forward immediately. They also activated their own panels. Yang Tao saw that this time the goal had been achieved. The next step is to take Wu Feifei to level up. Just getting ready to go down. But he was stopped by someone. Young Master Yang, wait a moment. After activating the panel, 4 or 5 young men came to Yang Tao. Mr. Yang, thank you. Without you, we can't activate the panel and can only be exploited by the Yang group. Yang Tao nodded slightly. It's all just a small matter. Level up well. After saying that, he took Wu Feifei and left. The few people left looked at each other in bewilderment. Yang Tao must have activated the panel a long time ago. I wonder what level he is now. Looking at his fighting ability, he should be at level 1. There was envy in his words. I want to expose the evil deeds of the Yang group. I've tried it before. If you post anything about the Yang group on the internet, it will be censored. Look, there's also a chat channel. We can expose it in the chat channel. I don't believe that the Yang group can reach into the chat channel. Let's stop chatting and leave quickly, or else someone from the Yang group will come again. Yang group office building. Yang Tianjiao was sitting in the chairman's office, looking at the Yang group that was already in his hands. He couldn't be happy at all, because his only son is now missing. He knew exactly where Yang Xiaoming had gone. In the past few days, he wanted to use the resources of the Yang group to find Yang Xiaoming, whether he was alive or dead. But the world changed dramatically, disrupting his rhythm. I can only put the search for Yang Xiaoming aside. The Yang group now controls 3 venues with NPCs, and arrange for his subordinates to level up. Even if the world changes, the Yang group will be able to gain an advantage. Yang Tao. Yang Tianjia muttered to himself, with a cold light in his eyes. All this is because of Yang Tao. The Yang group is now putting all its strength into controlling the NPC venue. There is really no way to spare the manpower to cause trouble for Yang Tao. Just then a phone call came in. After a moment, Yang Tianjia's face turned red and he was furious. He just received a call from Long Shou. Yang Tao showed up and killed several of his security guards and destroyed the control of an NPC venue. Yang Tao's move was ruthless, and Yang Tianjia now had nothing to think about, as his son Yang Xiaoming was already dead. Stop him! Kill him! Yang Tao must die! Yang Tianjia roared. Chairman, our security guards can't beat him. Don't we have several people in our group who have already been upgraded? Let them go! When Yang Tao left the park, he could no longer see anyone from the Yang group. But he didn't care so much. The most important thing to do now is to level up. Although he has hundreds of billions of immortal crystals in his hands. But you still have to level up. Otherwise, you will be surpassed sooner or later. After some thought, Yang Tao directly gave the wolf thorn that had just exploded to Wu Feifei. The wolf thorn had little effect on him. For Wu Feifei, it was like timely rain. Wu Feifei was overjoyed after getting the wolf thorn. The two of them returned directly the same way, ready to kill monsters and level up. At the same time, Dragon City chat channel. One piece of information shocked everyone. The Yang group controls the NPC addresses and exploits the people. A person named Lu Qingxiao posted this message directly in Longqing's chat channel. It immediately aroused public outrage. Damn it, the Yang group is so wicked. We were oppressed by them before, and now they want to exploit us. The capitalist face of the Yang group. That Yang Tao is not a good guy either, showing off his wealth on the internet every day. Tell me quickly, how did you activate the panel in the end? When Lu Qingxiao said that he was rescued by Yang Tao, everyone was stunned. What? Yang Tao killed someone from the Yang group. Is it illegal to kill someone now? They deserve to be killed. I didn't expect young Master Yang to be such a person. I almost forgot that Yang Tao has already sold his shares in the Yang group. He has nothing to do with the Yang group anymore. Yang Tao can actually fight 20 people alone? What level is he? While everyone expressed hatred towards the Yang group, they were more curious about Yang Tao's rank. After all, most people nowadays are at level 0. Chapter 21, Leveling Holy Land, Continuous Upgrades. After Yang Tao took Wu Feifei away from the NPC, they did not return to their residence, but went in another direction. Now Wu Feifei has activated the game panel. The only thing Yang Tao had to do was to kill monsters and level up. Originally, Yang Tao planned to kill scattered monsters along the way to level up, but this is too time-consuming. Moreover, it is easy to be disturbed. Coincidentally, Yang Tao knew a holy place for leveling up. This holy place for leveling up was famous for its awesomeness in the previous life. There are countless monsters inside, which can be upgraded. Unfortunately, this place was reserved by powerful forces in the previous life. Ordinary people simply cannot get close to it. Even if we get close, we will be powerless in the face of the huge number of monsters. And now, no one knows the existence of this place. This is Yang Tao's opportunity. After wandering around the city, Yang Tao and Wu Feifei came to a relatively remote place. This is a wasteland. In the past, it was an air raid shelter. In peacetime, no one will remember this place. In the previous life, there was a man who remembered the existence of the air raid shelter and wanted to go in to hide from the monster. As soon as he entered, he saw monsters all over the ground. He was so scared that he ran away and spread the news. Yang Tao didn't meet anyone along the way, and now everyone is hiding at home, or activating the game panel, or kill monsters in groups to level up. Looking at the deserted area, Wu Feifei wondered why Yang Tao brought her here. Boss Yang, what is this place? Wu Feifei held the wolf thorn in her hand and looked around vigilantly. I felt relieved when I found that there were no monsters around. A great place to kill monsters and level up. Yang Tao laughed. Wu Feifei became even more confused. There is not a single monster in this place. How to kill monsters to level up? Just follow me. Yang Tao smiled mysteriously. After saying that, he walked directly into the wasteland and found a staircase leading underground under a large rock. Seeing this, Wu Feifei couldn't help but clench the Dulong thorn in her hand. As the two walked down the tunnel, a fishy smell hit them in the face. The smell of giant wolf. In the dark tunnel, countless pairs of scarlet eyes emerged. Waves of giant wolves' roars were heard. Yang Tao didn't waste any words, and the Qinggang sword appeared in his hand. A portable light appeared in his left hand. As the headlights came on, the scene inside the tunnel appeared before the two men. In the tunnel, countless giant wolves gathered here. Under the huge body of the giant wolf, the tunnel seemed very crowded. Kill! Yang Tao put the portable lamp on the ground. He rushed forward holding the Qinggang sword. He is now level 2. The level 1 giant wolf he faced had overwhelming attributes. In addition, he now has the low-grade spiritual weapon Qinggang sword in his hand, so his attack power directly reaches 14 points. Even so, Yang Tao was still not satisfied. The mighty Vajra talisman attacked again. The attack power directly reaches 19 points. Under Yang Tao's attack, the giant wolf had no power to fight back. Soon, the feet of Yang Tao were filled with the corpses of giant wolves. Kill the level 1 giant wolf and gain experience 2. Kill the level 1 giant wolf and gain experience 2. Kill the level 1 giant wolf and gain experience 2. Kill the level 1 giant wolf and gain experience 2. Upgraded. Yang Tao originally needed a little more experience points to reach level 3. Now that more than a dozen giant wolves have been killed, the upgrade has been completed directly. Unfortunately, as his level increases, the experience that the level 1 giant wolf brought him was getting less and less. Originally, it was 2 points of experience, but with the blessing of the innate, saintly background, 3 points of experience can be obtained. But now, even with the background of a saint, killing a giant wolf would only earn you 2 points of experience. Yang Tao took a look at his attributes. Yang Tao, level 3, 23/80ths. Race, acquired human race. Kung Fu, Lingxi Ju. Skill, Qingfeng sword technique. Talent, Saint's background. Package space, 100. Immortal crystal, 15,099,999,491. HP, 40. Mana/inner force, 10. Strength 4. Speed 4. Defense 4. The experience required for upgrading has been increased to 80. Before the 10s, the experience points required for leveling up were doubled. With each level up, the basic attributes increase one by one. Yang Tao let out a light breath. Upgrading is a long and arduous journey. Looking back, I found Wu Feifei still standing there in a daze. Yang Tao couldn't help but frown. Kill monsters and level up. What are you waiting for? Although Wu Feifei is level 0, after equipping the wolf thorn, her attack power can directly crush that of an ordinary giant wolf. A maximum of 3 attacks will kill a giant wolf. Wu Feifei took a while to speak. You are enjoying the killing. I can't interfere. Yang Tao then smiled awkwardly. I was so engrossed in the killing just now that I forgot about Wu Feifei's presence. Well, you can kill the giant wolf that I'll reveal later. Wu Feifei nodded solemnly. Yang Tao turned and looked towards the tunnel. There was no giant wolf alive within the range of the portable light. This air raid shelter is extremely peculiar. The giant wolf will only attack when there is a light source. In a place without light, these giant wolves can only stay in the dark. Yang Tao thought about it and directly assigned a task to Wu Feifei. After Yang Tao kills all the giant wolves within the range of the portable light, she will move the portable light. As the portable light moves, a dozen giant wolves rushed out of the tunnel. Yang Tao didn't pause. In the flash of the sword, a giant wolf died. While killing the giant wolves, Yang Tao would also be distracted and release some injured giant wolves one after another, leaving them for Wu Feifei to kill. I don't know how long it took. Yang Tao stopped killing. Yang Tao, level 430/160. Race, acquired human race. Kung Fu, Lingxi Ju. Skill, Qingfeng sword technique. Talent, Saint's background. Package space, 100. Immortal crystal, 15,099,999,491. HP, 50. Mana/inner force, 10. Strength 5. Speed 5. Defense 5. Upgraded again. Now his level has directly reached level 4. After killing dozens of giant wolves, no equipment was dropped. Yang Tao no longer had any expectations for the drop rate of equipment. At this stage, Yang Tao was killing ordinary level 1 giant wolves in the tunnel. As you advance slowly, elite monsters like the wolf demon leader will appear deep in the air raid shelter. There will even be a boss. Yang Tao is now physically and mentally exhausted. There is no motivation to continue. Wu Feifei was also panting. Upgraded. Level 1. We only need 2 more giant wolves to reach level 2. When Yang Tao heard this answer, he smiled with satisfaction. Wu Feifei does not have the talent of a saint, so her upgrade is bound to be slow. Chapter 22 Goodbye, Taoist Priest Sankai. After a day of fighting, Yang Tao found that his shortcomings were very obvious. That is because the mana is too low. The root cause is that the level of cultivation of the Lingxi Ju technique is not high enough. Now he is still in the entry stage of Lingxi Ju. Only 10 mana points. With 10 points of mana, you can only use the Qingfeng sword technique 3 times. If Yang Tao encounters a powerful monster, his means of fighting the enemy will be very limited. Looks like I have to go to the Taoist priest who spreads wealth. Yang Tao already had a plan in mind. It is impossible to ask him to practice the skills properly. Practicing the exercises requires a lot of time and energy. Now is a good time to kill monsters and level up. Now it seems that Yang Tao has the ability to protect himself in this world. But Yang Tao, who was reborn new, after a few days, a level ranking list will appear. Wait until the level rankings come out. Those who are on the leaderboard will receive generous rewards. The reward for first place is a pupil skill. After practicing it, you can see through the attributes of monsters. Yang Tao will not let it go. Therefore, Yang Tao planned to directly purchase props to upgrade the level of his practice. After both of them were upgraded, they left here contentedly. When we came out of the air raid shelter, it was already dark. I looked at the time, and it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Yang Tao went straight back to the villa with Wu Feifei. Although this villa is not under Yang Tao's name now, but at this time no one cared about this. Everyone is busy activating panels and trying to survive. After returning to the villa, Yang Tao washed up and went to bed directly. The next day, it was just dawn. Yang Tao got up. As soon as I got up, I saw Wu Feifei busy in the kitchen. Yang Tao was surprised. Wu Feifei brought 2 bowls of noodles and placed one of them in front of Yang Tao. This is a bowl of ordinary egg noodles with a few chopped green onions floating in the noodle soup. Yang Tao prepared food for 10 days or so in the refrigerator. These were obviously taken out of the refrigerator. To thank Mr. Yang for helping me level up, I'll take care of breakfast from now on. Yang Tao smiled, said thank you, and finished the bowl of egg noodles. Although there is now a game panel. But he's immortal after all, and he still feels hungry and tired. After eating the noodles, Yang Tao felt refreshed. Then he went out directly. This time, he did not bring Wu Feifei with him. The first reason is that cars cannot be used now, as there are too many roadblocks, so we can only travel on foot. Wu Feifei's level is low, and her speed cannot keep up with Yang Tao. The second reason is that this time Yang Tao went to purchase supplies. The fewer people who knew that he had 15 billion immortal crystals, the better. At least Wu Feifei shouldn't be allowed to have too much contact with them now. The Taoist priest who scattered money lived about 30 kilometers away from Yang Tao's residence. At a speed 5 times faster than an ordinary person, Yang Tao arrived here in less than half an hour. Walk into the luxurious villa area. This place used to be sparsely populated, and now it is even more silent. On the way, Yang Tao also dealt with several giant wolves. It brought him about 10 experience points. Something is better than nothing. When I saw the Taoist who scattered money, he was still leaning on the pillar of the pavilion. A black robe fluttered in the wind. Seeing Yang Tao coming, Taoist Sankai stood up. Little brother, we meet again. I wonder what you want to buy this time, little brother? The Taoist who distributes wealth seems to be a trading tool. Although the words were polite, the tone was bland. As he spoke, he took out a book. It's a product catalog. Yang Tao wasn't polite either. The experience summed up by countless people in previous lives. The Taoist who scatters money is a ruthless trading tool. Take the books. Yang Tao quickly found what he wanted. Low-grade skill upgrade card. After use, you can upgrade the cultivation stage of low-grade skills once. The price is 5 immortal crystals. When Yang Tao saw the price, he almost cursed. The Lingxi Ju, a low-grade martial art, was sold for only 3 immortal crystals at the time. Unexpectedly, the upgrade card for the lower-grade martial arts would cost 5 immortal crystals. In the end, Yang Tao gritted his teeth and bought 3. In the blink of an eye, another 15 fairy crystals were deducted from the account. In addition, Yang Tao also felt that he lacked group attack skills. When facing a large number of monsters, group attack skills are undoubtedly the best. After searching in the catalog for a long time, Yang Tao decided to spend 3 fairy crystals to buy a low-grade group attack sword technique called 4-Direction Sword Light. 4-Direction Sword Light. Low-grade sword technique. After using it, you can instantly strike the sword 4 times at different or the same target, causing the same damage. Mana consumption. 5. After the transaction was completed, Yang Tao directly started learning the 4-Directional Sword Light skill. Overall, Yang Tao was quite satisfied with this skill. You can attack in all directions instantly, which is a good skill whether it is a group attack or a single attack. The only drawback is that it consumes a lot of mana. After learning the 4-Directional Sword Light, Yang Tao used the low-grade skill upgrading card he had just bought. In an instant, the level of Lingxi Ju's practice was brought to perfection. Yang Tao's mana also increased to 40 points. At present, Yang Tao can use his skills without restraint. Even if it consumed the terrifying 4-Directional Sword Light, he could activate it 8 times in a row. Yang Tao. Level 440/160. Race, acquired human race. Kung Fu. Lingxi Ju perfect. Skills. Qing Feng sword technique. 4-Direction Sword Light. Talent. Saint's background. Package space. 100. Immortal crystal. 15,999,999,479. HP. 50. Mana/inner force. 40. Strength 5. Speed 5. Defense 5. Yang Tao now has 2 skills. One is an offensive assassin skill, and the other is a group attack skill. The mana value also reached the peak of Lingxi Ju. If Yang Tao wants to continue to increase his mana, he can only practice other skills. I spent more than a dozen immortal crystals. Yang Tao uttered a lament. Every time he saw the fairy crystals decreasing, he felt a tormenting feeling. The further you go, the more fairy crystals you spend. This is also the reason why he used it sparingly during both purchases. It's not that he doesn't want to spend. With hundreds of billions of immortal crystals, he can now buy even the most advanced martial arts techniques. However, after buying it, his life will be miserable. Instead, save a little now so that you can be more comfortable later. In the later stages, without immortal crystals, it would be really difficult to move forward. Moreover, monsters at this stage will not drop fairy crystals. In other words, the more Yang Tao uses, the less he has. So, all Yang Tao buys now are necessities. Yang Tao dared not touch anything fancy. When the Taoist priest Sankai saw that Yang Tao was full of regret, a smug smile appeared on his face. Then he sat back on the stool and closed his eyes. After Yang Tao made the purchase, he didn't stay for too long. His figure flashed, and he disappeared right on the spot. Chapter 23, Continuous Upgrade. Half an hour later, Yang Tao appeared in front of the villa. At this time, Wu Feifei was already waiting in the living room with the wolf thorn in her hand. Be ready to go out and level up at any time. In order to facilitate leveling, Wu Feifei simply wore a pair of tight jeans, and even her upper body was a tights, wrapping herself tightly. But it reveals her curvy figure. Yang Tao was dazed by what he saw. Wu Feifei blushed and glared at Yang Tao. Yang Tao smiled awkwardly. Well, let's go. The two followed yesterday's route. Come directly to the air raid shelter. The air raid shelter was still pitch black. In the darkness, there are countless pairs of scarlet eyes. Portable light turned on. The giant wolf rushed out directly. It's still the same rhythm as yesterday. The same overwhelming strength. But what's different today is that Yang Tao learned new skills, and the mana value reached 40 points. Facing an ordinary level 1 giant wolf, Yang Tao did not use any attack skills. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? The weak first-level giant wolves were killed one by Yang Tao's ordinary attacks. And Wu Feifei, behind Yang Tao, used the wolf thorn to kill the giant wolf that was missed. After half a day, Wu Feifei also killed a lot of giant wolves. But compared with Yang Tao, the number of giant wolves she killed was not even a fraction of the number that Yang Tao killed. Finally, Yang Tao felt a surge of strength in his body. Upgraded again. After half a day of fighting, Yang Tao finally reached level 5. The number of giant wolves that died at his sword has reached hundreds. Yang Tao, level 50/320. Race, acquired human race. Kung Fu, Lingxi Ju perfect. Skills, Qing Feng sword technique, 4 direction sword light. Talent, Saint's background. Package space, 100. Immortal crystal, 15,999,999,479. HP, 60. Mana/inner force, 40. Strength 6. Speed 6. Defense 6. After level 5, more than 300 experience points are required to upgrade. Wu Feifei also successfully reached level 2. At this time, Yang Tao was already exhausted. Wu Feifei was also panting, her chest rising and falling with her breathing. Take a break. Yang Tao and Wu Feifei walked straight out of the air raid shelter. The sky was dark at this time, without a trace of sunshine. The whole sky was covered with dark clouds. But it didn't rain. This horrible weather has lasted since the game started. Yang Tao took a look and didn't care. The weather will return to normal in a few days. By then, the world will undergo great changes. A more massive primitive world will descend here. After taking out some fast food from the storage ring, Yang Tao and the other person sat down on the ground, feasting on the dirty grass. In his spare time, Yang Tao opened the chat interface. At this time, there are already a lot of people in the launching chat channel. Everyone is talking about how to kill monsters and level up. Yang Tao also watched with great interest. Everyone is level 0 now. Facing a giant wolf alone, we can't defeat it even with weapons. We can actually use thermal weapons. The one above is useless. Someone has tried it. Thermal weapons have limited lethality. The only way now is to team up and kill monsters, which is how it's played in the game. Now there are already many people forming teams to kill monsters. Some even reached level 1. If you have time to argue here, you might as well go kill monsters. Killing a giant wolf only gives you 2 experience points. You need to kill 5 to level up. Giant wolves are not easy to kill. My brother has been eaten by a giant wolf. Everyone, please be safe. Yang Tao looked at the harmonious chat channel. I couldn't help but sneer. Human nature, cannot stand the test. Now the game has just arrived. These people need to stick together for survival. When the whole world stabilizes, there will only be hostility in the chat channel. Trust between people will also disappear. All kinds of distortion of human nature and decline of morality will occur. Yang Tao had seen a lot of these in his previous life. Close the chat channel. When he looked up, Wu Feifei had already arrived in front of Yang Tao. Mr. Yang, let's add a friend first. Yang Tao was stunned for a moment before he reacted. The chat interface has a friend function that allows you to add friends to chat. From now on, this will be the only way people can communicate. All means of communication in reality will become ineffective. Good. In a short while, the two added each other as friends. If anything happens, Yang Tao can directly find Wu Feifei through the friend function in the chat interface. The two rested for a while and then went directly into the air raid shelter again. Inside the air raid shelter, Yang Tao had cleared a vacuum zone in front. Moved forward along the dark air raid shelter. During this time, a giant wolf rushed out following the light source and was killed by Yang Tao with one knife. Kill level 1 giant wolf. Gain experience 1. Yang Tao frowned. The experience that the first level giant wolf brought him was getting less and less. Now, there is only a pitiful bit. If you really want to kill the giant wolf and upgrade, when will that happen? Fortunately, this air raid shelter is known as a holy place for leveling up. There are also more advanced monsters among them. Yang Tao and the other person came to a corner. This is a huge underground space. It is a relatively large shelter. As soon as he arrived here, Yang Tao felt something was wrong. The fishy smell here is a little stronger than other places. The Qing Gang's sword appeared in his hand. Wu Feifei stood behind Yang Tao, holding a portable flash in one hand and a wolf thorn in the other. With the illumination of the portable light, Yang Tao finally saw clearly what was inside the cave. Inside the cave, I saw numerous figures standing, all of them with muscular bodies and wearing short leather pants. Their heads are huge wolf heads. Wolf Demon Leader. The leader of a pack of wolf demons. Yang Tao smiled. This is a search that cannot be found even after searching everywhere. I didn't expect there would be so many wolf demon leaders here. He just complained about the lack of experience for the first level giant wolf. Killing a level 5 elite monster wolf leader is several times more powerful than an ordinary level 1 giant wolf. When Wu Feifei saw this scene, she couldn't help but take a step back. She had seen how powerful the wolf demon leader was. There are so many now. Yang Tao's expression remained calm. Looking at the many wolf demon leaders, took out the Qing Gang sword. The sword light flashes sharply under the light. It directly attracted the attention of the wolf demon leader. Roars sounded in the cave. The wolf demon leaders either held maces or rusty machetes. He yelled and rushed towards the two of them. There were about 20 or 30 wolf demon leaders, running with great momentum. Chapter 24, The Global Gaming Era begins. Yang Tao took a step forward, and the Qing Gang sword in his hand turned into a sword shadow. The Qing Feng sword technique was activated, and Yang Tao's figure disappeared directly on the spot. The next second, he appeared in front of the wolf demon leader. With one swing of the sword, a wolf demon leader died. Kill the level 5 wolf demon leader and gain 20 experience points. Fortunately, even though Yang Tao is now level 5, his experience points for killing level 5 elite monsters are not reduced at all. This made Yang Tao even more excited, although Yang Tao is now at the same level as the wolf demon leader. However, because Yang Tao had the blessing of equipment, his attributes had already surpassed that of the wolf demon leader. Coupled with the two major skills, many wolf demon leaders were unable to fight back for a while. Sword lights in all directions. Yang Tao whispered softly. The Qing Gang sword in his hand instantly turned into 4 sword shadows, stabbing at the 4 wolf demon leaders respectively. Under Yang Tao's powerful attack, the 4 wolf demon leaders fell to the ground instantly. Kill the wolf demon leader. Gain 20 experience points. Kill the wolf demon leader. Gain 20 experience points. Kill the wolf demon leader. Gain 20 experience points. Kill the wolf demon leader. Gain 20 experience points. This one skill directly brought Yang Tao 80 experience points. Looking at the slowly increasing experience points, Yang Tao was delighted. Isn't it just 300 experience points? Just use a few more skills. At the same time, he was extremely shocked by the power of the sword light from all directions. In his previous life, he had no chance to learn this skill. The understanding of group attack skills is still at a very superficial stage. Only now did he realize that the skill of four-directional sword light was simply a magical skill for leveling up. A steady stream of wolf demon leaders rushed out. Yang Tao used the four-direction sword light skill again without any hesitation. Another wave of experience points has arrived. It costs 5 mana points to cast the four-direction sword light skill once. Now that Yang Tao is in full condition, he has a full 40 mana points, enough to continuously unleash the four-directional sword light 8 times. For a moment, sword lights flashed in the air raid shelter. As the wolf demon leaders fell one by one, Yang Tao's experience value continued to rise. Wu Feifei stood behind Yang Tao. Holding a portable light in his hand, he dared not move at all. If it was a level 1 giant wolf, she could still handle it. Now this is the level 5 elite wolf monster leader. Even if Yang Tao deliberately left out a wolf demon leader, she would not be able to deal with it. So, Yang Tao took charge of all the monsters by himself. When the last wolf demon leader fell to the ground, the entire underground space was filled with corpses. A strong smell of blood filled the air. Now, Yang Tao's mana is also exhausted. My physical strength has reached its limit. Looking at his own attribute of laziness, Yang Tao showed a gratified smile. Upgraded. Now, Yang Tao has reached level 6. Except for the mana which has been reset to 0, all other basic attributes have increased by 1 point. The experience points for reaching level 7 become 740. This time, Yang Tao has reaped a lot of rewards. Now, Yang Tao can only take a rest. After practicing the technique, you will not only have mana. Mana will also be restored automatically. Now, Yang Tao's Lingxi Ju has been cultivated to the perfect level. The mana recovery speed has also been pushed to the limit. Restore 3 mana points in 10 minutes. Although the speed is not fast, it is enough. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, Wu Feifei witnessed the entire battle. But it was still shocking. She couldn't help but feel curious. What level is Yang Tao now? Yang Tao put away the Qinggang sword. So I started to check if there was any equipment exposed. The elite wolf demon leader has a chance to drop a mid-grade spiritual weapon set. In the dim air raid shelter, Yang Tao saw a flash of green light. I suddenly became energetic. I walked over, picked it up, and took a look. It was actually a wolf soul suit. A jet black cloak appeared in Yang Tao's hand. I don't know what kind of fabric the cloak is made of, but it feels cool and silky like dove silk. Semi-low-grade spiritual weapon. Wolf soul cloak. Speed +5. Defense +2. Equipment requirements. Level 1. One of the low-grade spiritual weapon wolf soul set. Collect all 5 wolf soul equipment to synthesize the middle-grade spiritual weapon wolf soul. It's actually a cloak. Yang Tao was surprised. There are various types of equipment, and the attributes they add are also different. But generally, only one basic attribute will be added. In addition to increasing speed, this cloak also adds 2 points of defense. It is rare among low-end magic weapons. Yang Tao looked at it for a while and gave it directly to Wu Feifei. Increasing speed by 5 points is dispensable to Yang Tao. With the speed boost of Qingfeng sword technique, it is enough. Moreover, Wu Feifei now has the wolf thorn in her hand. Although her attack power is sufficient, her defense ability and speed are still lacking. Just right. By then, the wolf soul set will be complete and will be enough for Wu Feifei to use for a while. Wu Feifei was a little surprised when she took the wolf soul cloak. Is this for me? Yang Tao nodded. There will be better equipment in the future. Yang Tao did not hesitate to paint a rosy picture for Wu Feifei. Wu Feifei wasn't polite either. Just drape it behind you. Go back and come back tomorrow. After Yang Tao confirmed that no other equipment had been exposed, he decided to go back first. His mana has not recovered yet. Waiting here is not a solution. It's better to go back and have a good rest. Outside the air raid shelter, it was already evening. After returning to the villa, we had a meal cooked by Wu Feifei herself. Yang Tao returned to his room. With nothing to do, Yang Tao took out his mobile phone to browse the web. Nowadays, mobile network is used up every day. In some places, the signal base stations have been destroyed and mobile phones have no signal at all. It won't be long before it becomes completely ineffective. Yang Tao went directly to the hot search list. Monsters are descending upon every country in the world. Reporters from Japan are reporting. All flights around the world are currently suspended. 80% of people in the country have activated their game panels. Experts predict that the global gaming era is about to arrive. The day before yesterday, the director of the Academy of Sciences published an article stating that the source of all this could be a powerful civilization, which cannot be discovered with the current level of human technology. NPCs are real people. Don't treat them as NPCs in the game. In the capital Dragon City, a company surrounded the NPC address and attempted to monopolize it. Currently, they have been driven away by the people. A student from a certain college in Pengcheng completed the upgrade on his own. After the upgrade, his physical fitness will be twice that of an ordinary person. The monster is ferocious. We suggest that people form a team to kill it. There's a lot of information on the hot search list. Yang Tao saw that 80% of the people activated the panel. I couldn't help talking to myself. Level rankings are coming. Now is the era of global gaming. Other games will also appear abroad. Flights were suspended and transportation was inconvenient. The entire social order has begun to collapse. Chapter 25, Top of the Level Ranking. The most important of these is the release of the rankings. The level ranking list ranks the levels of people across the country. Anyone who ranks in the top 10 will receive a reward. The level ranking list is released for the first time, and the rewards are the most generous. Yang Tao remembered that the reward for first place in his previous life was a pupil skill. Yang Tao had been prepared for this. He is now level 6. According to the timeline of the previous life, the highest level person now should be level 3. Yang Tao is full of confidence in this. Putting down his phone, Yang Tao opened the chat channel again. Now chat channels are gradually becoming an important way for people to communicate. Even now, messages are constantly scrolling in the chat channel. It's so hard to level up. 2 experience points for a giant wolf. Don't games have equipment? I'm already level 1, and I haven't seen any equipment drop. Team up, Yangqing team up to kill monsters. We need people with good physical fitness. No whimpering monsters. The above person, no one has revealed the equipment yet. Maybe there will be some in the future. I want equipment too. Now I'm using a kitchen knife to chop a giant wolf, but the blade is bent, and I can't even cut through the skin. That's outrageous. Now we can only kill the giant wolf slowly. I can't even see the monster's attributes. Last time, my friend and I saw a monster with a human body and a wolf head. We thought it would be easy to fight, but my friend was killed as soon as he approached. When Yang Tao saw this, he couldn't help but sigh that people cannot be compared. He is now at level 6. You can kill the wolf demon leader in seconds. Most people are still stuck on how to kill the giant wolf. Yang Tao is not a saintly bitch. He cannot help others with this kind of thing. After closing the chat channel, Yang Tao decided to take a break. Now the giant wolves in this villa area have been cleared out by him, and no other monsters will appear for the time being. You can sleep peacefully. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight fell in the early morning, Yang Tao opened his eyes. After a night's rest, he is now full of energy. The 40 mana points also returned to their peak overnight. As soon as I came to the living room, I saw a bowl of white porridge on the table. Wu Feifei was nowhere to be seen. After Yang Tao finished drinking the porridge, Wu Feifei ran out in a hurry. Boss Yang, look, ranking list. You are number 1 now. Yang Tao was stunned. He didn't expect the level ranking list to be released so soon. Quickly opened the panel. Now I found one more function. Level rankings. Yang Tao opened it and took a look. Ranking list. Those who are on the list will receive rewards. First place, Yang Tao, level 6. Second place, Jiang Qingsong, level 3. Third place, Lu Xing, level 3. Fourth place, Chen Yijian, level 3. Fifth place, Yang Qiu, level 2. Sixth place, Wu Feifei, level 2. Yang Tao was not surprised that he ranked first. Wu Feifei ranked 6th. It was also expected, except for himself and Wu Feifei. The rest were familiar faces from the previous life. These people were all influential figures in their previous lives. It is the existence that Yang Tao looks up to. Now, Yang Tao's ranking is directly higher than theirs. The leaderboard has appeared. Yang Tao also felt relieved. The gap of 3 levels cannot be made up by just interrupting time. He doesn't need to rush to level up for the time being. As for the first place reward, Yang Tao estimated that it would be distributed tonight. He has been looking forward to the pupil technique for a long time. Boss Yang, you're already level 6. Wu Feifei has always been curious about Yang Tao's level. I thought Yang Tao's level was about level 3 or 4. I didn't expect that my boss is already level 6. It was nothing but an accident. You're ranked 6th, which is not bad. Yang Tao laughed. Most of them are still hovering at level 1. Wu Feifei nodded heavily. Then thank you, Mr. Yang. So, Mr. Yang, when do I start working? Wu Feifei herself is a workaholic. I've been leveling up with Yang Tao these days. The benefits you get are tangible. Ranked 6th in the level, Wu Feifei thinks she is extremely intelligent, but she does not believe that she has such ability. All this depends on Yang Tao. There are 2 more pieces of equipment. She had never heard of anyone getting the equipment in the chat channels or on the internet. This shows how precious equipment is. And now, she has mastered the equipment. And there are 2 of them. These advantages have already made her far superior to ordinary people. She's a little embarrassed now. I feel uneasy. Yang Tao smiled when he heard this. You have to get promoted first before you can get a job. There will be many places where Wu Feifei can be of use in the future. After hearing this, Wu Feifei looked at Yang Tao strangely, as if to say, do you have any idea about me? Yang Tao rolled his eyes at her, ignored Wu Feifei. Yang Tao opened the chat channel. At this time, the chat channel was already boiling. Fuck, there is such a thing as a ranking list? I'm curious, what exactly are the ranking rewards? Oh my god, what happened to the first place? Level 6. I'm still level 0. How did it get up there? Is there a cheat? Is Yang Tao, the first place winner, the son of the Yang group? You're kidding. How is that possible? It must be a coincidence. I heard from my friends in Longcheng that Yang Tao took action some time ago. It's confirmed. The first place winner, Yang Tao, is the son of the Yang group, but he has already sold his shares in the Yang group. It's really him. Brothers from Longcheng, come out and talk. I'm from Longcheng. Wu Feifei, who ranked 6th, is Yang Tao's personal assistant. I guess it's him. Fuck. What kind of heaven-defying opportunity did Yang Tao get? I admit I'm jealous. Yang Tao took a look and found that most of them were talking about himself. Even Wu Feifei's identity was revealed by someone with ulterior motives. Yang Tao didn't care about this. Wu Feifei is his personal assistant, and this matter will be discovered sooner or later. For him, it had no effect. Even better work in the future. In addition, there was a hot post on the internet that caught Yang Tao's attention. Yang Tao holding a big secret. The topic of the post is very clear, directly pointing to Yang Tao, who ranks first. Yang Tao took a quick look. I found out that they all said they had a big secret, to upgrade quickly. And he also brought his own personal assistant to upgrade. The analysis is also well-reasoned. In response, Yang Tao could only smile. How could they know the secrets about him? It's okay to just talk nonsense on the internet. If someone causes trouble for him in real life, he will not hold back. Today, Yang Tao plans to take a day off, waiting for the first place reward to be issued. Chapter 26. Rewards are distributed. Looking to purchase spells? Time passes by little. The rewards for the rankings will also be distributed after 24 hours. At the same time, the rewards are also marked in the ranking interface. First place, Yang Tao, level 6, rewarded with the top grade spell, Spirit Eyes. Second place, Jiangqing Song, level 3, rewarded with the lower grade technique, Nourish the Spirit. Third place, Lu Xing, level 3, rewarded with the lower grade spell, Wind Chasing Body Skill. Fourth place, Chenyi Jian, level 3, rewarded with the lower grade spell, Offset Fist. Fifth place, Yang Xiao, level 2, rewarded with the lower grade spell, Qingyun Spear Technique. Sixth place, Wu Feifei, level 2, rewarded with a lower grade spell, Exploring the Mysterious Steps. The top 10 on the leaderboard will have different rewards. These rewards are all low-grade spells, with the first and second place being the exceptions. One is a top-grade spell, the other is a technique. Yang Tao opened the interface, and a prompt popped up immediately. Do you want to receive the ranking reward? Yang Tao took it without thinking. I have been coveting this pupil technique for a long time. A ray of light flashed in his hand, and Yang Tao suddenly felt that there was something extra in his hand. After the light faded, Yang Tao could see clearly what was in his hand. This is a book. This is the so-called skill book. All skills and techniques appear in the form of books. As long as you learn, the books will disappear. Yang Tao immediately chose to study. The book in his hand immediately turned into a stream of light and penetrated into Yang Tao's head. A piece of information appeared in Yang Tao's mind. Top-grade spell, Spiritual Pupil, a passive spell that can see through the attributes of characters/monsters that are no more than 20 levels above your own level. Seeing the introduction of the Spiritual Pupil spell, Yang Tao smiled. It really is this spell. In the past, he could only determine the attribute level of monsters based on his knowledge from his previous life. With the magic of spiritual pupils, you can know it just by taking a look. The point is, this spell is a passive skill. No mana is consumed. What surprised Yang Tao even more was that this spiritual power was actually a top-grade spell. The higher the grade of a spell, the more powerful it is. Even in Yang Tao's previous life, when there were many masters everywhere, low-grade spells were the mainstream for ordinary people. Some strong individuals have the opportunity to practice mid-level spells. Those who can practice top-grade spells are masters among masters. As for the top-grade magic, Yang Tao had never heard of it or seen it before. Above the best magic, there is also the legend of immortal magic. And this spiritual pupil spell is already a top-grade spell and is considered to be top-notch. Yang Tao Lo's Ixtatit. And Wu Feifei's reward is also a spell. The reward for 6th place is a low-grade spell. Exploring the mysterious steps? Yang Tao thought about it and had no impression of this spell. But just by listening to the name, you can tell that it is a body movement spell. Combined with Wu Feifei's Wolf Soul set, it can also produce different effects. The only problem now is, it is easy to learn spells, but difficult to cast them. Casting spells requires mana, and mana can only be gained by practicing martial arts. Among the top 10 rewards, only Jiang Song, who came in second, received a martial arts reward. The others all use lower-grade spells. Yang Tao remembered that Jiang Song was also from Longcheng. In his previous life, Jiang Song was a master who was high above everyone else. And Yang Tao is just a rich second generation who lives a life of idleness and waiting to die. The two people's status is very different, and they have no intersection at all. Yang Tao opened the chat channel. Sure enough, the chat channel was already in chaos. Various information is constantly being refreshed. Holy crap! The rewards for the leaderboard are so generous. So-called spells should be skills. If I had known earlier, I would have worked harder to kill monsters and level up. Now that they have skills, they can level up even faster. The first place winner, Yang Tao, actually got a top-grade spell. The others all got low-grade spells. Wrong. The second place, Jiang Song, got a low-grade technique. There is a difference between techniques and spells. Anyway, a top-grade spell sounds very powerful. What kind of incredible luck is Yang Tao? Not only is he at level 6, but he also got a top-grade spell. No comparison. Everyone in the chat channel is talking about this ranking reward. At this moment, a piece of news directly detonated the whole audience. Extraordinary news. Inside information. What inside information? Please tell me more. My cousin's husband's sister's aunt has a son who ranks in the top 10. He revealed a piece of news to me. That is, skills and spells must be used in conjunction with each other. After practicing magic, you need to use it in conjunction with the technique. It seems to require some mana. Fuck, then won't the rewards for the top 10 be usable? That was really a false alarm. I guess someone will be looking for a technique next. Yang Tao was not surprised to see this. Kung Fu is more difficult to obtain than magic. Before level 10, it is extremely difficult to obtain martial arts skills. In my previous life, before level 10, I relied on brute force to fight monsters. There is no such thing as any skills or techniques, but these have nothing to do with Yang Tao. He had already practiced the technique a long time ago, and it is a perfect practice. There was only Wu Feifei, so Yang Tao could only try his best to find a technique for her to practice. When Yang Tao was about to exit the chat channel, one piece of news caught his attention. I'm Jiang Song, and I'm looking to buy some spells now. I'm in Dragon City. Anyone interested can come find me. You don't have any skills anyway, so it's useless to get the spells. You might as well sell them to me. Yang Tao thought that was the end of it. Unexpectedly, Jiang Song continued. Yang Tao, I know you're in Dragon City. I am very interested in your top-grade magic. Give it to me, and I'll give you everything you want. Everyone, stop swiping the screen. As soon as Jiang Song said this, the chat channel fell silent. No one dared to speak. Yang Tao read a message and immediately laughed. Give me everything I want? Why? He remembered that Jiang Song's father was a very powerful man. In Longcheng, you're the kind of person who sticks to your word. But what does this have to do with Yang Tao? Yang Tao thought about it and replied directly in the chat channel. No interest. You can't give me what I'm interested in. Let's find another employer. After replying, Yang Tao directly closed the chat channel. After Yang Tao went offline, he was in a high-end residential area in Longcheng. This high-end residential area seemed to have not been affected by the monster and remained the same as before. Old men and women were still talking and laughing in the community park. The mother took her child to play in the park, and the children laughed innocently and romantically. Outside the community, there are burly men with flat heads, straight backs, and firmness in their eyes. They formed a circle surrounding the entire community, and holding a weapon, looking outside vigilantly. In a large flat somewhere in the community, a young man saw the reply in the chat channel and threw the teacup in his hand away. Fuck you have no shame, Yang Tao. He's just a rich second generation. No one can stop me from getting what I want. Chapter 27, Giant Wolf King. The chat channel fell silent. After a long time, Jiang Qingsong stopped talking, and the chat messages gradually increased. Fuck, were those two big eyes talking just now? This anger is quite strong. Number 1 and number 2 on the list. Why do I feel like Jiang Qingsong is much more powerful than Yang Tao? Does anyone know what his background is? Jiang Qingsong. I heard he's from the first group. When these words were spoken, everyone was surprised. The first group? Fuck. It turns out that he is from the first group. No wonder he upgraded so quickly. Now we're gonna have some fun. Yang Tao is from the Yang group. Jiang Qingsong is in the first group. The guy upstairs is farting. Can the Yang group compare with the first group? Besides, Yang Tao has nothing to do with the Yang group now. I heard that the Yang group is looking for Yang Tao. Fuck, what kind of grudge is this? Hisoko upstairs. Yang Tao is cold. If someone from the first group comes to me to buy a spell, I'll be the first to hand it in. Yang Tao is being irrational. So what if Yang Tao is at a higher level? No matter how high your rank is, it's useless in front of the first group. Everyone in the chat channel was pessimistic about Yang Tao. Anyone who has a little knowledge of Yang Tao's current situation will know that the Yang group is looking for Yang Tao. Now the first group has been provoked again. The first group is no better than any other group. In front of the first group, the Yang group is not even worthy of carrying their shoes. Have you ever thought about this? Jiang Qingsong has the first group as his backer, but what about Yang Tao? Yang Tao's level is twice as high as Jiang Qingsong's. How did he get there? Fuck, Yang Tao has a big secret. Brothers in Longcheng, if you have a chance, follow Yang Tao. There might be a big surprise. Private chat upstairs. Coordinates. Longcheng, Shisuo upstairs. A conspiracy against Yang Tao is unfolding in the dark. Yang Tao was not aware of this. The next day, after lying down for a day, Yang Tao decided to continue leveling up. Early in the morning, Yang Tao took Wu Feifei out. Head straight to the air raid shelter. At this time, a large number of monsters in the air raid shelter had been cleared out by Yang Tao. Now only the last area remains. This air raid shelter is a special area. After all the monsters here are cleared, the monsters here will return to their original state in a short time. Yang Tao didn't know the ins and outs of this. In the previous life, this place was controlled by a powerful force and became a private leveling holy land. Now, only the monsters in the deepest part remain to be cleared. Yang Tao couldn't help but look forward to it. In the previous life, it was said that there was a boss in the depths. Boss, the worst is level 10. Yang Tao didn't know if he could match up now. But since I'm here, I can't just go back like this. Now that he has the magic of spiritual eyes, he can know the monster's information just by looking at it. Even if you can't fight, you still have a chance to run. A portable lamp taken out from the storage ring. Yang Tao walked straight into the control cave. The air raid shelter was littered with the corpses of giant wolves. The corpses of these monsters will not disappear. They will experience normal decay of corpses and eventually turn into nutrients for this world. There was a bad smell in the air. When Wu Feifei came this time, she also brought a gas mask with her. To deal with this smell, Yang Tao didn't care about it. In his previous life, as a low-class person, he had long been accustomed to these tastes. As the two of them went deeper, soon, they arrived at the deepest part of the air raid shelter. At the deepest point, there is a corridor. The corridor was about 5 or 6 meters wide and led straight into darkness. The light of the portable lamp shines. The scene in the depths slowly appeared before their eyes. When the two saw the scene in the depths, their hearts skipped a beat. Further down the corridor was a black wall. On the wall, mysterious runes were engraved, vaguely revealing the shape of a wolf's head. Mysterious runes covered the entire wall. It seems very mysterious. Under the wall is a huge chair. The texture of the wood is clearly visible on the back of the seat. It's like a king's throne. On the throne, a shirtless, long-haired young man sat with his eyes closed and a calm expression. The long-haired young man has mysterious patterns tattooed on his face, full of wildness. When Wu Feifei saw this scene, she was immediately surprised. Why is there anyone here? Yang Tao shook his head. He is not a human. He is the wolf demon king. To be precise, he is a monster. This is what happens to all the monsters that come into this world. In the early stage, it still looked like a monster. Later, there were fewer and fewer strange monsters. There are more monsters in human skin. Although these monsters look like humans, their natures are no different from those of wild beasts. It's nothing more than having more wisdom and understanding of language. This is the background of Honghuang Jinxian. Yang Tao even looked up some information about the prehistoric times. It is said that the prehistoric era is the mythological era of China. There are countless races in the ancient world, and the human race is just a weak one among them. Powerful races include the demon race, witch race, dragon race, and so on. No matter how strange their original shapes are, as they practice, they can transform into human form at will. Wu Feifei didn't expect the monster to look like this. But when she remembered the monster with a human body and a wolf head, could it be that these giant wolves are evolving into humans? The thought made her shudder. Yang Tao, I didn't say anything. When he saw the long-haired young man, a message automatically appeared in his field of vision. Wolf Clan Giant Wolf King. Level 10. HP 120. Strength 12. Speed 12. The Wolf King of the Giant Wolf branch of the Wolf Clan possesses the most perfect talent of the Giant Wolf Clan. Legend has it that as long as he keeps practicing, he can reach the immortal realm. This is the information of the long-haired young man in front of you. Yang Tao was stunned when he saw this information. Can you reach the immortal realm directly? This evaluation shows that this Wolf King has great potential. Moreover, as a level 10 existence, the attributes of this Wolf King are not low. All attributes are more than twice as high as Yang Tao's. Even though Yang Tao had magic spells and magic weapons, he was no match for him. As the Giant Wolf King, he must have spells and magic weapons. It is not comparable to the giant wolves and wolf demon leaders before. As for Wu Feifei standing aside, she couldn't get involved in this kind of battle at all. Yang Tao thought about it and decided to leave. The portable light went out, and Yang Tao took Wu Feifei and left quietly. The real world is not the game world. Unless Yang Tao is absolutely sure, he will never provoke this giant wolf king. Now he has almost endless immortal crystals. How can you take risks when you haven't yet fully enjoyed your life? Chapter 28 Yang Tao's Opportunity. After walking out of the air raid shelter, Yang Tao went straight home. Now, he needs to upgrade his equipment. Otherwise, he would be no match for the Wolf King. After Yang Tao left, a dark shadow descended at a high speed from the sky, finally landed in front of the air raid shelter. It was actually a drone. In a high-rise building, two young men were operating a drone while the other was looking into the distance with a telescope. Li Neng, this is the place. Yang Tao just came out from here with his personal assistant. This place is more than 10 kilometers away from his residence. If there is nothing going on, he wouldn't have come here specially. Having said that, the two looked at each other and revealed ecstasy. Yang Tao's secret is in there. Let's go. Yang Tao has gone far away. Let's go in and see what's going on. No, let's patrol the drone and go in to take a look. Who knows if there's any danger inside? That makes sense. This time, we two brothers are going to be rich. The two suppressed their excitement. He controlled the drone and flew it shakily into the air raid shelter. Li Neng, fly slower. It's so dark in here. Damn it, you idiot Zhang Chong. Stop bothering me. If you have the ability, you can control it. If not, stop talking nonsense. Li Neng complained and continued to control the drone. Share the picture. I want to see it too. Turn on the drone lights. Turn on the drone lights. The scene inside the air raid shelter appeared before the two men. Inside the huge air raid shelter, the ground was filled with the corpses of giant wolves. The corpses were in horrible condition. They were all killed with one sword. The two of them shuddered at the sight. Zhang Chong couldn't help but shudder. Did Yang Tao kill all these monsters? There are so many of them, at least hundreds of them. This is too horrible. Both of them have already leveled up once, so they naturally know how terrifying these giant wolves are. 5 or 6 ordinary people may not be able to deal with a giant wolf. But now, they saw the corpses of giant wolves all over the ground. Keep flying in. There must be something in there. A palm-sized drone flew through the darkness. Fly into a passage. The scene in the passage moved and shocked the two men. Isn't this one of those powerful monsters? A monster with a human body and a wolf head. Oh my god, there are so many here. 30. What the hell is going on? How could there be so many horrible monsters in this air raid shelter? Li Ning and Zhang Chong were stunned by the scene before them. Were all these killed by Yang Tao? Zhang Chong raised this question. He quickly denied it. These monsters are so powerful that even if Yang Tao is level 6, he can't be their opponent. Although the two were horrified, they did not think that these monsters were killed by Yang Tao alone. Keep going. There's still room inside. The two calmed down and planned to continue exploring inside. The drone made a piercing sound in the quiet space. The four propellers kept cutting through the air, and the buzzing sound was endless. After searching for a while, neither of them found anything else. How about we look for it again? Good. A moment later, the drone flew into a long corridor. What the hell? What is that? There's actually someone here. The two saw a throne placed at the end of the corridor. On the throne, there was a young man with long hair sitting upright. Why is there anyone here? Could it be an NPC? Come on, take a closer look. Controlling the drone, he slowly approached the long-haired man. The harsh sound of propellers continued to echo in the corridor. When the drone was 5 meters close to the long-haired man, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared in the corridor. The long-haired man opened his scarlet eyes and glanced with disgust at the drone that was making the noise. With a wave of his hand, the drone 5 meters away turned into a pile of scrap metal and fell to the ground. Inside the high-rise building, Zhang Chong and Li Nung watched the last scene on the screen and broke out in cold sweats. Fortunately, I didn't go in there myself. Who is that long-haired man? The drone was 5 meters away from him, but he just waved his hand and it disappeared. Could it be an NPC? Both were shocked. There is actually a mysterious long-haired man in the air raid shelter. Could Yang Tao's secret be this long-haired man? What should we do now? We might be gone once we go in. Let's expose this news. I'm sure a lot of people will be interested. Find Jiang Qingsong and ask him to offer a high price. The two soon decided to sell the find. In the high-end residential area, Jiang Qingsong put down the phone, a smile on his face. He didn't expect that someone would uncover Yang Tao's secrets so soon. He was able to reach level 3 because the first group sent people to protect him from beginning to end, gained the advantage in numbers, and Yang Tao alone was able to reach level 6 in just a few days. There must be some unknown secret in this. After his observation, the air raid shelter might be Yang Tao's training ground. The long-haired young man in the depths might be Yang Tao's helper. Meet NPCs? Jiang Qingsong pondered. No, this is colluding with NPCs to murder their own kind. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Jiang Qingsong's eyes. Soon, he denied himself again. Go and make contact first. If you can take advantage of his opportunity, then hide it. If not, then make the matter public. Thinking of this, Jiang Qingsong picked up his cell phone. Uncle Yang, I want to go out for a while. Arrange someone for me? Half an hour later, a group of people set out in a mighty procession through the high-end residential area. The strong young men formed a circle and headed towards the air raid shelter. Among 20 or 30 young men, Jiang Qingsong looked calm and strolled leisurely, as if he was taking a walk in the park. If it were anyone else who wouldn't be keeping their tail between their legs if they went out at this time, I wish I could make myself invisible so as not to be discovered by the monster. Is there anyone like Jiang Qingsong? A group of people came to the air raid shelter in a mighty manner. At this time, Zhang Chong and Li Nung, who were hiding nearby, came out. The two looked at Jiang Qingsong, who was protected by many strong men. So envious. He walked through the crowd timidly, came in front of Jiang Qingsong. Mr. Jiang, we are the ones who sold your video, you see. Jiang Qingsong raised his eyebrows and glanced at the two of them. You did a great job on this. Follow me from now on. The two were ecstatic when they received this answer. How many people would wish to be able to work with Jiang Qingsong? Jiang Qingsong's identity is not as simple as being the second on the ranking list. Behind him is the entire first group. Following Jiang Qingsong is like boarding the big ship of the first group. Even the young and strong men who protected Jiang Qingsong cast envious glances at him. Chapter 29, What kind of monster is this? As the descendant of senior executives of the first group, Jiang Qingsong is always surrounded by followers. But not everyone can follow him. Zhang Chong and Li Neng were able to follow Jiang Qingsong with just one piece of information. Obviously, Jiang Qingsong was very satisfied with what they did. Jiang Qingsong glanced at the entrance to the air raid shelter. A smile appeared on his face. Yang Tao's opportunity is inside. It's hidden enough, but they're all mine. A confident smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, 20 or 30 strong men entered the air raid shelter in an orderly manner. Zhang Chong quickly stopped him. Master Jiang, there is a long-haired man inside. He is very powerful. Jiang Qingsong sneered when he heard this. We have 20 or 30 well-trained strong men. So why should we be afraid of the long-haired man? He waved his hand nonchalantly. Be patient. The long-haired man is nothing compared to the sheer number of people. Zhang Chong looked at the burly men with bare arms around him and swallowed. With so many people around, Jiang Qingsong is indeed qualified to say this. As the strong men entered the air raid shelter one by one, Jiang Qingsong also joined in. Zhang Chong and Li Neng followed Jiang Qingsong closely. The dark and quiet air raid shelter suddenly became crowded. His men took out high-powered flashlights, and in an instant, the entire underground space was illuminated. What caught everyone's eyes was a pile of giant wolf corpses. This scene shocked everyone. Zhang Chong and Li Neng had previously only used drones to enter. Now that I've entered it in person, the experience is completely different. The air was filled with a fishy smell and also a smell of blood. The atmosphere was very depressing. 20 or 30 strong men had already fought with the giant wolf. Know the horror of the giant wolf. When they saw the giant wolf corpses all over the ground, the shock was hard to conceal. A strong man squatted down and examined the giant wolf's corpse. Master Jiang, this sword injury is fatal. Jiang Qingsong was also surprised when he heard this. He can easily kill the giant wolf if he fights it alone, but it is impossible to kill with one move. Could it be Yang Tao's doing? Thinking of this, Jiang Qingsong shook his head slightly. How is that possible? There are so many bodies. It can be concluded that these giant wolves attacked at the same time. Even if Yang Tao was a few levels higher than him, he couldn't have such combat power. Facing dozens or hundreds of giant wolves, it would be useless for anyone to come. It must have been done by the long-haired man in the depths. Jiang Qingsong was even more certain of the identity of the long-haired man. This long-haired man is probably a powerful NPC who is helping Yang Tao. Jiang Qingsong had come into contact with NPCs before. The first group controls the locations of several NPCs. He knew very well that these NPCs had different personalities. Some like to collect things, some like to talk to people. But these NPCs cannot help people level up quickly. And this NPC must be an exception. Otherwise, how could Yang Tao upgrade so quickly? Keep going deeper. Under Jiang Qingsong's command, the strong men slowly went deeper. In a short while, they saw another pile of corpses. Dozens of bodies were lying on the ground, and almost every one of them had a fatal wound. This is a monster with a wolf's head and a human body. There are so many. The strong men cried out in surprise. Every time they encountered these monsters with wolf heads and human bodies, they had no choice but to flee. Don't dare to fight the enemy at all. These monsters with wolf heads and human bodies are like Superman, and their strength is several times that of ordinary people. Even Jiang Qingsong cannot fight the enemy alone. Jiang Qingsong was even happier when he saw the corpses of these monsters. The fact that this NPC can help Yang Tao kill these monsters shows that he is awesome. He had already anticipated that his level would soar after he got the opportunity from Yang Tao. Keep going deeper. 20 or 30 people went straight into the depths. Soon, they arrived at the deepest corridor. At the end of the corridor, the long-haired man opened his scarlet eyes. There was a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. He twitched his nose and smiled a cruel and terrifying smile. Jiang Qingsong and others arrived here. Then I saw the long-haired man stand up. Jiang Qingsong calmed down his excitement. Take a step forward. This big brother? Jiang Qingsong said directly. He had come into contact with many NPCs and already knew what kind of existence NPCs were. As long as you contact this NPC, he will give you conditions and the two of you will exchange. For a long time, the long-haired man did not respond. Jiang Qingsong looked up in confusion. What I saw was the bloodthirsty smile of the long-haired man. What he waited for was not the long-haired man's answer. The long-haired man glanced at him, and his tall figure disappeared on the spot like a ghost. The next second, he appeared beside Jiang Qingsong. "Raise your hand gently." Jiang Qingsong felt a powerful force hitting his chest. His body flew backwards like a kite with a short string. "Enemy attack! Protect Master Jiang." The scene was in chaos. After all, the 20 or 30 strong men were well-trained and quickly surrounded Jiang Qingsong. At this time, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Jiang Qingsong's mouth. The ghostly and mysterious attack from the long-haired man had already hurt all his internal organs. "Go! Protect Master Jiang and retreat." Zhang Chang and Li Neng carried Jiang Qingsong and retreated outside. 20 or 30 strong men blocked the corridor. The long-haired man said nothing and disappeared again. The next second, a scream rang out in the corridor. A strong man had a blood scar on his chest that was deep enough to see the bone. The long-haired man disappeared like a ghost, and a strong man fell to the ground. "This is a massacre." Inside the air raid shelter, screams were heard constantly. Zhang Chang and Li Neng carried Jiang Qingsong out of the air raid shelter and found that there were only 3 or 5 strong men left around them. The rest were left in the air raid shelter. Jiang Qingsong coughed up a large mouthful of blood. "I almost had an emotional breakdown. What the hell is this place? Why would that long-haired guy just attack directly? This is not according to the script at all." There were only a few strong men left around him. Jiang Qingsong's heart was bleeding. These strong men are all from the first group. Not so much now. It will be difficult for him to explain himself when he returns home. Moreover, he now felt that his internal organs were bleeding. If not treated, maybe I have to explain it here too. He is now level 3. Physical fitness is 3 times higher than that of ordinary people. If an ordinary person was grabbed by a man with long hair, the strong men who can't come out are the best example. At the same time, a question popped up in his mind. Isn't this Yang Tao's secret base? How could there be such a terrifying person? Jiang Qingsong made up his mind. Since I can't get this opportunity, don't blame me for being rude. Expose these. Just say that Yang Tao colluded with NPCs to harm his compatriots. Jiang Qingsong ordered. Zhang Chang and Li Neng understood immediately. Okay, arrange it right away. After Jiang Qingsong arranged everything, he fell into a coma. Quick, send Mr. Jiang to the hospital. Call the group. Chapter 30. A store appears, and the spell of 10,000 swords piercing the heart appears. After Yang Tao came back, he didn't stop at all. I went straight to the Taoist who scattered money. The giant wolf king is too powerful. Yang Tao thought he was no match for him. It's useless even if you do it. As for leveling up and then challenging, Yang Tao doesn't have that patience. If you don't fight the boss, can it still be called a boss? Yang Tao said he couldn't bear it for the moment. Change the equipment immediately. Now he still has a large amount of immortal crystals on him. Although Yang Tao was very reluctant to spend the hard-earned immortal crystals. But at the critical moment, Yang Tao also knew what was most important. Yang Tao came to the northern suburbs villa area and saw the scene in front of him. He had a strange look on his face. The villa area of the past has disappeared. In its place, there is a green jungle. There are countless towering trees standing in the jungle. The terrain changed so quickly, Yang Tao was very confused. After the NPC arrives, the surrounding terrain will change. But this happened too early. Isn't it a month before NPC changes the terrain? What is this Taoist who is trying to disperse wealth? The Taoist who distributes wealth is a special existence among all NPCs. He has no stance and can only sell things. This is also the NPC that people have to come into contact with from the beginning to the end. Yang Tao walked into the jungle full of doubts. As soon as he entered the jungle, Yang Tao found a narrow path in front of him. The sheep farm trail extends deep into the jungle with no end in sight. Yang Tao went straight along the sheep farm path. At the end of the road, I saw an ancient building. The ancient building looks like a shop, with a red-painted wooden platform in an ancient style. There is a plaque on the door lintel. Write a letter to Sankai Pavilion. When Yang Tao took a look, he realized that this was the Sankai Pavilion he had seen in his previous life. When you walk into the Sankai Pavilion, you will see the Taoist priest Sankai sitting upright on a chair with a calm expression, as peaceful as a still pond. He ignored Yang Tao's arrival. As soon as Yang Tao got closer, he found a prompt appearing on the game interface. The store interface has been activated. When I clicked on it, I found that it was the product catalog of Sankai Dauren. Yang Tao is very familiar with this. In the previous life, the Taoist who distributed wealth only appeared in the early stage. Since the terrain changed, he moved into the Sankai Pavilion. A store appears on everyone's game interface. As long as you shop in the store, the items will automatically appear in your hand. Extremely convenient. But this was a month later. It's only been a few days? Could it be because I consumed too many immortal crystals? Yang Tao couldn't help but guess. In previous lives, few people possessed immortal crystals in the early stages. After much thought, this is the only possibility. Moreover, the current store interface is also quite different from the previous life. In the past, the store interface appeared automatically. And now, when I came to Sankai Pavilion, the store interface appeared. Yang Tao had no way of knowing the ins and outs of this. However, this store interface will appear in everyone's interface sooner or later. This is an indisputable fact. Later, more and more people discovered the existence of the Taoist who scattered money. At that time, fairy crystals were the mainstream consumption for everyone. Since the store interface has appeared, Yang Tao did not stay there for too long. Purchase items directly in the store interface. Top grade spell. 10,000 swords piercing the heart. Price is 500 immortal crystals. 10,000 swords piercing the heart. Summon 10,000 swords to deal a fatal blow to the target, causing damage 100 times the basic attack power, consuming 30 mana. Yang Tao had been coveting this spell for a long time. I have never been willing to buy it. Now that he had met the Giant Wolf King, it gave him an excuse to spend money. In the store, the highest grade spells now are top grade spells. The best spells above the highest grade spells, as well as the immortal spells, have not yet appeared. In his previous life, Yang Tao did not live to any period. Yang Tao's choice of Kendo was also very simple. Kendo has the highest attack power among all directions. Moreover, as far as Yang Tao knows, when the sects arrive, the most powerful sect will be a sword sect. This is why Yang Tao chose Kendo. After purchasing the most powerful spell, Yang Tao looked at the skills interface. Now he is practicing the Lingxi Ju with 3 immortal crystals. When he reaches the peak of his practice, his mana is only 40 points. After acquiring the spell of 10,000 swords piercing the heart, it was obviously not enough. Opening the skill product interface, a row of skills appeared in front of Yang Tao. Top grade technique. Celestial Immortal Technique. Price. 10,000 immortal crystals. Cultivation requirement. Level 10 or above. Middle grade technique. Lianshu Codex. Price. 1,000 immortal crystals. Requirement for cultivation. Above level 10. Yang Tao excused himself. Quickly closed the store interface. Yang Tao had not carefully browsed these high-level skills and spells before. He just chose a low-grade technique. Now it seems like a wise choice. Except for low-grade skills, mid-grade skills need to be above level 10 to be practiced. Moreover, the price is hundreds of times that of inferior skills. Price is not a problem for Yang Tao. The biggest problem is that the prerequisite level for cultivation is not high enough. Yang Tao had no choice but to give up. After clicking to buy, a book appeared in Yang Tao's hand. This was the so-called skill book. The balance of immortal crystals in the account was also reduced by 500. After purchasing the 10,000 swords piercing the heart spell, Yang Tao started practicing it directly. The book turned into a stream of light and penetrated into Yang Tao's head. A huge amount of information appeared in Yang Tao's mind. It was the information of 10,000 swords piercing the heart. There is an additional spell on the attribute status bar. After purchasing this spell, Yang Tao was full of confidence. Now, he no longer has to fear the Giant Wave King. Yang Tao now has 7 basic attack power, which will be 700 after being multiplied by 100. Killing the Giant Wave King in seconds is no problem. After spending some money, Yang Tao looked at the balance of his fairy crystals again. A feeling of pain arises spontaneously. This immortal crystal will be gone once you spend it. Yang Tao's heart was bleeding. The joy of obtaining a powerful spell just now is gone. Apart from pre-recharge, there are only 2 ways to obtain immortal crystals. One is to kill monsters and get them. One is to get it from NPC. Most of the immortal crystals come from monsters. The conditions for obtaining the immortal crystals from the NPC are too difficult. No, we can't just sit there and do nothing. Yang Tao made up his mind to earn immortal crystals. Otherwise, his hundreds of billions of immortal crystals would be spent sooner or later. After Yang Tao set a goal for himself, he immediately returned home. If other people heard these words, they would probably want to kill Yang Tao on the spot. Nowadays, Most people don't know the existence of fairy crystals. However, as the overall level increases, the currency of Xianjing will sooner or later enter everyone's field of vision. Chapter 31. Yang Tao colluded with NPC to harm his compatriots? Yang Tao had not yet returned from the Taoist priest who was spreading wealth. As soon as he entered the door, Wu Feifei came to Yang Tao with a cell phone in her hand. "Boss Yang, something terrible has happened. What's the hurry?" Wu Feifei gave the phone to Yang Tao. When Yang Tao saw it, his expression became strange. Yang Tao, number one on the ranking list, colluded with NPCs and murdered his compatriots. Jiang Qingsong of the first group took the risk to explore the secrets, his life hanging by a thread. When I clicked on it, I saw that someone had used a drone to take a video of himself entering the air raid shelter. Moreover, Jiang Qingsong also got involved. Yang Tao knew without hesitation that Jiang Qingsong was probably injured by the giant wolf king. Wu Feifei looked worried. "Boss Yang, what should we do now? If this matter is not handled properly, Yang Tao will be like a rat crossing the street, and everyone will shout and beat him. In such a big country, there is no place for him. Nowadays, most people's lives have been changed suddenly by the advent of games. Faced with cruel reality, they can only keep up with the pace of the times. Forced to join the game. Now someone told them that someone was colluding with these NPCs. How could they bear it?" This video became explosive news on the internet just after it was released. Now the network equipment is still operating normally, and everyone across the country can see this message. Countless people were outraged and left the most vicious words in the comment section. "Damn, this is the video that Jiang Qingsong from the first group sent out. It's authenticated. If this video is real, Yang Tao is truly a traitor to humanity. Didn't you see? Deep inside the air raid shelter, there is a man with long hair. He is Yang Tao's partner. This is too vicious. So many people were killed by monsters. Yang Tao colluded with NPCs. Those monsters and NPCs might be in the same group. None of them are good. Where is Yang Tao now? I'm going to chop him up right now. This time, I stand on the side of the first group. The first group is such a big company, and it is the most trustworthy. Who does Yang Tao think he is? Yang Group is the property of Yang Tao's family. Let's go to the official website of Yang Group to ask for an explanation." Countless netizens seem to have found a breakthrough. Rush directly to the official website of Yang Group. Yang Group issued an announcement as soon as possible. Yang Tao is no longer a shareholder of Yang Group. Yang Tao's personal behavior has nothing to do with Yang Group. In addition, if anyone knows Yang Tao's whereabouts, please inform our company as soon as possible. We will reward you handsomely. After releasing the announcement, Yang Group directly closed the website. Like headless flies, netizens returned to the comments section of the video. "Brothers in Longcheng, I know Yang Tao's address." I don't know who said that. It immediately blew up the comments section. Yang Tao currently lives in number 99, Villa District, southern suburbs of Longcheng. Brothers from Longcheng, let's go straight to Yang Tao. So what if I'm the highest level? Can he still beat us? Assemble. Request a gathering place. Go at him. In an upscale residential area. Jiang Qingsong put on the mask while lying down. His face was pale, and there was an electrocardiogram on his chest. On the side, Zhang Chang and Li Neng were opening the lunchbox for him. Jiang Qingsong looked at the trend on the internet and smiled. "Yang Tao, you will definitely die this time. Wait a minute. The two of you go and gather together and fight this Yang Tao for me." Zhang Chang and the other man looked embarrassed. "Mr. Jiang, will anyone really go there? How could anyone really go looking for trouble with Yang Tao just by posting a video like that?" Jiang Qingsong raised his eyebrows. "Just posting a video like that? Don't you know there is something called Water Army? Without anyone setting the pace, will anyone go and cause trouble for Yang Tao? The internet is just a bunch of spectators. They just watch the show and make some comments on the internet that suit the trend. If you touch upon fundamental interests, no one will pay attention to you. I was the one who leaked Yang Tao's address. Those who are calling for a gathering to cause trouble for Yang Tao are also my people." The two were horrified when they heard this. The strength of the first group is its power. Just a video is enough to put Yang Tao to death. If it were the two of them, wouldn't it be? Thinking of this, they both shuddered at the same time. On the other side, Yang Tao was looking at all the comments on the internet. I knew right away that someone was messing with me. Yang Group? Yang Group has just closed its official website. That leaves only one possibility. Jiang Qingsong of the first group. Yang Tao didn't have much impression of Jiang Qingsong. All we know is that he is the heir to the first group, and after the advent of the game, he became a master. Unexpectedly, I got into this trouble because I refused the trading spell. Boss Yang, they gathered and said they were coming to find you. Wu Feifei collected information on the internet as soon as possible. Yang Tao sneered. Although these methods used by online trolls are a bit childish, they can still kill people. It seems that Jiang Qingsong is not going to let me go. How could anyone do such a thing without someone taking the lead? It is obvious that Jiang Qingsong is behind this, gathering together to cause trouble for me. Now, the whole society is in a state of no supervision. They gathered together to cause trouble for themselves. I guess my only fate is death. A cold light flashed in Yang Tao's eyes. You use my identity to post information on the internet, asking all the assembled people to go to the air raid shelter. I'll meet you all there. Also, start a live broadcast. Wu Feifei listened and nodded slightly. Soon, a person claiming to be Yang Tao posted a message on the internet. I'm Yang Tao. I'll see you all at the air raid shelter at 8 o'clock tomorrow. At that time, live broadcast will be started. Looking forward to everyone's arrival. As soon as this information came out, it immediately caused an uproar. Fuck, Yang Tao is too arrogant. Originally, I didn't want to go, but now I have to go. I'll be sorry if I don't go. I'm almost level 2, so I have to go for this kind of thing. In the high-end residential area, Jiang Qingsong laughed out loud when he saw this message. Huh, Yang Tao is courting death. Now, there are even more people who want to cause trouble for him. I thought he was a character, but he turned out to be a brainless person. If it were me, I would leave Dragon City overnight. Jiang Qingsong was even more delighted when he saw Yang Tao committing suicide in this way. As the heir to the first group, he has never given in. There is nothing in this world that he can't get. It would have been fine if Yang Tao had traded honestly before. She actually rejected him openly. Now, whether it is the number 1 on the list or the top grade spell, he wants them all. Give the order, have someone stir up trouble tomorrow, and kill Yang Tao while the chaos is going on. Chapter 32, Killed on the Spot. The next day, 8 o'clock in the morning, people who wanted to attack Yang Tao gathered from all directions in Longqing. The crowd was huge and shouted loud slogans. Arrived in front of the air raid shelter. At this time, there were more than 1,000 people present. Fuck, didn't Yang Tao say he wanted to do a live broadcast? Where are the people? You're not afraid, are you? I think Yang Tao has already run away. If Yang Tao runs away, we will go straight into the air raid shelter and see what is inside. Yang Tao is the most heinous criminal. He actually colluded with NPCs and murdered his compatriots. Today, we must find him and demand an explanation. Many people in the crowd held up their mobile phones and broadcast the event live. On the internet, countless people were watching this live broadcast. They want to see what Yang Tao wants. In the high-end residential complex, Jiang Qingsong had a smile on his face as he looked at his masterpiece with pride. There is a walkie-talkie next to him, which allows him to control the scene at any time. In front of the air raid shelter, just when everyone was about to go directly into the air raid shelter to find out what was going on, Yang Tao arrived late. Behind Yang Tao is Wu Feifei. Wu Feifei was holding a camera in her hand and was also broadcasting live. The number of people in the live broadcast room directly exceeded 1 million. Everyone on the barrage was condemning Yang Tao. Yang Tao, wearing a white sportswear, came directly to the air raid shelter. Yang Tao, you scum, you must give us an explanation today. They colluded with NPCs and harmed Jiang Qingsong of the first group. Wasn't it because Jiang Qingsong ranked second? Your accomplice is in the air raid shelter. Let him out. The video of Jiang Qingsong being attacked by a long-haired man in the air raid shelter has long been circulated. They didn't have the courage to go in. Yang Tao stood directly in front of the crowd. I want to make it clear in advance that the man in the air raid shelter is not my accomplice. He is just a boss. My purpose in coming here today is to kill him. Whatever, explain the ins and outs of this. Jiang Qingsong was attacked when he entered there. It has nothing to do with me. As soon as Yang Tao finished speaking, someone in the crowd spoke up. You're talking nonsense. There's video evidence of you and Wu Feifei coming out of the air raid shelter. How could Jiang Qingsong lie? It's obvious that you are stirring up trouble to clear yourself of suspicion. Yang Tao looked in the direction of the sound and saw a sturdy man in the crowd shouting loudly. Yang Tao's eyes were slightly cold. His figure disappeared on the spot like a ghost. Then, he appeared in front of the burly man. Qing Feng, sword technique. The Qinggang sword appeared in Yang Tao's hand at some point. With one swing, a huge weapon soared into the sky. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Yang Tao killed someone? There was commotion among the crowd. Yang Tao swung his sword and pulled out a black walkie-talkie from under the burly man's body. This scene shocked everyone. Yang Tao actually killed someone in public. They looked at Yang Tao. Their legs trembled, and they retreated one after another. I will never stop trying to kill anyone who slanders me. Yang Tao's figure disappeared again. Arrived in front of the air raid shelter. Someone is behind this matter, Yang Tao said loudly. How do you prove it? Yeah, don't think you can scare us just by killing one person. The voices in the crowd were only a few or three, no longer as loud as before. Obviously, they have reacted by now. In this kind of situation, if you use your brain a little, you can easily guess that there is evidence of human manipulation. But he still refused to admit defeat. Yang Tao didn't want to list the revelations in detail. I'm here to kill the boss today. Next, the live broadcast of me killing the boss will be broadcast directly on the internet. Since you say he is my accomplice, how could I kill my accomplice? After saying that, Yang Tao turned around and went into the air raid shelter. Wu Feifei followed closely behind. The crowd was in an uproar, but no one dared to follow in. The dead body on the ground is the best example. Yang Tao really dares to kill people. There was also a sensation on the internet. They didn't expect that Yang Tao would take the initiative and kill one person directly, shocking the whole audience. Now that I think about it carefully, there are many things that don't match up. Now there are only two possibilities. One is that Jiang Qingsong forged information to discredit Yang Tao. One is that it is true that Yang Tao colluded with the NPC. Next, we need to see whether Yang Tao really kills the long-haired man inside. Yang Tao approached the air raid shelter. As Wu Feifei turned on the lights, all scenes inside the air raid shelter are displayed in the live broadcast room. Yang Tao walked briskly. Soon they arrived at a deep corridor. The camera focuses on the long-haired man in the depths. On the black throne, the long-haired man stood up with a bloodthirsty smile. At some point, a strange wind suddenly blew through the corridor, blow up the man's long hair. The live broadcast room was already in an uproar. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? The throne at the end of the corridor? Why do I feel a sense of oppression? The guy upstairs is right to feel the pressure. Jiang Qingsong, who was ranked second, was defeated by this guy in one move. Oh my god. Yang Tao dared to come in here alone? Could he really be an accomplice? It's confirmed. Yang Tao dares to come here, which means this person won't attack him. As long as Yang Tao walks out of here alive, it means there is a problem. The comments were full of discussion. Wu Feifei stood behind Yang Tao, the camera in her hand as steady as an old dog. She didn't know how Yang Tao would deal with this monster this time. The last time Yang Tao saw the monster, he immediately took her away. It's only been one day. Could it be that he has upgraded again? Wu Feifei couldn't help but guess. Wolf Clan Giant Wolf King. Level 10. HP 120. Strength 12. Speed 12. The Wolf King of the Giant Wolf branch of the Wolf Clan possesses the most perfect talent of the Giant Wolf Clan. Legend has it that as long as he keeps practicing, he can reach the immortal realm. The information about the Giant Wolf King appeared in Yang Tao's eyes. This attribute is enough to crush Yang Tao. Last time, Yang Tao gave up because of the difficulty. This time it's different. But now, Yang Tao is full of confidence. Chapter 33. A Rich Harvest. Before the Giant Wolf King could make a move, Yang Tao attacked directly. 10,000 swords piercing the heart. The top-grade spell 10,000 swords piercing the heart is cast directly. In an instant, countless sword shadows appeared in the corridor. The audience in the distance only heard Yang Tao shouting. The screen was already completely white. What the hell? What is this? Yang Tao seemed to have used a spell just now. Is he really here to kill the NPCs? You must be kidding. NPCs are impossible to kill. Someone has tried it. I know, Yang Tao is acting. In the corridor, sword beams gathered in midair. Then he rushed straight towards the Giant Wolf King. When King Giant Wave saw the powerful spell, a hint of fear appeared in his pupils. Then, Yang Tao heard a prompt. Kill the level 10 boss, Giant Wave King, and gain 100 experience points. At this point, Yang Tao smiled. It is indeed a top-grade spell, killing the Giant Wave King in one move. At the end of the corridor, The throne had been shattered into pieces. The body of the giant wave king was riddled with holes, and he lay limp on the ground, dead beyond deadness. A ray of light spread over the giant wolf king's body. Then it disappeared again. The body of the giant wave king on the ground was gone, replaced by a huge wolf corpse. Yang Tao was not surprised by this. This is the original form of the giant wolf king. After killing a monster, no matter what shape it changes into, it will return to its original form. This scene was not uncommon to Yang Tao. But for the people in the live broadcast room, it was just a small knife showing off there, but which opened their eyes. What's going on? Yang Tao just killed the long-haired man in an instant, and then the long-haired man turned into a giant wolf. Yang Tao's strength is really too terrifying. The last time Jiang Qingsong came here, he was injured. Is Yang Tao really so awesome? Everyone was shocked by Yang Tao's strength. After Yang Tao killed the giant wolf king, he asked Wu Feifei to turn off the live broadcast. Next, there is the prize-giving and corpse-touching segment, which is not suitable for live broadcast. Under the body of the giant wave king, there was a golden light flashing. Yang Tao was overjoyed when he saw it. This is some good stuff. After pulling the corpse apart, Yang Tao saw the good stuff this time. Under the giant wolf's corpse, there were several things lying there quietly, shining with golden light. Among them, there was a pile of particles like coarse salt, emitting a milky white light, which made Yang Tao most excited. This is the fairy crystal. Although fairy crystals can be recharged, they are also physical. This pile of fairy crystals, which look like coarse salt, is more than enough to be picked up with one hand. As soon as he picked it up, Yang Tao saw the prompt. Immortal Crystal * 100. Whether to receive the balance. After receiving the balance, you can withdraw it at any time. Yang Tao directly chose income. In the account balance, the balance of Xianjing jumped and increased by 100. It's not even a fraction of Yang Tao's balance. But Yang Tao was extremely excited. If the fairy crystal explodes, at least he won't have to sit around and eat nothing. Yang Tao continued to look at the remaining things. A wolf head mask with strange patterns painted on it, which vaguely resemble a wolf head. Yang Tao held it in his hand. It felt as light as a feather. Token, the glory of the wolf clan. Yang Tao thought it was equipment. It seems that this thing is not equipment, but a symbol of wolf identity. It is a prop, and although it does not have any bonus, it can play a key role if you meet a specific person. Yang Tao suddenly thought that when the Honghuang sects came in the future, some of them seemed to require tokens of entry. Could it be that this mask is one of the tokens of entry? However, Yang Tao has no way to verify it now. We can only talk about it later. After putting the mask into the storage ring, Yang Tao picked up another book. Low-grade technique. Wolf Soul Technique. Yang Tao was extremely surprised. This wine revealed some powerful martial arts skills. But now he has practiced a low-grade martial art, Ling Si Ju. You can only practice one technique at a time. To put it another way in the game, there is only one slot for each skill. Yang Tao thought about it, waved Wu Feifei over. Wu Feifei was always beside Yang Tao holding the light. Seeing Yang Tao waving, he came over immediately. Here you go, practice now. Yang Tao casually handed the martial arts book to Wu Feifei. Wu Feifei took it and took a look. Suddenly stunned. Is this a technique? Is this for me? Wu Feifei's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. She has been paying attention to information on the internet recently. How could she not know the importance of the exercises? And she is also a person who only has spells but no mana. The reward for the second place in the ranking list is just a low-grade technique. Wu Feifei looked at Yang Tao strangely. Without saying much, he chose to practice directly. Wolf Soul Art turned into a stream of light and penetrated into her head. After a moment, a smile appeared on Wu Feifei's face. With a swish, her figure disappeared from the spot, and the next second, she appeared 3 meters away. This is the body movement magic that Wu Feifei obtained. Wu Feifei's face was full of joy. Yang Tao lowered his head and looked at the last thing. It was a round jade pendant. It feels soft to the touch with carvings of dragons and phoenixes on it, and looks like a third-rate item sold at an antique stall. Low-grade magic weapon, Yunfa Jade. After wearing it, mana will be restored in 1/10 seconds. This magic weapon is very suitable for Yang Tao. Now that Yang Tao has the spell of 10,000 swords piercing the heart, his mana can no longer sustain his consumption. This magic weapon can restore 1 point of mana every 10 seconds, which is already very powerful. Yang Tao doesn't have to worry about the mana issue for the time being. Yang Tao wore it directly. The mana that had been dried up began to recover slowly. Now all the spoils have been collected. Yang Tao stood up. Let's go. Let's meet these people who came to attack me. Thousands of people stopped outside the air raid shelter. Yang Tao was in there for less than half an hour. Each of them held a mobile phone and watched the video of Yang Tao killing the giant wolf king. The shock on his face took a long time to subside. Why is the live broadcast turned off? Is there something fishy going on? Everyone was talking until Yang Tao appeared at the entrance of the cave. Thousands of people suddenly fell silent. Not even the sound of a whisper was heard. You could hear a pin drop. I have killed the boss. Also, those who slandered me this time, wash your butts and wait for me. Yang Tao's voice was not loud, but in the quiet environment, it reached everyone's ears. Some people's faces turned ugly. They're the ones who shout the loudest. Now the situation is very clear. Yang Tao is not colluding with NPCs to harm his compatriots. But someone is behind this. As for who is behind this, everyone knows it, but no one will come forward and say it. Some people's eyes were filled with excitement. Yang Tao's strength has exceeded everyone's cognition. There is no doubt that leaning on Yang Tao's thigh will make life very comfortable in the future. There was a commotion among the crowd. Chapter 34. I envy you for being able to follow Boss Yang Tao. After a commotion in the crowd, several young people squeezed out from the crowd. These young people have childish faces and are probably in their early 20s. Yang Tao took a look and found that the face looked familiar. But I can't remember where I've seen it. The leader spoke. Boss Yang Tao, we brothers have no intention of targeting you. I was saved by you before, and today I came to find out the truth. Since Boss Yang Tao has never done such a thing, we brothers would like to say sorry to you first. As he said this, he actually bowed to Yang Tao in front of thousands of people. Everyone looked at the four people in confusion. I don't understand where these four people came from. Is this the person Yang Tao hired? Yang Tao was also confused. When did I hire a drag operator? This is too cooperative. Then Yang Tao slapped his head and remembered who these people were. Aren't these the people Wu Feifei met when she activated the attribute panel? These people were beaten by the security guards of Yang Group at that time. Yang Tao appeared in time to divert their attention. In the end, these people turned a disaster into a blessing and successfully activated the game panel. So it's you guys? Yang Tao waved his hands to show that he was very magnanimous. The leading young man said again, Boss Yang Tao, can we brothers level up with you? Don't worry, I won't hold you back. Yang Tao thought for a moment and finally nodded. Okay, you guys follow Wu Feifei from now on. The four of them thanked her repeatedly and ran to Wu Feifei happily. Hello, Sister Fei. My name is Lu Qingxiao. My name is Chun Kongming. My name is Chun Kantian. I am Lu Qingxue. Yang Tao couldn't help but feel surprised when he heard this. These four guys, are they two pairs of brothers? But it doesn't look like it. Wu Feifei directly asked the four people to stand behind her. The four of us came from the same village and studied at the same university. After hearing this, Yang Tao suddenly realized. Okay, from now on, just listen to Wu Feifei. The four of them nodded again and again, unable to hide the smiles on their faces. They never thought that it would be so easy to be accepted by Yang Tao. The other thousands of people looked at the four people with eyes full of envy. Yang Tao's strength has now reached its ceiling. Yang Tao is the first person since the world changed drastically. Following Yang Tao is already a huge benefit. At least you don't have to worry about some details. At this time, another person stood up in the crowd. Boss Yang Tao, we also want to follow. He had only said half of his words when Yang Tao raised his hand to stop him. He didn't want to accept people whose origins were unknown. The reason why he accepted these four brothers was because he remembered that in their previous lives, these four brothers were also masters. And the reputation is good. He is a master who is a greenhorn type. But unfortunately, these four brothers like to run into obstacles and act straightforwardly, and were eventually hunted down and killed by powerful forces. It caused quite a stir at the time. Everyone should just level up freely. I can't take so many people with me. Yang Tao refused. Everyone looked at the four brothers with even more envy. Yang Tao ignored it. He took a few people away directly. Thousands of people looked at Yang Tao's departing figure with regretful expressions on their faces. He regretted that he did not stand up and speak well of Yang Tao at the first moment, and thus missed the opportunity. But he forgot that he came here to attack Yang Tao. On the internet, Yang Tao's reputation began to reverse drastically. Now, no one will attack Yang Tao. On the contrary, he had some complaints about Jiang Qingsong. However, due to the existence of the first group, they dare not spread it on a large scale. Even so, there are countless sarcastic remarks about Jiang Qingsong on the internet. Yang Tao became the most powerful person recognized by the entire country. Yang Tao was not aware of this. After returning to the villa, he considered whether to move out of this place. After all, this place doesn't actually belong to him. He had already sold the villa, but no one came to collect the room. He has already planned what to do next. As he is alone, his power is bound to be limited. Therefore, we need to cultivate some trustworthy people so that we can do things more easily in the future. Wu Feifei exists for this very reason. Now there are 4 more brothers, Lu and Chun. He's going to put the plan on the agenda. After some thought, Yang Tao decided not to move for the time being. The game has not yet been fully released, and the world will still undergo some changes. That's when he'll take action. Wu Feifei is worthy of being a personal assistant. The 4 people were settled in quickly. The next day, Wu Feifei and her 4 brothers stood in front of Yang Tao. Wu Feifei, take them to level up first. If you encounter a monster you can't defeat, notify me immediately through the chat channel. As he spoke, Yang Tao took out a map. Mark the location on the map. This is the place Yang Tao marked out as a good place for leveling up according to his memories from his previous life. At this stage, the monsters that descended on Dragon City were all wolves. Wu Feifei already has rich experience in killing giant wolves, so facing ordinary giant wolves is no problem at all. Moreover, he has the blessing of skills and magic, and 2 sets of wolf soul suits. Even if you encounter a level 5 elite monster, you can still fight it. It would be most appropriate to let her lead 4 people in leveling up. The locations Yang Tao gave them were all areas with a high density of giant wolves, but no bosses. Wu Feifei nodded, turned around, and went back to the room. When she came out, she was wearing a cloak. There was an extra wolf thorn on his hand. The 4 of them looked stunned. Lu Qinxiao asked blankly, Sister Fei, are these the legendary equipment? WVV Novet. Yes, just 2 pieces of equipment. 2 pieces. That's all. Lu Qinxiao didn't know what to say. They have been doing this till now, and have not heard of anyone dropping any equipment. And Wu Feifei already has 2 pieces of equipment. Is this the benefit of following Boss Yang Tao? The 4 of them looked at Wu Feifei with envy in their eyes. But soon, the envy in their eyes turned into passion. If Wu Feifei can have equipment, so can they. Wu Feifei simply regarded them as such. Nod. Take your time. There will be some in the future. After saying that, the 4 of them went out under her leadership. Yang Tao looked at the backs of the 5 people and smiled. Now, it's time for him to level up. His current level is level 6. Open the panel properties bar. Yang Tao. Level 6, 189/640. Race, acquired human race. Kung Fu. Lingxi Ju perfect. Skills. Qing Feng sword technique. 4 direction sword light. 10,000 swords piercing the heart. Talent. Saint's background. Package space. 100. Immortal crystal. 15,999999910. HP. 60. Mana/inner force. 40. Strength 6. Speed 6. Defense 6. Now he still needs more than 400 experience points to level up. And the more online you are, the more experience points you need. At this stage, the highest level monster that descended upon this world was a level 10 boss. Can bring 100 experience points to Yang Tao. Now, Yang Tao can kill a level 10 boss instantly. It can be said that if those mysterious NPCs don't take action, he is invincible. Where should I go to level up? Yang Tao was conflicted. The best place to level up in Dragon City in the early stages is the air raid shelter. Now the air raid shelter has been cleaned by itself, and no new monsters will move in for the time being. The only thing to do is to look for another place. Chapter 35 Clear out the Dragon City boss. Yang Tao tried hard to recall his memories of his past life. His strength has already reached the ceiling level, so there is no need to worry about not being able to win. What is needed now is a large number of monsters. After a long time, Yang Tao sighed. In such a huge Dragon City, there is indeed no place where a large number of monsters gather. Yang Tao sighed. He also didn't expect that one day he would be troubled by having no monsters to kill. It's called fate. For now, Yang Tao can only send warmth to each boss according to the address he remembered. All the bosses in Dragon City appeared in my mind. Yang Tao immediately determined the address. After some sorting by Yang Tao, he discovered that there were 21 level 10 bosses in Longqing. In addition to the giant wolf king he killed, there were still 20 left. Each boss can provide Yang Tao with 100 experience points. That adds up to 2,000 experience points. Yang Tao is now level 6. Before level 10, the experience points required for each level are doubled. By this calculation, Yang Tao will need about 18,000 experience points to reach level 10. This is very obvious. Even if Yang Tao killed all the bosses in Longqing, it would still be a long way off. If Yang Tao went to find a level 1 giant wolf, it would take even longer. Forget it, upgrade first. The next game advent will occur when the first person reaches level 10. By that time, there will be no shortage of monsters to kill. Not only that, those monsters are many times stronger than the level 10 boss. If ordinary people see this, they will have no choice but to die. It turns out that when the first level 10 appears, you need to kill half of the monsters in a city. In the previous life, someone calculated that there were only enough monsters in a city for 2 people to upgrade to level 10. This is still an ideal situation. In fact, it is impossible for all monsters to be killed by 2 people. When the first person reaches level 10, it will trigger the coming of the primitive world again, which is the key for others to upgrade to level 10. It is also very simple for Yang Tao to reach level 10. On to the next city? But before doing that again, Yang Tao chose to clear out the boss in Longqing first. After tidying up, Yang Tao set off directly. His running speed is now extremely fast. Although it cannot be compared with that of a car, it is not much different. The first boss Yang Tao chose was located in the center of Longqing. This used to be the most prosperous area in the entire country. Countless international companies have set up branches here. There are usually a lot of people. But now, it is indeed desolate. The once tall office buildings have been reduced to ruins. Construction waste covered the entire street. It seemed as if this place had experienced an 8.0 magnitude earthquake. When Yang Tao saw this scene, he knew he had come to the right place. Even a level 5 elite monster couldn't make such a noise. Only a level 10 boss can turn an entire street into ruins. Yang Tao looked around and found that there was no one here. There weren't even any small animals. Low-level monsters did not even appear. Yang Tao immediately became alert. This boss is different from the others. Other bosses are surrounded by a group of small monsters. But this one is indeed alone. Suddenly, Yang Tao noticed that a pair of hostile eyes were staring at him from a tall building not far away. Yang Tao felt something and looked over. I found a red throne standing on top of a tall building. There was an old figure sitting above. The gazes on Yang Tao came from him. Yang Tao was not afraid and disappeared on the spot, heading straight towards the tall building. The figure on the tall building is not to be outdone. With a leap, he actually jumped down from more than 10 floors. When the old figure was about to hit the ground, his falling speed suddenly slowed down, and he finally landed steadily. The two are only a dozen meters apart. Yang Tao used his spiritual pupil skill, and the information of the old figure appeared in Yang Tao's eyes. Wolf Clan Wind Wolf Old Wolf King. Level 10. HP 120. Strength 12. Speed 12. The retired Wolf King of the Wind Wolf branch of the Wolf Clan has great strength, but due to his old age, his strength has been declining. If you are interested in his peak strength, you can provoke him, and you will see the glory of the Wolf Clan. Old Wind Wolf King? Yang Tao frowned. It seems that this boss can exert even greater strength. But for Yang Tao, it doesn't matter. He was not interested in the peak strength of the Wind Wolf King at all. A good boss is one who dies on you. Yang Tao directly used the skill of 10,000 swords piercing the heart. In an instant, countless sword shadows appeared in the air, circling above Yang Tao's head. As Yang Tao pointed, the sword shadows in the sky were galloping away like wild horses. There were bursts of sword sounds. The sword shadows stirred up gusts of wind. The surrounding building debris was blown by the strong wind, and the sky was full of dust and sand. The old Wind Wolf King was horrified when he saw this scene. I wanted to resist, but it was too late. Thousands of sword lights appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. On his deathbed, the old Wolf King couldn't understand how this seemingly weak person in front of him could cast such a horrifying spell. The sword light filled the sky and penetrated into the old Wolf King's chest, taking his life. With a puzzled expression, the old Wolf King's body fell to the ground with a bang. raising a cloud of dust. Kill level 10 boss Old Wind Wolf King and gain 100 experience points. Yang Tao smiled when he saw this. The spell of 10,000 swords piercing the heart is really powerful. It is specially used for killing boss. The Old Wolf King's body turned into a wolf corpse with mottled hair and an old look. Under the wolf corpse, a golden light was flickering. How could Yang Tao forget the most important step of picking up equipment? Looking at the several things on the ground, Yang Tao grabbed them directly in his hands. Xianjing Lima, low-grade Kung Fu Wolf Run, semi-low-grade magic weapon, wolf soul leather armor, honor of the wolf tribe, *1. There are only 5 immortal crystals, Yang Tao said rather unsatisfactorily. The previous giant wave king contributed 100 immortal crystals to him. The gap between the two is quite large. Yang Tao directly converted the fairy crystals into the balance value. The inferior martial art is the wolf run technique. Yang Tao had no interest in such mediocre and low-grade martial arts. Throw it directly into the storage ring. The next step after the technique is hard currency. Maybe it can be sold at a high price. Wolf soul suit, and it also has defensive attributes. Yang Tao also threw it into the storage ring. Now Wu Feifei is only 2 pieces short of a wolf soul suit, and she will have a complete wolf soul suit. The last thing was the most surprising to Yang Tao. It turned out to be another mask. This mask is no different from the one in Yang Tao's storage ring. Yang Tao had no choice but to put it in his storage ring and look at it later. After packing up everything, Yang Tao went directly to the next destination. Chapter 36 Encounter with Yang Group. In a dark and damp sewer, Yang Tao picked up the exploded equipment from the corpse of a giant wolf. After cleaning up, Yang Tao jumped directly out of the sewer. Yang Tao, level 750/1280. Race, acquired human race. Kung Fu, Lingxi Ju perfect. Skills, Qing Feng sword technique, 4 direction sword light, 10,000 swords piercing the heart. Talent, Saint's background. Package space, 100. Immortal crystal, 15,999,999,10. HP, 80. Mana/inner force, 40. Strength, 8. Speed, 8. Defense, 8. After defeating several bosses, Yang Tao finally leveled up. After level 7, the experience points required to upgrade directly exceed 1,000. Yang Tao was not surprised. Now killing a level 10 boss is as easy as cutting vegetables and melons for him. As soon as they meet, he will use a move of 10,000 swords piercing his heart and take him away directly. He spends more time on the road. Half of the entire Dragon City has been visited. As for the things dropped by the boss, they're difficult to attract Yang Tao. Except for the first giant Wolf King boss, which has 100 immortal crystals, the other bosses each have 5 immortal crystals. Spells and techniques appeared, but they were all of low quality. In addition, every wolf boss will eventually reveal a mask. After Yang Tao finished, he rushed directly to the next location. Soon, Yang Tao arrived at his destination. But he did not kill the boss immediately, but stopped at a distance. Because in front of him, there was already a group of people moving slowly forward. Looking at the figure in the distance, Yang Tao had a strange expression on his face. Team up to kill the boss? Are you so brave? I looked at the number of people in front of me, and there were hundreds of them. Yang Tao's expression became even weirder. Are you trying to win by numbers? In front of a level 10 boss, no matter how many ordinary people there are, it's useless. If there are hundreds of level 5 warriors, they can really kill a level 10 boss, but the price is that half of them will die. But now, among the people on the level ranking list, the highest level is myself, level 7. The second place is only level 4. How to kill the boss? Could it be some stupid young man? Yang Tao touched his chin, prepared to go up and give a reminder. But as he got closer, he saw familiar uniforms. Yang Tao's expression became even weirder. Yang Group. I didn't expect to meet people from Yang Group here. In the team in front, a middle-aged man was surrounded by hundreds of people. Oiti los Yang To is Unko, Yang Tianjia. Chairman, there should be a boss ahead. We will definitely help you take it down this time. What are you afraid of? We have killed monsters with wolf heads and human bodies. What are these? The chairman still has the equipment. We will definitely be able to win. Surrounded by the crowd, Yang Tianjia smiled proudly. He has now fully accepted the fact that the world has changed. And take advantage of the convenience of the Yang Group to upgrade yourself. As the saying goes, There is a promising future ahead, and Yang Tianjia feels like he has found a second spring in his life. He is only level 2 now. It feels like my body has surpassed the limits of normal people. Became a little Superman. He doesn't look like a middle-aged or elderly person at all. Yang Tianjia is very satisfied with his condition. The only bad thing is that his son is missing. The city is full of monsters, and Yang Xiaoming hasn't come back for so long that the Yang Tian family has already guessed what will happen to him. However, these are no longer a problem for the Yang Tian family now. Chairman, it's right in front. When Yang Tao saw that it was Yang Tianjia, he did not come out. Observed directly in the dark. Seeing Yang Tianjia commanding the people of the Yang group, everything was in order. Yang Tao couldn't help but sigh. This Yang Tianjia is really a talented person. After the game came into being, countless major forces lost their cohesion overnight and became empty shells. Under the control of Yang Tianjia, the Yang group has established a firm foothold in Longqing. However, it seems a bit irrational for you to provoke a level 10 boss. In the empty basketball court, a black throne stood abruptly in the center. A man wearing animal skins sat above, and in front of him were several elite monsters with wolf heads and human bodies. People from the Yang group came here in a mighty manner. We'll go first and save the fatal blow for the chairman. Under the command of a management, hundreds of people swarmed forward and directly surrounded the Wolf King boss. Yang Tianjia solemnly took out a password box from the hand behind him. After opening the password box, he took out a shoe from it. After putting it on, Yang Tianjia took a long knife. The long sword pointed forward. Kill! The Wolf King boss, who was surrounded by the crowd, finally stood up. In full view of everyone, his figure disappeared from the spot. The attributes of level 10 are already 10 times that of an average person. Both speed and power. They are all unmatched existences. Soon, the Wolf King killed a man with one claw. For a while, screams were heard everywhere. Everyone showed a look of horror. This was not quite what they expected. Why is this boss so scary? Run! Yang Tianjia yelled, then turned around and ran away. The others saw this and turned around and ran for their lives. But how could the Wolf King let them escape so easily? 5 or 6 level 5 elite monsters directly blocked all retreat routes. Occasionally, he kills a few people. The number of people in the field is constantly decreasing. Screams and pleas for mercy were heard continuously. Everyone looked at the terrifying Wolf King boss in despair. Yang Tianjia was wearing shoes and equipment and was quite fast, and he was able to dodge the attacks of the Wolf King boss repeatedly. Seeing fewer and fewer people around me, there was a trace of despair on Yang Tianjia's face. He doesn't want to die yet. He still has a lot of years ahead of him, but the truth is cruel. The boss is constantly taking the lives of people around him. Yang Tao was watching from a distance and had no intention of taking action. But a damn elite monster actually ran in front of Yang Tao and blocked his way. The pungent fishy smell is extremely unpleasant. When Yang Tao wanted to continue hiding, he was chased by a monster with a wolf's head and a human body, roaring. Obviously, this elite monster discovered his location. Yang Tao was helpless. In this kind of situation, if it happens to a group of strangers, it wouldn't hurt to rescue them as long as it doesn't affect you. But this is Yang Tianjia, the person who wanted to kill him before. Yang Tao really didn't want to take action. The Qin Gang sword appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it directly, killing the elite monster in front of him. In Yang Tao's eyes, the elite monster is now no different from an ordinary level 1 giant wolf. This scene immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the field. Even the Wolf King looked here. Chapter 37, I am your uncle. Save me. Who is this man? Why is he here? Everyone had a question. This is where the boss is located. No one dares to come in within a few hundred meters. How could anyone come here? And he came alone. Soon, Yang Tao was recognized. He is Yang Tao on the level ranking list. When these words were spoken, everyone present was extremely shocked. Of course, they knew Yang Tao's identity. How come Yang Tao is a former shareholder of Yang Group? Although he did not show up many times in the Yang Group, he was still recognized. Yang Tianjia's expression was gloomy and uncertain. Yang Tao actually appeared here. This is when it is not expected. Suddenly a voice came from the crowd. Yang Tao is here. Let him come and save us. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone suddenly woke up. Yang Tao once killed a boss during live broadcast. In the level ranking list, Yang Tao's name ranks high at the first place. His strength is beyond doubt. Everyone was overjoyed. It was like grabbing a life-saving straw. An employee next to Yang Tianjia said, "Chairman, Yang Tao is your nephew. Please ask him to come and save us." "Yes, Chairman, if he takes action, we will definitely be fine. Maybe we can even kill this boss." "Chairman, please say something." The people around Yang Tianjia were talking to each other, making Yang Tianjia's face turn blue and red. It is true that Yang Tao is his nephew, but the conflict between the two of them was not something that could be told to outsiders. His son Yang Xiaoming disappeared after he went to kidnap Yang Tao. Although he had no evidence to prove that Yang Tao did it, it was almost certain. More importantly, when Yang Tao sold his shares, the two of them had already lifted the veil. How could he speak? "Chairman, why didn't Yang Tao come to rescue us?" Chairman, save me." Before he could finish his words, the man was stabbed in the neck by the Wolf King boss's claw. Died. Yang Tianjia watched as the number of people around him decreased, and he knew that sooner or later it would be his turn. So he looked at Yang Tao. Yang Tao was watching from a distance at this time. "Yang Tao, I'm your uncle. Please save me." "Yang Tao." Yang Tianjia's words immediately stabilized the morale of the army. Everyone smiled with relief. No need to die. With Yang Tao's help, we are saved. But after a moment, their smiles froze on their faces. Yang Tao's figure was still there, and he did not come to rescue them. Yang Tao looked at these people whose faces were filled with surprise. He sneered. "Yang Tianjia, what uncle-nephew relationship do we still have? You have the nerve to acknowledge me as your nephew, but I don't dare acknowledge you as my uncle." After hearing this, Yang Tianjia showed his signature kind smile on his face. "Yang Tao, what are you talking about? There must be some misunderstanding here." After hearing this, Yang Tao sneered even more. Now, in order to survive, Yang Tianjia really says anything. It's something that everyone knows, but you have to make a fuss about it. "Let me be frank. I don't want to save you. You sent assassins to kidnap me. After this happened, I didn't come to trouble you. This is already the greatest gift." After saying that, Yang Tao continued to watch coldly. For him, the worst that could happen is that he would wait until the Wolf King boss killed these people before killing the Wolf King. It has no effect on him. When Yang Tao said this, Yang Tianjia's face darkened. He thought Yang Tao didn't know about the killer. Now it seems that it is impossible to get Yang Tao to save me. The men around Yang Tianjia heard what Yang Tao said. They all looked at Yang Tianjia. The conflict between Uncle Yang Tao and nephew Yang Tianjia is so deep. Yang Tianjia also sent assassins to kill Yang Tao. This news made them feel depressed. No one would save their enemy. Doesn't Yang Tao mean to let them fend for themselves? In the face of death, everything seems insignificant. "Yang Tao, please save us. We are innocent. What the Yang Tian family does has nothing to do with us. Save me. I'll do anything you ask me to do." Yang Tianjia became furious when he heard his men bowing to Yang Tao in order to survive. He kicked out a person who started to speak, and in the blink of an eye, his head was slashed by the Wolf King boss. Yang Tianjia's move immediately made the people around him take 2 steps back, fearing that Yang Tianjia would kick them out. Who dares to ask for help? At worst, we'll die together. There was a hint of madness in Yang Tianjia's eyes. It made everyone feel heartbroken. Yang Tao didn't expect that he would see this scene again. I suddenly became interested, so he said loudly, "If you kill Yang Tianjia, I can rescue you." As soon as Yang Tao said this, dozens of people fell into chaos. When Yang Tianjia heard this, his expression suddenly changed. Yang Tao is trying to kill himself. Some people sneaked away with their weapons, while others retreated. "I wonder who dares to kill me. I'm level 2 now. I can't be killed by you ordinary people," Yang Tianjia shouted. But it still couldn't stop dozens of people from wanting to survive. "Chairman, I stand with you." A young man came out and stood beside Yang Tianjia resolutely. After hearing this, Yang Tianjia finally showed a look of relief. "I have deep roots in the Yang group. How could there be no one to help me?" But the next second, he turned around in surprise and saw the young man stabbing a knife into his chest. "Kill him, and we can survive." I don't know who shouted. All of a sudden, these people swarmed forward and surrounded Yang Tianjia tightly. As fists and kicks fought, Yang Tianjia could be heard screaming. After a long while, Yang Tao finally spoke. "All right, I'll take action." As he spoke, the Qin Gang's sword appeared in his hand. A move of 10,000 swords piercing the heart was performed. A sword light appeared in the air, flashing. Make everyone lose the will to resist. The Wolf King boss's face changed drastically. I wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Sword shadows rushed into his chest and cut his heart into a piece of rotten meat. As the Wolf King boss fell to the ground, Yang Tao used another move of four-directional sword light. In the blink of an eye, several elite monsters were killed. Looking at the experience points increasing, Yang Tao smiled. Go directly to the Wolf King's corpse and put the exploded equipment into the storage ring. Yang Tao looked at everyone. Everyone was very tactful and made way for the dying Yang Tianjia. At this time, Yang Tianjia's face was covered with bruises and his body was covered with blood. Yang Tao took a closer look and found that there were more than a dozen sword and knife wounds on his body. With a twitch of his mouth, Yang Tao sighed. So cruel. Just do it. Yang Tianjia opened his eyes with difficulty and saw Yang Tao's figure. He wanted to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, blood flowed out. After coughing a few more times, Yang Tianjia finally uttered a word. Did you kill Yang Xiaoming? Yang Tao nodded. Only then did Yang Tianjia close his eyes. At this point, Yang Tianjia, the actual controller of the Yang group, who had single-handedly taken over Yang Tao's shares in his previous life, died. Chapter 38. Show you a bunch of big treasures. Yang Tao looked at Yang Tianjia's body with a calm mood, without a single ripple. After taking a look at the shoes on Yang Tianjia's feet, Yang Tao touched them directly with his hands. In an instant, the shoes disappeared and were put into Yang Tao's storage ring. It's a waste not to take the free equipment. After doing all this, Yang Tao prepared to leave, but they were blocked by these dozens of people. Yang Tao frowned. Are we going to start? These dozens of people had just experienced a life and death crisis, and seeing Yang Tao so powerful, they couldn't help but yearn for him. Boss Yang, can we follow you? The Yang group is now leaderless. Please ask Mr. Yang to go back and take charge of the situation. Yes, Mr. Yang, the Yang group needs you. Yang Tao had a strange expression on his face after hearing these words. These people just killed the boss, and now they wanted to come back and take charge of the situation? If these rascals dare to stab Yang Tianjia to death today, they might be stabbed to death someday. Even if Yang Tao had 100 times the courage, he would not dare to work for such a company. Moreover, Yang Tao has no interest in the Yang group. The powerful forces that can still bully others with their previous strength are doomed to disappear if they fail to keep up with the pace of the times. How much effort does it take to lead the huge Yang group to gain a firm foothold? Without thinking, Yang Tao refused directly. I have no interest in the Yang group. If you like him, you can share him, Yang Tao said calmly. After Yang Tao finished speaking, he left. Continue to the next location. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun enveloped the entire Dragon City, immersing everything in a golden ocean. Yang Tao killed the last Wolf King boss in launching. On this day, he directly killed 20 bosses. Directly upgrade to level 8. Yang Tao, level 860/2560. Race, acquired human race. Kung Fu, Ling Siju, perfect. Skills, Qing Feng sword technique, 4-direction sword light, 10,000 swords piercing the heart. Talent, Saint's background. Package space, 100. Immortal crystal, 15,999,999,10. HP, 90. Mana/inner force, 40. Strength 9. Speed 9. Defense 9. The next upgrade will require more than 2,000 experience points. Now, all level 10 bosses in Dragon City have been cleared. The rest were some scattered level 5 elite monsters and countless level 1 giant wolves. However, these low-level monsters are too scattered, and it would take Yang Tao forever to kill them one by one. I looked at the time, and it was already evening. Go back. When Yang Tao returned to his residence, Wu Feifei had just returned. There was a smell of blood on the 5 people, and it was obvious that they had killed a lot of monsters. Yang Tao looked at the 5 people with his spiritual eyes, and the information of the 5 people appeared in his field of vision. Wu Feifei, level 3. Race, acquired human race. HP, 40. Mana/inner force, 10. Strength, 4. Speed, 4. Defense, 4. After a whole day of fighting, Wu Feifei was promoted to level 3. The 4 brothers also successfully reached level 1. The 5 people's faces were filled with smiles, obviously very satisfied with the day's harvest. Bo Xiao? The 4 brothers followed Wu Feifei and called Yang Tao Mr. Yang. Yang Tao didn't care either. You must be hungry. I'll go cook now. Wu Feifei wiped the dust off her face and said. The other four looked at her. Wow, Wu Feifei is also in charge of cooking? Thank you, Sister Fei. I'll help you. Wu Feifei rolled her eyes at them. I'm cooking for Mr. Yang. The four of them were suddenly speechless. The eyes looking at Yang Tao were full of envy. Wow, Wu Feifei, the personal assistant, manages all aspects of Yang Tao's affairs. Mr. Yang said with a smile. Who can cook? Come and help, and we can all eat together. The four brothers themselves were born in the countryside, so even though they couldn't cook very well, at least they knew how to cook. They all said they could help. Wu Feifei went straight upstairs, took a shower, changed her clothes, and then walked into the kitchen. After a long time, a table full of delicious food was placed on the table. Yang Tao also washed up before going to the table to eat. When Yang Tao came to the table, everyone was already seated, leaving the main seat for Yang Tao. Boss Yang, it's time to eat. Sister Fei is such a nice person. Not only is she pretty, but she can also cook delicious meals. The four brothers all praised Wu Feifei. Wu Feifei blushed slightly when she heard this. After the meal, the four brothers took over the job of washing the pots and dishes. Yang Tao was bored at first, so he took out his mobile phone and prepared to watch a video. But I found that my phone had no network. There is not even a signal. The internet is gone so quickly. Yang Tao muttered to himself. Wu Feifei on the side said, it was already ineffective at noon. According to the current situation, it is estimated that it will not be able to recover. Yang Tao was slightly stunned when he heard this. Mobile phone signals are an important symbol of modern civilization. After it becomes invalid, it means that the world has entered the gaming era. All future communications will be conducted through the game panel. After opening the game chat channel, Yang Tao found that there were always people bragging and lurking in the chat channel. It's as if you don't need to kill monsters to level up. The network is down. All the towers are down. Really? Let me check. I've been using the chat channel these days and haven't used my phone to surf the internet for a long time. Fuck, it's true. From now on, you can only add friends to chat. In the global chat channel, information is refreshed very quickly. After a while, this information was refreshed. This shows how many people have joined this game. Yang Tao took a look and didn't care. The network failure did not have much impact on him. Wu Feifei sat next to Yang Tao. Smelling the sweet aroma, Yang Tao remembered that he still had a lot of equipment and supplies that had not been sorted out. When killing the first few bosses, Yang Tao still had the mood to organize these equipment. But as time went on, Yang Tao didn't even look at the things that exploded and directly put them into his storage ring. Now, there is a pile of messy things in the storage ring placed in the corner. Fortunately, Yang Tao's storage ring is 100 square meters. There is enough space. After thinking about it, Yang Tao decided to let Wu Feifei help him sort it out. Wu Feifei, go to my room and help me. Having said that, Yang Tao walked straight back to his room. Wu Feifei was left standing there in a daze. By the time she reacted, her face had already turned red. She spat lightly and walked into Yang Tao's room with a red face. Yang Tao's room is very spacious, with a large open space in front of the bed. When Wu Feifei came in, her face looked like a cooked crab. Come, let me show you a bunch of big treasures. Chapter 39. Wolfhead Token, a mid-grade magic weapon. Yang Tao directly put a large pile of objects out of the room from the storage ring. Suddenly, there was a pile of objects on the floor. These include equipment and masks. All sorts of things. Wu Feifei saw something appear out of thin air. She admitted that she had misunderstood. When he saw clearly that the ground was full of equipment, he was stunned. So much equipment, Wu Feifei exclaimed. She hadn't seen much equipment so far. The 2 pieces of equipment in my hand were given to me by Yang Tao. This is already ahead of most people. It is estimated that everyone else is still using conventional weapons to fight monsters. I didn't expect that Yang Tao would bring back so much equipment after just one day out. The way Wu Feifei looked at Yang Tao changed. This is too powerful. How many monsters did he kill? Now, help me sort out which ones are equipment and which ones are other items. Yang Tao said this and squatted down. Pick up a mask. This mask is the honor of the Wolf Clan. Every Wolf Clan boss reveals a piece of Wolf Clan honor. Every mask is the same. There is no useful description. There is no attribute bonus either. Yang Tao really didn't understand. In his previous life, he had never heard of such a thing. Yang Tao picked up all the masks. There are more than a dozen of them. Yang Tao took out the remaining masks from the storage ring. All the masks added up, a total of 21. When 21 masks appeared in Yang Tao's hands at the same time, a prompt appeared in Yang Tao's sight. The Wolf Clan's honor has reached its peak. Do you want to combine them? Yang Tao was surprised when he saw this prompt. Can it be synthesized? Without hesitation, click on Synthesize. A point of light appeared on his hand, wrapping the 21 masks within it. Yang Tao felt a force gathering in his hands and finally penetrated into the mask. After the light faded, the mask in Yang Tao's hand had long disappeared. Instead, a token is used. The token is gray-brown in color, cold to the touch, and its material is unknown. There is a wolf head engraved on it. The information of the token also appeared in Yang Tao's eyes at the right time. Wolf head token. After use, you can command all wolves. Number of uses 3. Order all the wolves? After synthesizing the mask, I didn't expect to get such a prop. Can command the wolf tribe. Now the entire dragon city is full of wolves. The top wolf bosses have all been killed by Yang Tao, and the remaining ones are just some level 5 elite monsters and level 1 giant wolves. After thinking for a moment, Yang Tao's eyes lit up. Command the wolf tribe? Wouldn't it be possible to gather all the wolf monsters together and kill them by yourself? Now Yang Tao needs a lot of experience to reach level 10. Yang Tao originally wanted to leave Longcheng and go to other cities to level up. Now that he has this wolf head token, it becomes convenient for him. If we simply gather all the wolves in Dragon City together, we can probably raise their level to 10. Thinking of this, Yang Tao's eyes flashed with brilliance. After putting away the wolf head token, Yang Tao looked at the other equipment. These equipments include skills and even spells. Now everything has been sorted out by Wu Feifei. Everything is neatly arranged. Yang Tao took a look and found that the most common items were equipment. Yang Tao reached out and picked up several pieces of equipment. Wolf Soul Set shoes. Wolf Soul Set leather armor. Wolf Soul Set ring. These pieces of equipment did not reach the grade of lower grade magic weapons. They are all semi-low grade magic weapons. But Yang Tao knew that by collecting all the items of the Wolf Soul Set, he would be able to obtain a mid-grade magic weapon. Moreover, it is a mid-grade magic weapon that possesses magical powers. Now, the other 2 pieces of the Wolf Soul suit are already on Wu Feifei. Yang Tao thought about it and directly handed the 3 Wolf Soul suits to Wu Feifei. He now possesses the spell of 10,000 swords piercing the heart, and these equipments provide very little improvement to him. It would be better to give it directly to Wu Feifei. Wu Feifei's face was full of disbelief. Is this for yourself? After seeing the attributes of these pieces of equipment, Wu Feifei was ecstatic. She has collected the Wolf Soul Set. Let's synthesize it and see, Yang Tao said. Wu Feifei was very excited. Soon, the Wolf Soul suit on Wu Feifei was covered by a layer of milky white light. After the milky white light faded away, Wu Feifei had a jade pendant in her hand. When Wu Feifei saw the properties of the jade pendant, she was stunned. Seeing this scene, Yang Tao smiled. He himself doesn't even have a mid-grade magic weapon, but he decided to take the Kendo route. The mid-level magic weapon was of limited help to him. It would be better to directly improve Wu Feifei's strength. Wu Feifei was stunned for a while, and actually put the jade pendant in her hand to Yang Tao. Yang Tao was puzzled. What is this for? Who knew that Wu Feifei's face had already turned red at this time? It's too expensive. It turned out to be a mid-grade magic weapon. Wu Feifei never imagined that after 5 semi-low-grade magic weapons were combined, they would directly become a mid-grade magic weapon. So far, no one in the entire Dragon City has heard of the existence of a mid-grade magic weapon. There are very few people who possess lower-grade magic weapons. This shows the importance of this mid-grade magic weapon. After hearing this, Yang Tao's smile widened. After taking the jade pendant, the information on it appeared before his eyes. Middle grade magic weapon, Wolf Soul. All attributes plus 10. Attached spell, Wolf Soul. Wolf Soul. Summon a Wolf Soul to fight for 20 minutes. The Wolf Soul level is 10 and consumes 10 mana. Requirement for wearing. Mana 10. All attributes plus 10. If you wear this equipment, even if you are level 0, you will instantly have the attributes of level 9. And there's also a Wolf Soul skill, which is equivalent to 2 level 10s. Yang Tao didn't know the properties of this mid-grade magic weapon in his previous life. All I know is that I can summon a wolf spirit. Now it seems that in addition to summoning wolf souls, the attribute bonus of this equipment is also top-notch. This is a magic weapon that can make people soar to the sky. No wonder Wu Feifei didn't dare to take it. However, there is no reason to take back something that has been given away. Why? Do you feel unworthy of this? Yang Tao Tia said. Wu Feifei is a very sober person. Her relationship with Yang Tao was just that of employment. Even if she has other personal thoughts about Yang Tao, it is limited to her. Such a relationship is not enough for Yang Tao to give such a valuable thing. Wu Feifei nodded. Serious expression. Yang Tao thought for a while and smiled. Free things are the most expensive. You will suffer the consequences in the future. Use it first. This equipment is dispensable to me. Wu Feifei was a little skeptical. What do you want from me? Can you tell me first? Yang Tao smiled when he heard such serious words. What do you think you have? Take it and use it first. Wu Feifei hesitated for a while, but finally took the wolf soul jade pendant. But the look in her eyes when she looked at Yang Tao had changed. Chapter 40. Make a plan to lure all the wolves in the city. Yang Tao ignored Wu Feifei's strange look. There is no love between men and women in his eyes, at least not now. Now Wu Feifei's strength can be said to be second in the entire country. Apart from Yang Tao, Wu Feifei is the strongest. Now most people are still stuck on how to beat the level 1 giant wolf. Only a few people can defeat level 5 elite monsters. Only those who are on the ranking list or have a rich background have this opportunity. The middle grade magic weapon was given to Wu Feifei, and there were still many magic weapons left on the ground. There are more than 10 of them. Some of them include shoes, weapons, leather armor, and the like. Yang Tao simply picked out a few pieces of equipment that suited him and put them on, added some attributes to him. Unfortunately, they're all low-grade magic weapons, and the attribute bonuses are not as much as Wu Feifei's equipment. After Yang Tao finished picking, he handed the equipment on the ground directly to Wu Feifei. Let her watch over the distribution. At this point, the job of personal assistant was once again taken over by Wu Feifei. As for how Wu Feifei distributes it, that is Wu Feifei's business. Yang Tao has only one requirement: maximization. After the equipment was distributed, all that remained were skill books on techniques and spells. Among them are 7 books of low-grade skills and 5 books of low-grade spells. This is simply because these spells are less powerful and have little effect on Yang Tao. It was also handed directly to Wu Feifei. Looking at the pile of things in Wu Feifei's hands, Yang Tao slapped his brain. I bought a 10-square storage ring directly in the mall. It cost Yang Tao 100 fairy crystals directly. But Yang Tao didn't feel heartbroken. Wu Feifei will need to manage more supplies in the future, so a storage ring will be necessary. Wu Feifei was filled with joy after getting the storage ring. After a while, when he reaches level 10 and has more fairy crystals, Yang Tao plans to sell these supplies and equipment. Replenish the immortal crystals that have been used up. Finally, Yang Tao took out the wolf head token. This token is the key to his advancement to level 10. Assistant Wu, tomorrow prepare for battle. Tell those 4 brothers too. Wu Feifei was full of confusion. Yang Tao's level was already very high now. In the level ranking list, Yang Tao's level has already surpassed the 2nd place by a long way. Wu Feifei's current rank has reached 4th place. There is such a huge disparity in strength between the two. Why do they still have to act together? Yang Tao, actually, you don't have to do this. We can level up by ourselves. Your level is high, and acting together will only hinder you. Wu Feifei hesitated while speaking. It took Yang Tao a while to react. Wu Feifei actually called him by his name, but he didn't care. Tomorrow, I will lure all the giant wolves in the city together. As he spoke, Yang Tao handed the wolf head token to Wu Feifei. As soon as Wu Feifei saw it, she immediately understood what Yang Tao meant. Wu Feifei went out. In the living room, Lu Qinxiao and his 4 brothers had already cleaned up the kitchen. Wu Feifei announced tomorrow's tasks. Tomorrow, we need to cooperate with President Yang. I will explain the details now. Yang Tao listened and nodded. Wu Feifei is worthy of being Wu Feifei. Within just a few minutes, she has developed a perfect plan. The function of the wolf head token can be maximized. Yang Tao thought that he couldn't come up with such a comprehensive plan. After Wu Feifei finished her explanation, the 4 brothers were still stunned. Lure monsters all the way. What a big deal. After listening to the entire plan, the 4 brothers were shocked and nodded repeatedly. And he patted his chest and said that there would be no problems. After arranging everything, Wu Feifei took out 4 books of exercises and 4 books of spell skills from her storage ring. 1 piece of equipment per person. The 4 of them were stunned. These are rare goods? How come it's like free here? The 4 brothers happily accepted the supplies and felt extremely fortunate. This is following a good brother. With these things, the 4 brothers were allowed to fight monsters alone. I don't know when I can get it. After obtaining these supplies, the strength of the 4 brothers has been greatly improved, although their level has not yet made it onto the level rankings. But their strength is no match for even those at the top of the ranking list. After arranging everything, Yang Tao quickly returned to his room and went to sleep. The next day, Yang Tao took out the wolf head token directly in the villa area. Just click to use. Yang Tao's mind moved, and an order was issued. The number of uses on the wolf head token also increased from 3 times to 2 times. However, Yang Tao felt that he would not have a chance to use it the last 2 times. The reason for choosing this location. This was because Yang Tao discovered that except for a few of them, everyone else in the villa area had moved away. Wu Feifei brought a few people and stationed themselves in 4 locations, ready for battle. As the order was issued, all the wolves in Dragon City received a supreme order from the wolf clan. All the giant wolves howled to the sky, and the whole Dragon City was filled with the roars of the giant wolves. Countless people were shocked by this scene. The giant wolf monsters left their locations one after another and headed towards the south of the city. In the center of Dragon City, a woman looked at the giant wolf in front of her with great despair. She went out for a trip and unexpectedly encountered a giant wolf. Under the giant wolf's huge body, she felt the breath of death. She hasn't upgraded yet. She's level 0 and has no chance of survival against the giant wolf. Just as the giant wolf's fangs were about to bite her head, the giant wolf in front of him suddenly stopped moving. Then he howled towards the sky, and all the giant wolves in Dragon City howled. Afterwards, the giant wolf actually gave up the food in front of it and ran away into the distance. The giant wolf's abnormality was soon noticed. Faced with the roar of thousands of giant wolves, no one had the will to resist and quickly hid in a safe place. Afraid of suffering unexpected disaster. On the chat channel, the people of Longcheng had a heated discussion about this unusual incident with the giant wolf. What the hell? What's going on? All the giant wolves in Dragon City howled to the sky for no apparent reason, and then ran away. I was almost swallowed by a giant wolf just now, but the giant wolf suddenly stopped attacking, howled towards the sky, and immediately ran away. I encountered the same situation. The giant wolves all seemed to be heading in one direction. Front row, where did the giant wolf go? I am now on a tall building, using a telescope to observe the movements of the giant wolf. They seem to be heading towards the south of Longcheng. South of the city? Everyone was confused and puzzled. What on earth has gone wrong with these giant wolves? South of the city? Isn't the number 1 expert Yang Tao in the south of the city? Upstairs, still thinking about the number 1 expert. All the giant wolves in the city are going, and the number is estimated to be tens of thousands. Even the best master, even gods, will die. Yang Tao is not stupid. Wouldn't he run away when he saw the giant wolf? At this moment, the person who had just said that he was observing the movements of the giant wolf spoke again. The giant wolves are all heading to the villa area in the south of the city. If I remember correctly, that's where Yang Tao lives. Chapter 41. Yang Tao is going to die? What on earth is he going to do? Yang Tao's address was revealed when the people of Longcheng attacked Yang Tao last time. There is only one villa area in the south of the city, and Yang Tao lives there. But now, all the giant wolves along the way have headed towards the villa area in the south of the city. It's anyone's guess. Yang Tao is definitely going to die this time. Even though his current level has surpassed everyone else, it cannot change the fact that he will be overwhelmed by the giant wolf. No matter how high your rank is, you are still human. In the face of sheer numbers, no matter how high your level is, it's useless. The level rankings are going to change. The first place winner Yang Tao will be replaced by the second place. Not only the first place, don't forget that the third place Wu Feifei is also Yang Tao's person. I heard that she lives with Yang Tao now. Fuck, Yang Tao is so lucky. Wu Feifei is such a rare beauty. What's the point of being a beautiful woman? You're gonna die anyway. To die under the peony flowers is to be a romantic ghost. The one upstairs, you have a chance now. You can choose to save them. In the launching channel, everyone was discussing this matter. Soon, This disturbance spread to the global chat channel. This was the first reaction of people across the country when they saw this message. They were all extremely surprised. What? Monsters are rioting in Dragon City? Now, all the monsters have gone to the south of Dragon City? Shit. Yang Tao, who ranks first on the ranking list, is in the south of the city? Doesn't that mean? Don't worry, the ranking list will change again this time. I don't know what medicine Yang Tao has taken these days. His level has been soaring, and he has already left everyone far behind. What's the point of having a higher level? You're still going to die. Wait for the live broadcast from the brothers in Dragon City. There's a brother in Longcheng who is using a telescope to observe the situation here. His name seems to be Charlie. Charlie's ID soon appeared in the global chat channel. Charlie remembers. Brothers, I am now on the top of a tall building in Dragon City, bringing you a live broadcast from the front line. Because it's collapsing right now, I can only broadcast it live to you via text. Right now, all the giant wolves in Dragon City are galloping, with such force that the ground is shaking and the dust is billowing. I can clearly feel the vibration, even though I'm on a tall building. Crowd. Awesome. 666. Charlie is awesome. Villa area in the south of Longcheng. Yang Tao was standing on a large flat ground. This flat land is the entrance to this villa area. As a luxury villa area, the entrance to the South City Villa area is extremely grand. In Longcheng, where every inch of land is valuable, a piece of land the size of 2 basketball courts is used as the entrance square. When Yang Tao was choosing a location, the first thing he thought of was this place. Yang Tao stood quietly in the center of the square. Surrounding the square are the 4 Lu Qingxiao brothers. The 4 brothers were also fully armed at this time, and there was a large truck parked behind each of them. These 4 large trucks are prepared to transport the corpses. In order to drive the big truck, the 4 brothers got up early to practice, and finally they could drive smoothly. Behind Yang Tao, Wu Feifei was sitting on a big sofa. The storage ring on his hand emitted a bright light. Her job today is to collect equipment and deal with emergencies. Yang Tao felt the huge movement, and a confident smile appeared on his face. In order to clear out all the monsters in Dragon City, he has bought many mana-restoring pills in his storage ring. As long as his mana is not exhausted, no matter it is a level 1 giant wolf or a level 10 boss, they cannot withstand one attack from him. In the chat channel, Charlie cried out in surprise. I saw Yang Tao. He is now at the big square in front of the villa area in the south of the city. What is he going to do? Is he going to fend off all the monsters in the city alone? Oh no, he's not alone. There are 4 big trucks and 4 people around him. I recognize them. They are the 4 young men who followed Yang Tao a few days ago. Behind Yang Tao is Wu Feifei, who is ranked 3rd on the ranking list. What on earth are they going to do? As Charlie wrote down his thoughts, a picture appeared in everyone's mind. What does Big Brother Charlie do? This description is so vivid. That's awesome. God-level live explanation. While everyone was shocked by Charlie's vivid explanation, they were also puzzled by the actions of Yang Tao and others. What does Yang Tao want to do? This time Yang Tao really can't escape. If he had hidden, he might have survived. Now it seems that he is doomed. Did he not receive the message? How could he not have received the news? How could he not know something that the whole country knows? I guess he's just getting carried away and thinks he can do it. Why? He still wants to challenge all the monsters in Dragon City alone. Are you kidding me? At this time, Charlie spoke again. Brothers, the giant wolf closest to Yang Tao is only about 1,000 meters away. There are about 1,000 giant wolves in this wave, and they move very fast. Yang Tao and others are still there. On a high-rise building in Longcheng, a young man wearing glasses was quickly typing text on the chat interface. Every time he typed a paragraph of text, he would pick up the telescope beside him and aim it towards the villa area in the south of the city. When he saw Yang Tao still there, he showed a hint of doubt. Logically, as Yang Tao is ranked 1st in the ranking list, he shouldn't be so reckless. But now, why is it so? Could it be that he is controlling all this? Charlie suddenly came up with a guess. But then, I felt that this guess was a bit nonsensical. He didn't think Yang Tao had the ability to control all the monsters in the city. Putting aside the thoughts in his mind, Charlie picked up the telescope again and frantically typed words on the chat interface. After a long time, he shook his hands and frowned. This damn game interface, when will it be live? Typing like this is too tiring. In the villa area in the south of the city, Yang Tao had already grasped the Qinggang sword in his hand. Apart from the group attack spell 4-direction sword light, the remaining 2 spells are for single target attacks. But now he is not at all weak. Even without casting any spells, he could kill a level 1 giant wolf instantly with just a casual strike. It only takes a few sword strikes to defeat a level 5 elite monster. The only problem is stamina. For this purpose, Yang Tao also bought a lot of energy replenishing pills in the mall. The price was extremely cheap, so Yang Tao bought a large amount of it directly. As the noise of the giant wolf galloping in the distance grew louder and louder, Yang Tao let go of his distracting thoughts. Looking forward, his face was full of fighting spirit. This time he must reach level 10. Even if Jesus comes, nothing can stop him, he said. Chapter 42. What? Yang Tao single-handedly challenged thousands of giant wolves? Yang Tao was standing ready at the gate of the villa area. As the sound of the giant wolf galloping got closer, Yang Tao also saw the first wave of giant wolves. In the distance, thousands of giant wolves were running quickly, raising clouds of dust. The momentum is extremely huge. When Lu Qingxiao and his 4 brothers saw such a large number of giant wolves, their faces changed drastically. They had no doubt about Yang Tao's strength. But there are just too many giant wolves. Is Yang Tao really difficult to deal with? Thinking of this, the 4 brothers looked at each other and could see a hint of shock in each other's eyes. Thousands of giant wolves immediately came to Yang Tao. Half of the huge square was occupied by the giant wolf. Yang Tao did not use the wolf head token to issue the second command. The only order issued was for all the wolf tribes in the city to come here. As for asking all the wolves to stand still, Yang Tao felt that there was no need for that. The Qing Gang sword in Yang Tao's hand flashed, and his figure disappeared on the spot. The Qing Feng sword technique was activated, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Tao arrived in front of the giant wolf. All the giant wolf's eyes were flashing red. As soon as Yang Tao approached, he smelled a fishy odor belonging to a giant wolf. The Qing Gang sword in his hand was swung out without any pause. A giant wolf fell directly to the ground. Yang Tao also received experience points at this moment. Kill the level 1 giant wolf and gain experience value 1. Yang Tao frowned when he saw this experience value. Only a giant wolf brought him a little experience. As his level increases, the experience points of a level 1 giant wolf become less and less. This amount of experience is based on the fact that Yang Tao possesses the talent and background of a saint. If other people were the same level as Yang Tao, they wouldn't get any experience points for killing a giant wolf. A little bit adds up to a lot, Yang Tao whispered. The Qing Gang's sword in his hand was swung out again. When these giant wolves saw their companions fall to the ground, they all rushed towards Yang Tao. Yang Tao thought that he had a clear level advantage, but he also didn't want to be surrounded by giant wolves. The Qing Feng sword technique was activated again, and his figure disappeared on the spot like a ghost. The next second, another giant wolf fell to the ground and died. Yang Tao killed indiscriminately on the field, attracting the attention of all the giant wolves. In the back, Wu Feifei held the wolf head token in her hand, ready to order the giant wolf to retreat at any time. When she saw Yang Tao in the field, handling the situation with ease, she put the wolf head token in her hand aside. In the distance, Charlie pointed the telescope in his hand at the villa area in the south of the city, fingers typing quickly in the chat channel. The first wave of giant wolves has come into contact with Yang Tao. There are about 1,000 giant wolves in this wave. Yang Tao rushed into the wolf pack with a long sword in hand. The long sword in his hand should be a piece of equipment. The giant wolves are no match for Yang Tao. Now more and more giant wolves are falling to the ground. Yang Tao is slaughtering giant wolves. Paragraphs of text appear in the global chat channel. This left many onlookers stunned. Fuck, he deserves to be number 1 on the ranking list. How strong is Yang Tao? One giant wolf can crush me to death. Oh my god, thousands of giant wolves. If I encounter thousands of giant wolves, I probably won't even find a bone residue. While everyone was marveling at Yang Tao's powerful strength, some people also expressed doubts about his strength. This is just the beginning. I don't believe that Yang Tao has unlimited physical strength. When he runs out of physical strength, the remaining giant wolves can tear him to pieces. It's just a show of bravery. +1. I also think Yang Tao is in trouble. What's so cold? Aren't there other people? Come on, Yang Tao can't do it. Wu Feifei and those 4 people will just be food for the taking. Wu Feifei watched as giant wolves continued to fall to the ground. I felt relieved and opened the global chat channel. Seeing everyone discussing Yang Tao like this, she couldn't help but sneer. How could they understand Yang Tao's strength? There are actually people live streaming? Young Wu Feifei couldn't help but frown when she saw Charlie's name. Look at the tall buildings in the distance. Yang Tao did not say that this matter must not be known to other people. Otherwise, she would go and find Charlie right away. Soon, the last giant wolf fell to the ground. Yang Tao's face turned pale, and he put the Qing Qing Gang's sword back into his storage ring. The next wave of giant wolves will arrive soon. These giant wolves are coming from all over Dragon City. It is impossible for them all to come together at once. After taking out the energy-replenishing pill from the storage ring and swallowing it, Yang Tao's pale face finally eased a little. Seeing this, Wu Feifei waved to the four brothers around her. The four brothers understood and got into the truck's cab, following the roar of the engine. Four trucks emitting black smoke entered the field. After parking the car, the four brothers got out quickly. At this time, the bodies of the giant waves in the field had piled up into a small hill. The smell of blood was very strong. The corpses of giant wolves were lying all over the place. The four brothers got to work right away and loaded the bodies of the giant wolves onto the truck. The four of them have also been upgraded, and their physical strength is beyond the reach of ordinary people. The giant wolf's huge body was not very heavy in their hands. As the bodies were loaded onto the truck, only a large pool of blood was left on the field. The truck spewed out billowing black smoke and drove away. Only then could Yang Tao relax. At this time, his experience value has reached 1,300. With 1,000 more giant wolves, he could reach level 9. On a tall building in the distance, Charlie saw through the telescope that Yang Tao had cleared out thousands of giant wolves by himself, and he was stunned. Someone is already urging us in the chat channel. Where's Charlie? Could this kid have been eaten by a giant wolf? Didn't you say you were going to broadcast live? Where are the people? After a while, Charlie squeezed out of the chat channel to speak. Hey guys, here I come. I have shocking news for you all. Guess what the news is? Shocking news? Everyone in the chat channel expressed their guesses. Could it be that Yang Tao was eaten by the giant wolf? +1. This is the only possibility. The fall of the number 1 in the ranking list. I've already told you that Yang Tao overestimates his own abilities. Now you all believe it, right? Charlie looked at the comments in the chat channel and laughed out loud. No, no, no. Yang Tao has already killed thousands of giant wolves. Right now, the giant wolf's body has been taken away by 4 large trucks. It looks like it has been taken to the nearest garbage dump. Many people couldn't believe the news that Charlie had heard. What? Yang Tao fought against thousands of giant wolves alone? And he killed them all? Charlie, are you kidding me? You were sent by Yang Tao to build momentum for him. I don't think it was Yang Tao who killed him. Wu Feifei is also quite powerful. It should be the two of them who killed him together. Charlie, you're kidding me. Many onlookers suspected that Charlie was sent by Yang Tao to create hype. Just as people were arguing in the chat channel, a voice appeared and made everyone shut up. Chapter 43, Level 9. Yang Tao actually killed thousands of giant wolves. I can prove that what Charlie G said is true, because I was also observing secretly with a telescope nearby. A strange idea appeared, and 2 sentences made most of the onlookers believe it. One person killed thousands of giant wolves? What does that mean? All they knew was that most people now couldn't survive if faced with a giant wolf. Just when everyone was so shocked that they forgot to discuss. Charlie's words once again made the chat channel boil. Brothers, what I said is absolutely true. If you don't believe me, you can ask other people in Dragon City. I believe I'm not the only one secretly observing nearby. Also, I want to tell you that Yang Tao killing thousands of giant wolves is not the shocking news I want to share. I have a guess. These giant wolves might have been lured here on purpose by Yang Tao. As soon as this statement was made, it was refuted by everyone. Are you kidding me? He led all the giant wolf monsters in Dragon City to one place? Is Yang Tao a god? It's just a random guess, not convincing at all. Charlie was not surprised when he saw the rebuttal comments in the chat channel. But analyze it carefully. The giant wolf riot in Dragon City. This is something that happened suddenly. I just happen to be in this area in the south of the city, so I have the opportunity to give you a live text broadcast. But Yang Tao has already made preparations for the South City Villa District. He has been waiting at the gate of the villa area in the south of the city for a long time, and he has prepared 4 trucks to transport the giant wolf's body. If these are all coincidences, then there is another phenomenon that shows that Yang Tao is really the instigator of the giant wolf riot. I believe that the brothers in Dragon City have discovered that no matter which direction the giant wolves come from, Their destination is the villa area in the south of the city. There is no such coincidence in the world. So I concluded that Yang Tao is luring the giant wolf monster from Dragon City. This world is different now. Some tools can really do all this. Charlie sent out a long text, which immediately silenced everyone in the chat channel. They all have brains. How can I not tell whether it is true or false? After a long time, someone asked in confusion, what on earth is Yang Tao trying to do by doing this? Kill all the giant wolves in Dragon City? Or is he leveling up? But he is already level 9 now. Charlie's analysis directly put the matter into an orderly manner. Does this require a lot of courage? He actually wanted to challenge all the giant wolves in Dragon City alone. There is no time for in-depth discussion yet. Charlie G spoke again. Brothers, another wave of giant wolves is coming. There are more than last time, probably 2,000 to 3,000. Guess everyone. Can Yang Tao kill them all? Charlie's words aroused the audience's curiosity again. 2,000 or 3,000? Yang Tao really overestimates his own abilities. 1,000 giant wolves can be killed, but there are at least 8,000 giant wolves in the entire Dragon City. How can he kill them all? You are doomed to die. The spectators were not optimistic about Yang Tao. In the field, Yang Tao listened to the noise in the distance. He took out the Qin Gang sword from the storage ring. Listening to the noise in the distance, it seems that there are more than the previous wave. But he has recovered now. Both physical strength and magical power are at their peak. Even if I can't win, Wu Feifei will come to the rescue. Behind, Wu Feifei moved, jumped onto the high wall, and looked into the distance. Boss Yang, there are nearly 3,000 giant wolves in this wave, including some with wolf heads and human bodies. They are still about 500 meters away. Yang Tao nodded slightly to indicate that he had received it. Pills to replenish mana are always ready. As the giant wolf's roar got closer and closer, Yang Tao also saw this huge wave. Yang Tao used the same trick again, starting with the Qing Feng sword technique. The figure disappeared on the spot, rushed directly into the wolf pack. For a moment, giant wolves kept falling to the ground. Wu Feifei, who was on the high wall, appeared again with a wolf head token in her hand, always ready to give orders. In the distance, Charlie was constantly posting everything he saw on the chat channel. People from all over the country are paying attention to this battle. Is it that Yang Tao is more skilled, or do the Wolf Clan have more giant wolves? Yang Tao continued to charge among the giant wolves, swinging the Qin Gang's sword in his hand countless times. The bodies of giant wolves kept falling behind him. The god experience value is also constantly increasing. Kill the level 5 elite wolf monster leader and gain 3 experience points. As the experience value breaks through the barrier, Yang Tao has upgraded. Now, Yang Tao's level is 9. Someone in the chat channel immediately noticed this scene. Everyone look. Yang Tao is now level 9. How fast? The second place is only level 4 now. Fuck, Yang Tao is really leveling up. According to this, do you want to clear out all the monsters in Dragon City? I'm only level 1 now. He's already level 9. The gap is too big. This is outrageous. What props did Yang Tao use to cause the monsters in Dragon City to riot? In the chat channel, everyone has different focuses. Some people admire Yang Tao's courage. Some people are curious about what kind of props Yang Tao used. Some people even envy the people in Longqing. Yang Tao cleared out all the monsters, saving most people from the monsters' attacks. In the city, the last giant wolf fell. Yang Tao finally had a chance to relax. Open personal properties. Yang Tao. Level 9, 890/5012. Race, acquired human race. Kung Fu. Lingxi Ju perfect. Skills. Qing Feng sword technique. 4 direction sword light. 10,000 swords piercing the heart. Talent. Saint's background. Package space. 100. Immortal crystal. 15,999,999,000. HP. 100. Mana/inner force. 0. Strength 10. Speed 10. Defense 10. It takes more than 4,000 experience points to reach level 10. In the distance, the next wave of giant wolves was rushing towards them. Yang Tao had no choice but to close the personal attributes panel. Take the time to recover. In the field, for large trucks were taking away the giant wolf's body in an orderly manner. In less than a short while, 2,000 or 3,000 bodies had been cleared away. A pill went down his throat and immediately dissolved in Yang Tao's mouth. A warm current flowed through Yang Tao's limbs and bones. On the attribute panel, The mana value is constantly increasing. In less than a moment, Yang Tao's mana had returned to its peak, near the villa area in the south of the city. The people who were watching secretly were all shocked when they saw Yang Tao killing thousands of giant wolves alone. So far, no one can match Yang Tao's level advantage. The second place is only level 4. He was also being closely followed by Wu Feifei, who was in third place, and was in danger of losing his second place at any time. Yang Tao's rise has become inevitable. The major forces in Longsheng and even the whole country have to admit this. Chapter 44, Level 10, The Terrifying Wu Feifei. This is the last wave of monsters. There are about 6,000 giant wolves, including some with wolf heads and human bodies. Wu Feifei held the wolf head token, her eyes full of worry. More than 6,000 giant wolves. This is already half of the giant wolves in Dragon City. There are only more than 10,000 giant wolves in the entire Dragon City. It is just enough for 2 people to reach level 10. Many of these giant wolves were killed by others. In the entire Dragon City, there are only 6 or 7,000 giant wolves left. Yang Tao heard the news on the scene. Give a big smile. 6 or 7,000 giant wolves are enough for him to reach level 10. All he needs to reach level 10 now is more than 4,000 experience points. As for the remaining giant wolves, they will be left to Wu Feifei and others. Wu Feifei's strength is not much worse than Yang Tao's, especially when facing a large number of giant wolves. Wu Feifei's advantage is more obvious. Yang Tao held the Qinggang, sword in his hand, and looked at the pack of giant wolves charging towards him. He rushed in directly with a sword in hand. Fighting among wolves. In the chat channel, Charlie will broadcast the current situation live. No one believed what Charlie said. How could someone kill thousands of giant wolves by himself? You must be kidding. Of course, there are also people who believe what Charlie said. More people are living near the villa area in the south of the city. They also witnessed the situation at the scene. The facts were before their eyes, and they had no choice but to believe them. After reaching level 9, Yang Tao's basic attributes, such as attack power, went straight to the next level. It became even easier to kill the giant wolf. It's as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. There were fewer and fewer giant wolves on the field, and Yang Tao's experience points were also increasing. Finally, when Yang Tao killed most of the giant wolves, his level was finally raised. Yang Tao, level 10, 1/10024. Race, acquired human race. Kung Fu, Lingxi Ju perfect. Skills, Qing Feng sword technique, 4 direction sword light, 10,000 swords piercing the heart. Talent, Saint's background. Package space, 100. Immortal crystal, 15,999,999,000. HP, 110. Mana/inner force, 12. Strength, 11. Speed, 11. Defense, 11. After upgrading, Yang Tao took a look at the experience points and found that the experience points required for upgrading had doubled again. Casually stabbed a giant wolf. Kill level 1 giant wolf. Gain experience value 0. Sure enough, Yang Tao was not surprised. After level 10, you will no longer gain experience points by killing a level 1 giant wolf. With the Qing Feng sword technique performed, Yang Tao's figure disappeared directly among the wolves. The next second, he appeared beside Wu Feifei. The giant wolf lost its target and howled towards the sky. At Yang Tao's signal, Wu Feifei stood up. In the distance, Charlie saw the situation here from a tall building. Yang Tao has retreated. Yang Tao has retreated now, and there are probably still 3,000 giant wolves in the field. Suddenly, sarcasm appeared in the chat channel. I told you. How could Yang Tao kill all the monsters in Dragon City by himself? Back off now. It's obvious that it's no use. It's nonsense for one person to kill all the monsters in Dragon City. The next second, someone discovered the clue. What nonsense are you talking about? Yang Tao is already level 10 now. When everyone clicked on the level ranking list, they found that Yang Tao's level was already 10. The second place is only level 4. Fuck! Yang Tao caused all the giant wolves in the city to riot just to level up. This is too outrageous. The first level 10 appears. Soon, the situation at the scene was broadcast live by Charlie. Wu Feifei took action. After Yang Tao stepped back, Wu Feifei started to attack. 4 other people also took action. Yang Tao is standing directly at the back. This statement sparked another round of discussion. WVV, the one ranked 3rd, isn't she only level 3? How dare she attack thousands of giant wolves? She's so bold. There are 4 other people. I remember they weren't even level 1. I just followed Yang Tao a few days ago. Is Yang Tao stupid? He lets his own people die? Could it be that you can't hold it anymore? Let your men hold it up. On the field, Wu Feifei directly used the wolf soul skill. A black wolf shadow condensed in front of Wu Feifei. Finally, a giant black wolf appeared in front of Wu Feifei. And Wu Feifei had another weapon in her hand. Lu Qinxiao and the other 3 also took out their weapons. There are knives, sticks, and all kinds of other things. Following Wu Feifei's tender cry, the giant black wolf rushed into the wolf pack and immediately scattered them. The black wolf soul slapped its hands casually, and a giant wolf fell to the ground and died. The Charlie class in the distance saw this scene and swallowed their saliva. Why does Wu Feifei feel even more terrifying than Yang Tao? Isn't she only level 3? Then, Charlie started typing frantically in the chat channel. Big news, big news. Wu Feifei and the other 4 have taken out their weapons. They are all equipment. Everyone has a piece of equipment. Yang Tao is so generous. Wu Feifei summoned a giant black wolf and rushed directly into the wolf pack, immediately dispersing the pack. Brothers, Wu Feifei is too strong. I feel stronger than Yang Tao. Charlie G's words stunned everyone. 1 piece of equipment per person? Summon a giant wolf? Stronger than Yang Tao. This news was even more explosive than Yang Tao killing thousands of giant wolves. Only then did everyone react. The gap between them and Yang Tao is really too big. In fact, the 4 brothers Lu Qinxiao each have more than 1 piece of equipment. Instead, everyone has a set of equipment. If they knew, they would explode with jealousy and die. In the field, after a while, the black wolf souls summoned by Wu Feifei killed most of the giant wolves and dispersed the giant wolf. Lu Qinxiao and the other 3 had clear division of labor. They went straight into the field, separated the scattered giant wolves, and fought the enemy on their own. Yang Tao watched from behind with a satisfied smile. After this wave, their levels will rise sharply. Thinking about this, Yang Tao directly opened the level ranking list. Except for my own name hanging high in the first place. The second place has become Wu Feifei. Level 5. With the blessing of a mid-grade magic weapon and the help of a wolf soul equivalent to level 10, Wu Feifei's speed of gaining experience is much faster than Yang Tao's. But in a short while, he even jumped 2 levels. After Wu Feifei dealt with most of the giant wolves, only scattered giant wolves remained on the field. Now it has been divided up by Lu Qinxiao and other 3 people. Lu Qinxiao and the other 4 were not willing to fall behind, although their level was not high, only level 1. But he is equipped with a full set of equipment. Killing the giant wolf is also very easy. After a long time, all the giant wolves in the field fell to the ground. There were only wolf carcasses left. Everyone's face was filled with happy smiles. Yang Tao looked at the level ranking list. All 4 of them have already made it into the top 10. Already upgraded to level 3. Chapter 45 of the game comes for the second time. Yang Tao reached level 10 in 1 day, which made everyone feel the pressure. This kind of thing has nothing to do with the desire to win or lose. Now, the higher the level, the safer you are in this world. The whole country was swept by a leveling craze, while people from other cities were discussing how to surround and kill the giant wolf. The people of Longqing fell into silence, because I thought there were no giant wolves left in Dragon City. Originally, at night, the roar of giant wolves could be heard throughout Dragon City. But now, the night in Dragon City is extremely quiet. If it weren't for the ruined buildings, people would have thought that none of this had happened. It can be said that some are happy and some are sad. Those who feel happy are generally the weak. The appearance of the giant wolf shatters their lives. I also have to worry about being attacked by giant wolves when I go out. Now that there are no giant wolves in the entire Dragon City, it is actually a good thing for them. The people who are sad are naturally those who have already joined this game. After they all entered the game, they quickly mastered the rules of survival after the world changed drastically. I believe that as long as you follow this game, you can get the life you want. Without the giant wolf, their upgrade path would be cut off. I don't know how many people scolded Yang Tao for not doing his job in the chat channel. People are just so strange. Even if 2 people are exactly the same, they have different standpoints, and it is impossible for them to say the same words or do the same things. That's human nature. Everyone is doing something in their own interest. Yang Tao is obviously such a person. In order to upgrade, he lured all the giant wolves in Dragon City together and then killed them directly. As for other people, they were not within his consideration at all. After Yang Tao cleaned up the corpses of the giant wolves in the villa area in the south of the city, he dragged his tired body directly back to his residence. Except for Wu Feifei, the 6 people were exhausted. Wu Feifei's terrifying attribute bonuses and a wolf soul summon made it very easy for her to clear monsters. Naturally, Wu Feifei took charge of the cooking. Yang Tao took a stool and went to the balcony. I lit a cigarette and looked at the calm night sky. Now he is level 10. The game will be available again in a short time. As a person who was reborn, he knew the exact time when the entire game would begin. The second coming of the game will directly lead the world onto an unknown path. The first time it came, there were just a few more NPCs and monsters. The nature of the world has not changed. The people are still the same people. Those with strong forces can still have absolute advantages. But the second time, it was slightly different. The second coming will be a total coming. In the near future, some unfamiliar landmarks will appear in this world. A huge stone monument, a towering tree, or a mysterious sculpture. These landmarks are landmark buildings that lead into another space. In every space, there lives a group of people. Those are the legendary sects. Except for the NPC who came to this world for the first time, from now on, no NPC will come directly into this world anymore. Instead, it descends into a fixed space. However, they can also move in and out of the space freely. It also includes some strange races which will appear in the form of space. When they discover the existence of this world, they will slowly enter this world. Enjoy everything in this world. These spaces seem to be pendants attached to this world. For monsters, the only thing that can make their hearts beat faster in this world is the huge number of humans. At that time, all human beings will be affected by these people who appear. Some were forcibly captured for research, while others were used as food. This world will only become more and more dangerous. When Yang Tao thought of this, his eyes moved slightly. He is now level 10. In the whole of China, it is number 1. Only he himself knows that level 10 is just the starting point. In front of powerful monsters, a level 10 person is no different from an ant. It's time to continue upgrading. Yang Tao muttered to himself. After level 10, upgrading is no longer simply about killing monsters. But there are other conditions. In the previous life, the most powerful indigenous people were already close to becoming immortals. It's the immortal in mythology. If you want to cultivate to the immortal realm, killing monsters is no longer enough. Instead, it requires corresponding cultivation resources. That's right. The first wave of monsters that descended were just like the primary monsters in the novice village. Apart from the novice village, next is the real world. Yang Tao vaguely remembered that if he wanted to upgrade after level 10, he needed to accept the inheritance. Only after joining a sect and obtaining inheritance can you continue to upgrade. Thinking of this, Yang Tao sighed. The night sky is dotted with stars. What we need to do next can no longer be done alone. Just as Yang Tao was thinking, Yang Tao saw that the stars that were just there in the night sky had disappeared. Instead, there was complete darkness. Even the moon had no shadow. Yang Tao was stunned when he saw this scene. So fast. This is a sign of the second coming of gaming. The darkness of the night did not last long. Suddenly, dense spots of light appeared in the night sky. Like stars, the difference is that these points of light are constantly getting bigger. It was as if countless meteorites were about to land on this planet. The light spot grew bigger and bigger, emitting a dazzling light. Finally, the entire night sky turned into a glowing curtain. Countless people woke up from their sleep and were stunned when they saw this scene. The chat channel was already in chaos. What the hell? What's going on? Wasn't it dark just now? Is it dawn so soon? It's day. Even if it's day, it won't shine like this. Could it be that another monster has come? Everyone was frightened by this strange scene, because it is unknown. The unknown is terrifying. They don't know what will happen next. Like a natural disaster, ordinary people can do nothing. Yang Tao looked at the light spot that had turned into a ball of light. Expression is calm. These are all visions of the second coming. It will not cause any harm to people. The ball of light above the dome suddenly shot down and scattered between heaven and earth. It was as if the light of day just now disappeared. The whole night returned to normal. There are still stars everywhere, and a crescent moon hangs high in the sky. Yang Tao looked at the chat channel and saw those people happily thinking that this was just an anomaly and there would not be any side effects. Yang Tao shook his head. After tomorrow, there will be a lot of space in this world. Someone was walking and stepped on a piece of dog shit, and then entered an unfamiliar space. Some people may see a strange stone tablet suddenly appear in a familiar place, and when they go forward to touch it, the person disappears. There will also be more humanoids in strange costumes, doing some strange things. Chapter 46 Farewell to Taishang Laojun. Only after everything returned to normal did Wu Feifei come out of the kitchen. What happened just now? It's already dawn. Yang Tao shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. The same is true for the 4 Lu Qinxiao brothers. He shook his head in confusion. Wu Feifei didn't come up with an answer and brought up a table of food with confusion. After Yang Tao had eaten, he went straight into the room to rest. The next day, Yang Tao got up at daybreak. After washing up, I met Wu Feifei in the living room. The two had a simple breakfast. A day's plan begins in the morning. Yang Tao got up so early because he naturally wanted to see what happened after the second coming of the game last night. In his memory, there was a sword sect near Longcheng, and he could choose to join it. Only after he joins a sword sect and obtains inheritance can his level continue to improve. As for people like Wu Feifei, who have not reached level 10, they are naturally not qualified to join any sect. This time, some of these spaces have monsters. In a few days, these monsters will slowly appear in this world. Wu Feifei can also gain experience points by killing these monsters. After reaching level 10, you can choose to enter some spaces and visit sections. If you are lucky, you can obtain the sex inheritance. Yang Tao had already determined his upgrade route. Kendo. Apart from the inheritance of Kendo, he did not consider anything else. Let's go. I'll take you outside to have a look. After Yang Tao had eaten, he said to Wu Feifei. Wu Feifei was puzzled. What's good to see outside? All the monsters in Dragon City have been killed by Yang Tao. Now there are just some buildings outside. As for those people, they either hid themselves or went into hiding, or died in the monster's mouth. But Yang Tao started to speak. She didn't say much. He touched his storage ring and followed Yang Tao out. Wu Feifei's level is not yet level 10. Yang Tao took her out just to see if there were any monsters running out of the space that could help Wu Feifei level up. As for the 3 brothers Lu Qinxiao, they can only wait until later. After going out, Yang Tao walked towards the center of Longcheng according to his memories of his previous life. There is a stone tablet near the center of Dragon City that leads to a space where a sword sect is located. Yang Tao and his companions' physical strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. Especially Wu Feifei. With the blessing of a mid-grade spiritual weapon, her attributes are higher than those of Yang Tao, who is at level 10. The two of them were moving at a fairly fast pace and soon arrived near the center of Dragon City. Just as they were about to reach the vicinity, the two saw a white figure passing by in the air, not far away. He was dressed in a fluttering white robe, looking like an immortal. When Yang Tao saw this scene, he suddenly felt that this figure seemed a little familiar. When the figure was about to leave his sight, it suddenly turned and headed straight towards Yang Tao. Wu Feifei immediately became alert, and a wolf head token appeared in her hand. Be ready to get started at any time. When Yang Tao saw this, he immediately stopped it. They are all characters who can fly, so it's useless even if the wolf soul is summoned. The two of them are just level 10 noobs. I can only hope that I don't encounter any bloodthirsty characters. The white figure flew into the air and soon arrived in front of Yang Tao. Yang Tao also saw the appearance of the visitor and was extremely surprised. Taishang Laojun? I didn't expect to meet Laozi here. The last time was also after the game came. Yang Tao met Taishang Laojun and obtained an incredible talent. People like Taishang Laojun have always been erratic. Taishang Laojun descended directly in front of the two of them. Looking at Yang Tao, he smiled. My dear, I didn't expect to meet you here. I see that you look very healthy. It seems that you have found an opportunity. I've reached level 10, so of course I look good. Yang Tao said silently in his heart. It's been very good recently. I have indeed got an opportunity. As he spoke, Yang Tao said to Wu Feifei beside him. This is Senior Taishang Laojun. Why don't you pay your respects to him? Wu Feifei reacted and saw that Taishang Laojun was dressed in ancient robes, just like an NPC. I couldn't help but feel curious. But he still bowed. Junior pays homage to Senior Taishang Laojun. As soon as she bowed, Wu Feifei felt a magical force lifting her up. Wu Feifei was suddenly surprised. When Taishang Laojun saw this scene, he laughed out loud. Okay, my dear friend, since this is our first meeting, I will give you a gift. As he spoke, he waved his right hand, which was supporting Fu Chun, in the air. Then a ray of light appeared along the trajectory of the floating dust. Finally, it appeared in midair and fell directly on Wu Feifei's head. Wu Feifei received a prompt from the panel, showing a look of shock. "Thank you quickly. Thank you for the treasure, senior." Taishang Laojun smiled and said, "No problem, no problem." He waved his hand again, and a shield of light appeared, covering Yang Tao and himself. Yang Tao looked at the light shield that appeared out of thin air in front of him and knew that it was some kind of magical spell used by Taishang Laojun to isolate the sound. Taishang Laojun looked at Yang Tao deeply with a smile. "The aura on your body is getting stronger." Yang Tao knew that he was talking about the power behind the game. When he levels up, he is using the power of the game. As his level increases, this aura will become stronger and stronger. This is inevitable. Yang Tao smiled bitterly. "Senior, you are in this situation and have no choice." Taishang Laojun pondered for a moment, then nodded, the worry between his brows difficult to dispel. "What do you think of the fate of this world?" Yang Tao was reborn, and he only knew that the world would operate according to that force, until he completed his mission. As for the purpose of that power, Yang Tao didn't know. In this world, no one has the ability to decide their own destiny. They're just chess pieces being manipulated. Yang Tao didn't explain his words completely. Only by living can we know the truth. After hearing these two sentences, Taishang Laojun smiled, nodded deeply. "My friend, you are right. Only by living can you know the truth. Where are you going this time, my friend?" "I felt a familiar aura descending upon this world last night. There is another change in this world." Yang Tao secretly thought that he was worthy of being called Taishang Laojun. As for the familiar aura mentioned by Taishang Laojun, Yang Tao also knew what it was. The space of the Second Advent is filled with things from the primitive world. As Taishang Laojun was a person from the ancient times, it is not surprising that he is familiar with it. "That's why I came here?" Taishang Laojun pondered for a moment and took out a sign from his arms. The sign was milky white in color, with a halo surrounding it. "My friend, I'll give you this token first. If you meet my old friend, you can save yourself some trouble by showing the token." Yang Tao was surprised. After taking the token, he quickly expressed his gratitude. Taishang Laojun laughed. "Goodbye, my friend." Chapter 47. "Mr. Jiang, haven't you read the gossip recently?" Yang Tao only felt a flash before his eyes, and then the figure of Taishang Laojun disappeared, and the light shield in front of him also disappeared. If the token in Yang Tao's hand had not been cold to the touch, Yang Tao would have almost thought that what had just happened had not happened. Wu Feifei looked curious. "Boss Yang, was that an NPC just now?" Yang Tao nodded. "How strange, this NPC's name is Taishang Laojun. I remember that Taishang Laojun is a mythical figure." Wu Feifei muttered to herself. "This NPC is so strange. He actually came to you on his own initiative and gave me something." Yang Tao smiled. "By the way, what did Senior Taishang Laojun give you?" "It seems to be a magic spell called something like Alchemy Inheritance." When Yang Tao heard the name of alchemy, he was shocked. It turned out to be alchemy. Taishang Laojun is famous for his alchemy. According to legend, even the gods in heaven would come to by the 9-revolution golden elixir refined by Laozi. There is no doubt that Wu Feifei obtained a very powerful spell. Etc. Yang Tao's breathing suddenly became suffocated. Alchemy inheritance? After a while, Yang Tao let out a deep breath. "I am already level 10, but I haven't obtained the inheritance yet." Wu Feifei only met Laozi once and directly obtained his inheritance? "Wu Feifei, you have gained a huge benefit." Wu Feifei looked confused. "Ah?" Yang Tao shook his head. "You'll know later." After Wu Feifei reaches level 10, she doesn't have to join any sect and can be promoted directly, because she has now inherited the alchemy legacy from Taishang Laojun. Wu Feifei continued to ask questions like a curious baby. Yang Tao had no choice but to change the subject. "Do you know why the world is changing?" When Yang Tao asked such a serious question in court, Wu Feifei immediately shut up. "Isn't it just a game coming to reality? Then ordinary people like us can fight monsters and level up." Although Wu Feifei was an excellent student, the world changed so quickly that she had no time to reflect. Yang Tao shook his head. "On the surface, it's the advent of a game, but in reality, It's a collision of two worlds. Characters from the mythical world appear in the real world, conflicting and blending with each other. After hearing this, Wu Feifei fell into deep thought, and soon she refuted. That's not right. What's the point of that game panel? And there are those NPCs. There is no reason for these things to appear out of thin air in this world. Yang Tao no de. If I say that there is a powerful force behind the scenes, and that he brought the game panel, would you believe it? Wu Feifei's eyes widened. I believe it. I believe whatever you say. Yang Tao rolled his eyes at her and continued. These NPCs are people from another world. They were forcibly pulled into this world by a mysterious force and turned into NPCs. They are real people, people with flesh and blood. Yang Tao originally wanted to reveal some information he knew to Wu Feifei. But Wu Feifei didn't seem to want to listen. And it also raises a fatal question. How do you know this? Wu Feifei looked doubtful. I guessed. Yang Tao could only shut up. Soon, the two of them arrived at their destination. This is a crossroads with 8 lanes at each intersection, which can be said to be the main road of launching. At the confluence of 4 major highways, there is a large open space. In the past, there should have been a lot of traffic here. But now, there is silence, no roar of engines, and no smelly exhaust pollution. There is a huge building standing in the middle of the intersection. No, that's a sword. A stone sword. The stone sword is extremely huge, like a tall building, reaching straight into the sky. There are some mysterious cloud patterns engraved on it, which is very beautiful. This huge stone sword seemed to have fallen from the sky and pierced the ground. It looks very abrupt at the intersection. Yang Tao had seen such a scene in his previous life, so he wasn't too shocked when he took another look at it. But it was the first time that Wu Feifei saw such a scene. He suddenly froze in place, muttering to himself. When did this appear here? It's so shocking. Yang Tao didn't say anything either, just stood there quietly. It's shocking. Just then, a sudden voice sounded nearby. Yang Tao turned around. Then I saw a young man walking towards me, surrounded by a group of people. When Yang Tao saw this man, he immediately frowned. He doesn't know this person. Wu Feifei came back to her senses at this time and was shocked when she saw the young man. He leaned over and whispered in Yang Tao's ear. He is Jiang Qingsong, the heir to the first group. Yang Tao's ears felt itchy from the wind blowing. It turned out to be the enemy. The last time I was attacked by people from Longcheng, Jiang Qingsong must have been behind it. Jiang Qingsong had a faint smile on his face. Walked over. Why, young Master Yang? Have you never seen such a grand scene? It's okay. You've come to my territory now. Take a good look. Otherwise, there won't be anything to see when you go back. Yang Tao ignored it. Pulling Wu Feifei, he walked towards the stone sword. Seeing this, Jiang Qingsong hurriedly spoke. Young Master Yang, this is my family's property. It's not good for you to get close to it like this. Yang Tao frown it. Your stuff. Yes, my stuff. The area in the middle of Dragon City belongs to my family. Jiang Qingsong still had a faint smile on his face, as if he had Yang Tao in his grasp. Yang Tao was almost laughing out of anger. Why do these financial tycoons always like to carve out territories? The last time Yang's group was like this. You can go there if you want. Take out the reward for being the first on the ranking list. Award? 0 pupil? Yang Tao had practiced this spell a long time ago. There is nothing left for him. 0 pupil was activated, and the level information of Jiang Qingsong and others appeared in Yang Tao's eyes. Except for Jiang Qingsong, who is at level 3, everyone else is at level 1. Moreover, those people have firm eyes, broad shoulders, and strong bodies. They are not ordinary people. Such people should have fought on the battlefield. The first group is not easy. The spell is gone. But I, Yang, will be there today. I want to see what Master Jiang can use to stop me. Having said that, Yang Tao continued to move forward. Stop them! Jiang Qingsong shouted loudly. A dozen strong men rushed up and surrounded Wu Feifei and Yang Tao. Wu Feifei suddenly looked at Jiang Qingsong with pity. Jiang Qingsong was very confused. The next second, Yang Tao disappeared like a ghost, as the sound of pa 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 was heard. A moment later, a group of strong men had fallen to the ground, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Even for a well-trained warrior, there are some skills that cannot be used in the face of absolute power. Mr. Jiang, haven't you read any gossip recently? Chapter 48. Mr. Jiang is a real man who can bend and stretch. Wu Feifei said this nonsensical remark with a faint smile. At this time, Jiang Qingsong was already stunned. These people are all warriors who have experience fighting on the battlefield, and their levels are also level 1. How could he fall down in the blink of an eye? Yang Tao looked at Jiang Qingsong, who was in shock. I don't know what to say. It seems that Jiang Qingsong has not had any contact with the outside world during this period of time. Not only did the level not rise, he didn't even know that he had killed all the giant wolves in Dragon City. Yang Tao stood aside and calmly took a step towards Jiang Qingsong. Jiang Qingsong was so frightened that he stepped back repeatedly. Yang Tao, let me tell you, I am the heir to the first group. If you dare to touch me, the first group will fight you to the death. My father is the chairman of the first group. Don't come over here. I'm calling someone. Just go away if you know what's good for you. I'll let you go this time. Jiang Qingsong was extremely confused. When did Yang Tao become so powerful? Oh shit, I'm gonna die. When Yang Tao heard that someone was going to be called, he immediately became interested. He flashed to Jiang Qingsong's side, grabbed his back muscle, and lifted him up. Call someone. Yang Tao had a faint smile on his face. But in Jiang Qingsong's eyes, this was undoubtedly the smile of a devil. Yang Tao is a man with a strong, murderous nature. Every time he takes action, there will always be several deaths. He had no doubt that Yang Tao would ignore his background and kill people directly. Brother, I won't call anyone. Jiang Qingsong almost peed as he felt his body floating in the air. Brother, I was wrong. I really won't call anyone. The faint smile on Yang Tao's face disappeared and he frowned. Jiang Qingsong almost cried. Brother, I was just kidding. I won't call anyone. I really won't call anyone. Wu Feifei also found it a bit funny watching from the side. Mr. Jiang is a real man who can bend and stretch. When Jiang Qingsong heard Wu Feifei's words, he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. This way, he wouldn't have to die. Ha! Call someone. You must call someone. Call now, or I'll chop you up. Yang Tao said viciously. Jiang Qingsong was stunned when he heard this. What? Let me call someone? No. He must be testing me. Jiang Qingsong thought for a moment and immediately smiled awkwardly. I really don't want to call anyone, brother. How about you put me down first? Looking at Jiang Qingsong's expression as if he was trying his best to please him, Yang Tao said another sentence. Didn't you understand me? I told you to call for help. Jiang Qingsong was extremely scared. Could it be that Yang Tao was going to kill himself with a sword after I called for help? The strength in Yang Tao's hands became stronger and stronger. It hurts. I'm screaming right now. As he spoke, he opened his chat interface. Call someone, right? I'll call my dad over and scare you to death. Pretending to be a cup? His fingers moved quickly, and soon, Jiang Qingsong sent out a message. Dad, come to the middle road of Dragon City quickly. That's where the sword is. I met Yang Tao and captured him soon. I'm short of some manpower. Bring them here immediately. It's urgent. On the other side, Zhang Ao, chairman of the first group, saw the message prompt and clicked it immediately. Qingsong, what message did this guy send? Could it be that I'm in trouble just after the house arrest was lifted? Zhang Ao felt helpless towards his son, like a troublemaker. The last time he provoked Yang Tao even threatened him to clean up his mess and wait for the consequences. Zhang Ao was afraid that his son was stubborn, so he put him in solitary confinement. Even the game panel is not allowed to be used. He went to Shi Jin's place. Maybe he found something. Zhang Ao clicked on the message with a little anticipation. Dad, come to the middle road of Dragon City quickly. That's where the sword is. I met Yang Tao and captured him soon. I'm short of some manpower. Bring them here immediately. It's urgent. Oh shit. When Zhang Ao saw the message, he immediately burst into swearing. As the chairman of the first group, he couldn't help himself. Confirmed the content of the message again. Zhang Ao's fingers began to tremble, and he didn't know if it was because he was angry or something else. After a long time, Zhang Ao held his forehead with his hand, showing an expression of despair. My son, you are so blind. You dare to mess with Yang Tao, a ruthless man who can challenge the entire Dragon City giant wolf alone. The first group is not some third-rate consortium. As the chairman of the first group, how could he not know what the dramatic changes in the world mean? Now Yang Tao is God. If he sees someone he doesn't like, he'll just attack him. No one can beat him anyway. But what about this news? Are we about to capture Yang Tao? He knew what kind of character his son was. What is going on? Hurry, go over there right now. Jiang Ao didn't have time to think about it and just asked people to go out. I was afraid that if I was a little late, my son would be gone. In the middle of Dragon City, under the stone sword, Wu Feifei looked at Jiang Qingsong, who was sitting on the ground, with a look of disdain. Mr. Jiang, your first group is not strong enough. It's been so long. Why hasn't anyone come yet? You are not being abandoned by the first group, are you? Jiang Qingsong was about to cry out loud. How would he know why he hasn't come yet? Yang Tao was standing under the stone sword, looking at the giant sword that went straight into the sky, silent. Judging from Yang Tao's character, this Jiang Qingsong is doomed to die. But consider the first group behind him. Yang Tao had no choice but to not kill him for the time being. It's not because I'm afraid of the first group, but it is not necessary. The world is big. Not everything can be held in your own hands. At this time, it is better to have one more friend than one more enemy. In the previous life, the first group was the most powerful of the old forces. Master all kinds of resources across the country. Later, he defended the motherland in the national war. It's just that this annoying Jiang Qingsong is a bit annoying. Yang Tao did this to avoid unnecessary trouble. If Jiang Qingsong really caused him losses, this dog's head must be chopped off no matter what. But now, seeing Jiang Qingsong sitting on the ground like a child without caring about his image, Yang Tao walked over and kicked him. Mr. Jiang, young Master Jiang, when will your father come? Wu Feifei's voice sounded nearby. Boss Yang, why don't we stop waiting? Just kill him right away. It's a waste of time. Jiang Qingsong was horrified when he heard this. Brother, sister, please stop. My dad will be here soon. Okay, wait another 10 minutes, otherwise I have to take action. Not long after, a group of dark figures appeared in the distance. Jiang Ao walked quickly forward, followed by many subordinates. When Jiang Qingsong saw his father appear, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Dad, I'm here. Quick, Zhang Dao. Under Jiang Qingsong's expectant gaze, Jiang Ao walked straight past his son and came in front of Yang Tao. Mr. Yang, I am sorry for disturbing you by not being a good parent. Chapter 49. Entering the Sword Sect World. Jiang Qingsong watched his father walk past him and come directly in front of Yang Tao. Jiang Ao had a kind smile on his face. He simply put the blame on his own son. Dad, I'm here. Jiang Qingsong was still unwilling to give in. Thinking Jiang Ao didn't see him, he reminded him. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ao turned around and kicked him. Jiang Qingsong cried out in pain and covered his face. Yang Tao glanced at Jiang Ao. Jiang Ao is a middle-aged man, only in his 40s, with the aura of a man in a high position. Gives a sense of majesty. Mr. Yang, I'm so sorry. My good-for-nothing son has been put in solitary confinement by me for a while now. He has no idea how high the heavens are, or how deep the earth is. Look, we have some equipment here to apologize to you. As he spoke, the subordinates behind Jiang Ao took out several pieces of equipment from a password box. Yang Tao took a quick look, found these are some common equipment. It's not worth any money at all. Maybe it is a treasure for the first group. To him, it was nothing but useless stuff. When Yang Tao heard that Jiang Qingsong was put in solitary confinement, he suddenly realized. I see. He asked why Jiang Qingsong was so courageous. I thought he just wanted to meet Fish Liang. Boss Jiang, this is a small matter. Master Jiang didn't cause me any loss, so let's forget about it. As he said this, he pushed away the equipment that was handed to him. Jiang Ao was stunned. These equipments were obtained with great difficulty by their first group. Yang Tao just took a look and gave up. From this we can see that Yang Tao probably has more good things on him. I don't even think highly of these pieces of equipment. Moreover, Yang Tao implied that if Jiang Qingsong caused him any losses, Jiang Qingsong would have to die here today. In an instant, Jiang Ao evaluated Jiang Qingsong in his heart. Know when to advance and when to retreat. I came here to trouble the first group with one more thing. Yang Tao pondered for a moment and said. Jiang Ao felt relieved after hearing this. He would only be afraid if Yang Tao didn't make any requests. Just ask. Please tell me, Mr. Yang. If you need my help, I will never refuse. Jiang Ao patted his chest and said, These strange things appeared here last night, and I plan to investigate. We need the first group to help us scout the enemy. Yang Tao did not say that he would enter the sword sect space. Instead, it is stated in a general way. Jiang Ao laughed, thinking it was something big. I agreed immediately. Don't worry, I'll help you, Mr. Yang. The first group will always be your friend. Yang Tao nodded after hearing this answer. He took Wu Fei directly to Shijian. At Yang Tao's signal, Wu Fei pricked her fingertip, and a drop of bright red blood appeared. The same is true for Yang Tao. When the two men's palms touched the stone sword, a colorful light enveloped the two of them. In an instant, the two figures disappeared from the spot. Zhang Qingsong looked at the two people who disappeared. I was stunned. Dad, where are they? Zhang Ao turned around and kicked him again. Then, 7 wolves were drawn. Fuck you, you rebellious son. How dare you even mess with Yang Tao? If you don't live, I still want to live. As he said this, he whipped him with a belt. Do you know what level Yang Tao is now? He killed all the giant wolves in Dragon City by himself. Do you think it would be difficult for him to destroy our first group? When Zhang Qingsong heard this, he was stunned. I even forgot the pain in my body. What? He killed all the giant wolves in Dragon City? Are you kidding me? There was another snap, and the 7 wolves pulled out. Are you kidding? Do you have no brains? You were just released from confinement today, but you didn't go and see where the giant wolf is now. Zhang Qingsong is not a fool. He naturally knows at this time that his father is not joking. He opened the ranking list and saw Yang Tao's name rank high at the first place. Level 10. He is only level 3 now. Did he really kill all the giant wolves in Dragon City? Zhang Qingsong felt like he had been to the gates of hell. Everything in front of Yang Tao's eyes was blurry, and he felt a cold wind whistling beside him. But I couldn't hear any sound and couldn't see any light. After a long time, Yang Tao's vision gradually recovered. Wu Fei was still by my side. With eyes wide open, he looked around curiously. Yang Tao found himself in a valley. This valley is shaded by green trees, and unknown wild flowers bloom with charming colors. Behind Yang Tao and the other person, there is a stone sword that is exactly the same as the one in the real world. But this stone sword is not as spectacular as the one in the real world. It is a smaller version, only 1 meter high. Is this the sword sect world? This was also Yang Tao's first time coming in. In his previous life, he just joined an ordinary sect and had no chance to come here. The world of the sword sect is not accessible to just anyone. It has just arrived here. The sword sect disciples just haven't reacted yet. If they come to their senses, they will definitely send disciples to explore the real world. The entrance to the sword sect world will also be guarded by someone. This is why Yang Tao is so anxious. While the sword sect disciples have not yet reacted, just enter into it. Yang Tao looked around. There are obvious signs of human life here. In the center of the valley, there is a cultivated field. Let's see what's around here first. The two of them walked together, and after taking a few steps, they saw a narrow path in front of them. It's winding, and I don't know where it leads. The Qing Gang sword appeared in Yang Tao's hand. In these spatial worlds, a certain thing is used to connect to the real world. In these worlds, there are not only sects, but also some monsters. If you are unlucky, you might encounter powerful monsters. The situation in each world is different. Some worlds are filled with monsters. There are some worlds that are populated by a group of ancient mortals. This is the world of Sword Sect, because I have never been here before. Yang Tao was not sure whether he would encounter any danger. Wu Fei saw that Yang Tao had already taken out his weapon. A token also appeared in his hand. The two had not walked for long when they saw a figure appear in front of them. Yang Tao became alert instantly. The figure was getting closer and closer. When he got up close, Yang Tao found that it was an old man carrying 2 wooden barrels. The old man was wearing a coarse linen shirt and a pointed round hat on his head that looked like it was made of bamboo. The old man's dress doesn't look like a modern person. The 2 men saw the old man, and the old man naturally saw the 2 men. When the old man raised his head, his face was full of wrinkles like ravines, showing the vicissitudes of life. There was confusion in his eyes. When he saw the Qing Gang's sword in Yang Tao's hand, the doubt on his face disappeared and was replaced by surprise. Greetings to the 2 immortals. Chapter 50, Jian Gu Village. Yang Tao and Wu Fei looked at the old man in front of them and didn't know what to say for a moment. Sword Sect Immortel. Yang Tao used his spiritual eyes to take a look at the old man, but didn't find anything wrong. This is an ordinary person. The old man saw that the 2 did not respond. He looked as if he had suddenly realized something. He put down the burden on his shoulders and fell to his knees with a plop. He immediately gave a great salute to Yang Tao and the other man. Li Sanlang, a villager from Jingu village, pays homage to the two immortals. The immortals are finally here. We in Jingu village have been waiting for you so long. This, Wu Fei Fei glanced at Yang Tao. Yang Tao had a strange look on his face. It seems that there are still mortals living in the world of Sword Sect. This situation is not uncommon in various space worlds. In order to ensure the longevity of their sects, some sects deliberately placed many ordinary people into space. Yang Tao helped the old man up. It seems that there is a huge gap between the sects here and the mortals. The status gap is quite big. It seems that this Jingu village has something to ask of the Sword Sect. Moreover, they were both regarded as disciples of the Sword Sect. Father, get up quickly. Tell me what's going on in detail. Yang Tao decided to wait and see the situation first. It's better to understand the situation first than to run around like a headless fly. Li Sanlang stood up, looking excited. Fairy, a monster appeared in our Jingu village a few days ago. I hope you two fairies can go and deal with it. Yang Tao's eyes lit up after hearing this. So that's how it is. Wu Fei Fei is not yet at level 10. I need some monsters to level up. However, Yang Tao did not rush to agree. Yang Tao looked thoughtful at first. We two brothers and sisters have important things to do when we go down the mountain this time. It won't take too long. If the monster is too troublesome, we can ask our senior brother to come down the mountain to deal with it. When the old man heard this, he immediately became anxious. I waited so long for these two immortals. How could they just leave like this? Two immortals. Yang Tao continued. Old man, why don't you tell us about this monster so that we can make preparations? In fact, if he couldn't win, Yang Tao decided to leave first. The leader had no idea what kind of monsters lived in this Sword Sect world. If he encounters a big monster, won't he have to die here? Don't lie. Just as the old man was about to speak, Yang Tao said something. This monster is a big tiger. Every day after sunset, it comes into the village and captures livestock and poultry. But there has been no precedent of anyone getting hurt. After hearing this, Yang Tao roughly knew what was going on. It turned out to be a big tiger. With his current strength, it is very easy for him to deal with a tiger. I agreed immediately. Just get in touch with more people and find out the news about this world. Damn it, please lead the way. Old man, we are brother and sister, and we will fight to the death with that big tiger today. Yang Tao said shamelessly. When the father-in-law heard this, he was overjoyed. He originally thought that the two immortals in front of him would not exorcise the demon. Please come to the front. Please come to the front. The father-in-law simply dropped his two wooden barrels and walked forward with Wu Fei Fei. Yang Tao has been alert all the time. If there is anything wrong with the old man in front of him, the Qinggang sword in his hand will not be a pushover. But this old man is a decent man, and he has done nothing wrong along the way. After passing through the winding path, Yang Tao found that the scenery suddenly opened up. In front of Yang Tao and the other two was a small village. The small village is entirely made up of tiled and thatched huts, about a dozen in total. Smoke from cooking floated in the village, and the air was filled with the smell of fireworks. The father-in-law came back to the village and shouted directly at the entrance of the village. Everybody come out! An immortal is coming. The immortal is coming to exorcise the demon. The father-in-law, who looked old, was full of energy at this moment. With a roar, the sound spread throughout the entire village. In an instant, people came out from every room. These people were all wearing coarse linen clothes and had dark skin. When they saw the two people, their faces were filled with smiles. The immortal is coming. Now that the immortal has arrived, we are no longer afraid of that monster. These two immortals are so young. What do you know? This is called a talented man and a beautiful woman. The villagers smiled and whispered to the two. The father-in-law, who brought the two here, said to everyone, since the two immortals have just arrived, we in Jingu village must entertain them well. Everyone, give the two immortals a meal. With just this shout, all the villagers dispersed and ran back home. Yang Tao looked at the old man in front of him with confusion. The father-in-law chuckled. My two great immortals? I am the village chief. Yang Tao suddenly realized no wonder it worked. He just used his spiritual eyes to look at these people, and they were all ordinary villagers. Since you want to entertain yourself, then I can take this opportunity to find out some information. He has been here for such a long time, but he still hasn't seen where Jianzhong is. It would take a long time for me to find the sword sect by my own 2 feet. It would be better to ask these villagers. In a short while, all the villagers ran out, holding all kinds of food in their hands. There were yellow biscuits, black bacon, and even a live chicken that had not been killed yet. This, yang tao looket confuset. Is this how you entertain yourself? These things are not edible. So he shook his head again and again. Deal with the monster first. We are two brothers and sisters on our way. These two sentences stunned everyone. The father-in-law said quickly, Sir, we sent 3 requests for help to the immortal sect. After more than half a year, we finally received the 2 sirs. Maybe they were too excited. I hope you 2 immortals will not be offended. We are just a group of farmers in the mountains. My father-in-law is the village chief. So how could he not see Yang Tao's expression? Sent for help 3 times? Yang Tao quickly found the key point. It seems that this village has the ability to contact the sword sect. Moreover, the people from the sword sect have not been here for a long time. Yang Tao analyzed the useful information. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. 20 or 30 villagers dispersed when they saw the sky suddenly darken. Yang Tao didn't understand. How come it's getting dark so quickly? No sign at all. There's a problem. The father-in-law at the side said hurriedly. It's getting dark. That monster is coming. 2 immortals, please help us. Yang Tao looked at his father-in-law calmly. After realizing that he didn't seem to be lying, he clenched the Qinggang sword in his hand. Suddenly, a tiger roar was heard in the distance. The old man's body trembled, and he ran into the village and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Tao held the Qinggang sword in his hand and looked forward. A token also appeared in Wu Feifei's hand. A black wolf shadow slowly gathered in front of her. A gust of wind blew, raising the dust and fallen leaves on the ground. A tiger shadow appeared in front of the 2 people. Chapter 51. Tiger Demon, Zhu Xian Broken Sword. In the strong wind, a 5-meter-tall beast slowly walked out. The beast was bright yellow in color with some black spots all over its body. It turned out to be a big tiger. As soon as the big tiger entered the village, his nose twitched and he focused his eyes on Wu Feifei and Yang Tao. The tiger's eyes, as big as a fist, showed a hint of doubt. Oh, 2 strangers. This big tiger actually spoke human language. The tiger's buzzing sound made Wu Feifei open her eyes wide in surprise, her face full of disbelief. Wu Feifei pointed at the big tiger for a long time before she said a word. It can speak. Yang Tao looked calm. Now that you have become a demon, you will naturally be able to speak. Wu Feifei nodded, not quite understanding. The spiritual pupil was activated, and the information of the tiger monster appeared in Yang Tao's eyes. First level tiger monster. Life, 500. Attack, 50. Speed, 30. It turned out to be a first level tiger demon. Yang Tao was suddenly surprised. Compared with the giant wolves in Dragon City, this tiger demon is not on the same level. The first level is already above level 10. After seeing the tiger monster's blood volume, Yang Tao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the HP does not exceed 1,000, he can kill instantly. With the skill of 10,000 swords piercing the heart, he doesn't have to worry about low-level monsters at all. It seems that this tiger demon has been entrenched here for many years. Yang Tao looked directly at the tiger demon and said calmly, You bold monster, why don't you surrender? The Qinggang sword in his hand made a sword flower. Unexpectedly, the tiger demon actually laughed loudly. Huh? How could a mere foundation establishment kid let me surrender? Your training in the sword sect has damaged your brain. Wait until I kill you, and then I can enjoy the flesh and blood of the foundation-building realm. As it spoke, the tiger demon showed its long and sharp fangs and licked with its palm-sized tongue. The barbs on it made people shudder. Yang Tao doesn't want to waste time talking. 10,000 swords piercing the heart was activated immediately. Amid the tiger demon's surprised expression, a sharp sword light appeared on the ordinary Qinggang sword in Yang Tao's hand. Immediately afterwards, countless sword lights appeared in the air. The tiger demon's face changed drastically when he saw this. It actually felt a tremor at the sight of the sword light. This is a spell that can threaten its life. The tiger demon had cultivated hard for many years to reach this level, so he would naturally not just wait to die. The huge tiger turned around nimbly, without even looking back, and ran away. Unfortunately, Yang Tao's spell has already been cast. With a sound of sword ringing, the sword light in the air turned into a stream of light and pierced directly into the body of the tiger monster. The tiger demon trembled all over. Its limbs became stiff. It had lost the strength to move. and fell straight to the ground. The tiger demon's health was as high as 500, but it was instantly emptied under Yang Tao's 10,000 swords piercing the heart spell. Yang Tao's basic attack power has now reached 11 points. After being amplified 100 times by 10,000 swords piercing the heart, the attack power directly reached 1,100 points. Even if the tiger demon could reach several more levels, it could not escape the fate of being killed by Yang Tao's sword. Kill the first level tiger monster and gain 250 experience points. Yang Tao smiled when he heard this reminder. A tiger demon actually brought him 250 experience points. These spatial worlds are indeed blessed places. Wu Feifei was also stunned when she witnessed this scene. The magical tiger demon just now was killed instantly by Yang Tao in one move. How strong is Yang Tao? Every time Yang Tao used that spell, the sword lights all over the sky made Wu Feifei tremble, feeling that she would lose her life at any time. Wu Feifei became curious about Yang Tao's strength. After Yang Tao retracted the Qinggang sword, he saw a flash of light under the huge tiger monster's corpse. Equipment exploded. Yang Tao was delighted. This was the first monster he killed in the space world, and the equipment just dropped like that. A good start. Yang Tao turned over the tiger demon's corpse and saw a piece of equipment underneath the corpse. The equipable appearance made Yang Tao frown. This is a rusty and broken sword. The style of the broken sword is quite ordinary. Apart from the hilt, there is still a 50-centimeter long blade left. The blade of the sword has been corroded by rust and is full of pits. When Yang Tao picked up the broken sword, he clearly felt that his hands were stained with dirt and rust. What the hell is this? The first time equipment exploded, this thing popped up. This broken sword looks no different from any discarded ironware on the street. People will lose interest if they see the same thing. Reluctantly, Yang Tao chose to check the information of the broken sword. The information about the broken sword surprised Yang Tao even more. Zhu Xian's secondary sword broken. Rank: innate spiritual treasure. Attack power: 0. There are 4 swords in the Zhu Xian sword formation, one of which is the main sword and 3 secondary swords. They are the magic weapons of the Saint Tong Tian. For some unknown reason, this secondary sword was broken. Even though it is a broken sword, it still contains the sword intent of the Zhu Xian sword formation. If you wear it for a long time, you may have a chance to comprehend the sword intent of Zhu Xian. Broken sword reforging duty. Yang Tao looked at the message about broken sword for a long time without saying anything. The immortal slaying sword formation of the sage Tong Tian. I didn't expect that this ordinary broken sword had such a great origin. In myths and legends, Master Tong Tian is considered to be the top fighter among saints with his Zhu Xian sword formation. The secondary sword of the Zhu Xian sword formation has been broken. So where is the main sword? Such a powerful Zhu Xian sword formation was broken. Is there any chance to meet the legendary saint again? Putting aside the thoughts in his mind, Yang Tao finally held the broken sword in his hand. The Qinggang sword is of little use to him now. Because of the existence of 10,000 swords piercing the heart, the attack power added by the Qinggang sword is nothing. Yang Tao decided to wear the broken sword. If you wear it all year round, you might actually have a chance to comprehend the legendary Zhu Xian sword intent. After a long time, a group of villagers appeared. They first exposed a head near the village and observed the situation. They found that Yang Tao and the other man were still standing at the entrance of the village safely, and they saw the corpse of the tiger demon not far away. Then he ran out and went straight to the tiger demon's corpse. When they came to the corpse, they took out knives from their arms and started to touch the tiger demon. From time to time, I heard, "This tiger penis is good, soak it in wine. The tiger tendons are mine. I want the tiger skin. I want the tiger bones. Soak them in wine." Seeing this scene, Yang Tao smiled bitterly. He forgot that this tiger demon, in addition to dropping equipment, was also full of treasures. However, these treasures are of little use to him. The old man arrived late and saw a group of villagers cutting the tiger monster's corpse with knives. He hurried over and kicked a few villagers aside with 2 bangs. "Stop! This is something from an immortal. If you do that again, I'll kick him out of the village." A few villagers smiled awkwardly and stopped. The father-in-law snatched a tiger whip from a villager, and without even caring about the fishy smell, he stuffed it directly into his arms. Chapter 52. Entering the Sword Sect. The old man smiled awkwardly and came up to the 2 of them. He fell to his knees with another thump. He kowtowed heavily to the 2 of them. I will always remember the kindness you two great immortals showed me in killing the monster. Please accept my greeting." Seeing this scene, many villagers knelt on the ground and expressed their gratitude. Seeing this, Yang Tao had no choice but to help his father-in-law up. "It's my job." The villagers thought they were disciples of the sword sect, so Yang Tao had no choice but to agree. Next, Yang Tao will go to the sword sect. See if there is a chance to join the sword sect and inherit its legacy. Only after obtaining the inheritance can you continue to upgrade. Otherwise, no amount of experience points will be of any use. After exchanging pleasantries with these villagers, Yang Tao did not get any useful information. There are many villages like this in the world of sword sect. As the saying goes, there is a difference between immortals and mortals. These ordinary mortals have no idea about the situation of the sword sect. All I know is that the sword sect is in the sky. When Yang Tao learned the news, he immediately looked up into the sky, found nothing unusual, just an ordinary sky. Yang Tao didn't have any hope either. I had no choice but to go to the next village to ask. Just after the two left, two figures descended from the sky and arrived in Jingu village. The figure was wearing a white robe, carrying a long sword on his back, and had an extraordinary temperament. As soon as he arrived at Jingu village, he spoke loudly. "Where is the head of Jingu village? The disciples of the sword sect are here to subdue the monster." After Yang Tao and the other person did not leave, they walked along the mountain road. After walking for an unknown amount of time, they saw two people appear in front of them. As soon as Yang Tao saw the two people, his eyes suddenly lit up. The two men carried long swords on their backs and wore the same style of clothes. In the world of sword sect, one can tell at first glance that someone is a disciple of the sword sect if they are dressed like this. Before Yang Tao could step forward to ask, the two of them flew straight into the air and came in front of Yang Tao. The long sword behind him was pulled out. Pointing at the two people, "You are the ones pretending to be disciples of my sword sect. Good boy. You are pretending to be my sword sect disciple Fuyao. Look at my sword." As he spoke, one of them drew out a sword and stabbed at Yang Tao. The other person took out a net and threw it directly at the two men. The net spread out in midair, emitting bursts of golden light. Yang Tao only felt a darkness before his eyes, and then he was wrapped up by the big net. One of them tapped his forehead, and Yang Tao suddenly felt a black screen before his eyes and fell asleep. When he woke up again, Yang Tao found himself in a hall. There are several figures ahead. Next to him is Wu Feifei. Wu Feifei was also very nervous when she saw this scene. Is this the sword sect? Yang Tao was curious. His body was already able to move freely. Someone in the figure in front said, "How dare you pretend to be a disciple of my sword sect? Tell me what you are up to. Otherwise, I will tear out the tendons and bones of both of you." A majestic voice rang out in the hall. Yang Tao is also confused now. "I wanted to join the sword sect, but I didn't expect to be captured by the sword sect. We both yearn for the sword sect and want to join it, but we have no way." Yang Tao had no choice but to express his difficulties. After he finished speaking, a burst of laughter broke out in the hall. "Ha! A country bumpkin also wants to join the sword sect. We in the sword sect have strict requirements for accepting disciples. These two people are not suitable. Just pretending to be a disciple of the sword sect is enough to kill them twice, and they still want to join the sword sect." Noisy sounds echoed in the hall. After a long time, that majestic voice sounded again. "My sword sect does not accept disciples. You two pretended to be disciples of my sword sect, so you should be punished. Cut off their hands and send them back to where they came from." When Yang Tao heard this, he frowned. I didn't expect the sword sect to be so cruel. He would chop off people's hands and feet at any time. There was despair in his eyes. Does that mean that after being reborn, I will be killed in the sword sect small world? Yang Tao was unwilling. Following that majestic voice, two sword sect disciples quickly drew their swords and stepped forward. At this moment, a powerful aura appeared in the hall. The two sword sect disciples were directly knocked back, and the long sword fell to the ground with a clang. That majestic voice sounded again. "Who? How dare you come to my law enforcement hall to cause trouble?" Then, the majestic voice let out a cry of pain. "Master, I was wrong. Ouch, don't hit me in the face. Sect Master." Yang Tao and the other man were stunned. The next second, a middle-aged man in ink-colored clothes appeared in front of them. He first looked at Yang Tao, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. "You have the aura of Master Uncle." He stretched out his hand and pointed, and there was something in the storage ring on Yang Tao's hand that was directly grabbed by the middle-aged man in front of him. It's the token of Taishang Laojun. This scene shocked Yang Tao immensely. Even in his previous life, he had never seen anyone with such ability. Who is this middle-aged man in front of me? How could he have such means? The middle-aged man took a look at the token and sighed. The token of the master's clone? Uncle Master? Yang Tao was wildly guessing the identity of the middle-aged man in front of him. But after thinking about it, I found that I had no idea where to start. Where did you get this token? The middle-aged man stared into Yang Tao's eyes. Yang Tao did not lie. The person in front of him was obviously an old acquaintance of Taishang Laojun. Taishang Laojun was right. This token did me a great favor. It was given by Senior Taishang Laojun. Where is the Supreme Lord? The senior is a great man. He comes and goes without a trace. I don't know either. After hearing this answer, the middle-aged man relaxed. The token that Taishang Laojun gave you is very good to you. Give it back to you. As he spoke, the token reappeared in Yang Tao's storage ring. The middle-aged man looked at Wu Feifei again, staring at her with deep eyes for a long time, revealing a hint of doubt. You also have the aura of Taishang Laojun, Yang Tao explained on the side. Some time ago, she inherited the alchemy from Senior Taishang Laojun. As soon as these words came out, the middle-aged man's eyes changed when he looked at the two people. One person got the token of Taishang Laojun, and the other person got the alchemy inheritance of Taishang Laojun. This shows that the relationship between these two people and Taishang Laojun is extraordinary. So he is the direct disciple of Taishang Laojun? The middle-aged man muttered to himself. Then, he shouted loudly to the back of the hall. Get out! The powerful sound was deafening, and the entire hall was shaking. Dust and flying catkins fell down. A young man walked out from the back of the hall, hurried and stumbling. Come to the middle-aged man. Greetings, greetings to the sect master. The middle-aged man didn't even look at him. If you don't apologize, I will chop off your hands and throw you out of the sword sect world. Yang Tao's eyelids twitched when he heard this. Wow, they're exactly the same. The man just now said that he would chop off both of their hands and throw them out of the sword sect. Now the roles have changed. The young man immediately spoke to Yang Tao and the other man. My two friends, I'm sorry. As soon as he finished speaking, he was kicked in the butt. Call me uncle. Chapter 53. The Sword Inheritance of the Sage Tongtian. The young man looked at Yang Tao and the others with a bit of dissatisfaction, but he still bowed his head to the two of them. Uncle Master. Now, the middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction. He waved his hand and uttered the word get out. The young man felt relieved and ran away happily. The middle-aged man looked at Yang Tao and the other man. Don't mind me. This kid is a monkey who has achieved enlightenment and likes to have fun. After hearing this, Yang Tao suddenly realized. At the same time, I was amazed. It turns out that there are monsters in the sword sect as well. But Yang Tao didn't say anything. The middle-aged man said again, you actually received the inheritance from Taishang Laojun. So, we can be considered as brothers and sisters. I don't know the names of the two of you yet. Yang Tao said quickly. My name is Yang Tao, and I'm from Earth. I am Wu Feifei, and I am also from Earth. When the middle-aged man heard the word Earth, he showed a trace of contemplation and then murmured, Earth? Where is this place? But he changed his words in an instant. Forget it. The Earth is the Earth. It doesn't matter. Although Junior Sister has inherited the legacy of Master Uncle's clone, she still needs to work harder. The middle-aged man looked at Wu Feifei deeply. Oh, I forgot to mention that I am Wayangxian, and I am a servant of the Saint Tongtian. As soon as these words came out, Yang Tao immediately remembered the middle-aged man's identity. He turned out to be the chief attendant disciple under the sage Tongtian. I wonder what realm you are in now? Greetings, Senior Wayangxian. Greetings, Senior Wayangxian. Wu Yunxian raised her hand gently. You're welcome, both of you. Junior Sister Wu has inherited the legacy from my uncle's clone, so she is now the same generation as me. As for young friend Yang, he has also been favored by Master's clone, so you and I can call each other our peers. Hey, you two came to the Sword Sect small world. What's the matter? I just heard that you want to join the Sword Sect? Wu Yunxian looked at Yang Tao, a little confused. Yang Tao nodded. That's right, I haven't received the inheritance yet. Because I love swordsmanship, I want to obtain the swordsmanship inheritance. Wu Yunxian stared at Yang Tao deeply, then nodded. I see. Young friend Yang has a good eye and is interested in the inheritance of our sword sect. Our sword sect is inherited from the Saint Tongtian. I am one of the sword-wielding boys under the seat of the Saint Tongtian. In the past, I held the immortal execution sword formation. Speaking of this, Wu Yunxian felt a little regretful. Unfortunately, Saint Tongtian disappeared with the immortal execution sword formation. Hearing the news, Yang Tao was shocked. The saint disappeared? Then the broken sword of Zhu Xian in his hand is... Thinking of this, Yang Tao shuddered. Things at this level were beyond his ability to explore. With a thought, he discovered that the broken sword was still lying in the storage ring and had not been discovered by Wang Xian. Could it be that this Zhu Xian secondary sword can also resist prying eyes? Yang Tao was a little confused. Wu Yunxian smiled awkwardly. Huh, that's too far away. Since young friend Yang wants to join the sword sect and inherit the sword art, this is a piece of cake. As he spoke, he waved his hand and a stream of light flew out from his fingertips and fell directly into Yang Tao's brain. Yang Tao only felt that a huge amount of information appeared in his mind out of nowhere. My head suddenly felt like it was about to burst. The so-called inheritance means all the knowledge and information about a development direction after it is determined. There are also levels of inheritance. For some inheritances, the principles are shallow and there is not much room for development. However, some inheritances lead directly to the Great Road. The gap between inheritance and inheritance is as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. And now, Yang Tao has obtained the most advanced sword-fighting inheritance. The inheritance of Wangxian comes from Tongtian Saint. Sage Tongtian is the most proficient in swordsmanship among all the saints. There is no doubt that Yang Tao's current sword-wielding inheritance can lead directly to the realm of Saint. As for how profound the Saint realm is, Yang Tao doesn't know now. It took Yang Tao a long time to digest this sword inheritance from the Saint. A promotion channel also emerged in Yang Tao's mind. After level 10, strength is no longer simply measured by level, but use the realm. After obtaining the inheritance at level 10, the first realm is the Golden Core realm. Above the Golden Elixir, there are the realms of Yuanying, Huashan, Lianxiu, Dashing, Immortal, Heavenly Immortal, True Immortal, Xinxian, and so on. Level 10 is just the beginning. After receiving the inheritance, his realm directly broke through to the Golden Core stage. However, the next upgrade requires a full 100,000 experience points. Yang Tao suddenly felt under tremendous pressure. In his previous life, his highest realm was only Nascent Soul. It took him 10 years to go from level 1 to the Nascent Soul stage. At that time, people who reached the highest level had already reached immortality. Taking a deep breath, Yang Tao opened his eyes. In front of him, Wu Yunxian was looking at him with a faint smile. Young friend Yang has actually received the sword sect's inheritance, so he should be a disciple of the sword sect. How about this? We still treat each other as peers, and you can be a free and easy elder in the sword sect. How could Yang Tao give up such a good thing? I agreed immediately. Yang Tao achieved his goal on this trip. Having received the inheritance, Yang Tao was ready to get straight to the point. Inform the situation on Earth one by one. After hearing this, Wu Yunxian frowned. The world is changing drastically. I'd better hide my sword sect world. After you, Yang. Go back. I will close the passage between the two worlds. In addition, young friend Yang can have fun in the sword sect small world for a while and experience the customs of our sword sect small world. Whenever you want to return to the sword sect small world, Yang Xiaoyu can use your magic power to activate this token and return to the sword sect small world. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Tao found that the figure of Wu Yunxian in front of him had faded, and then disappeared directly on the spot. And there was an extra token in his hand. Yang Tao picked it up and saw that it was the elder token of the sword sect. Obviously, Wang Xian was not interested in anything outside of the sword sect. Wu Feifei already felt strange about what she had experienced. This is already a method used by gods. Yang Tao made a plan quickly. Now I have come to the small world of sword sect. Then harvest some experience points here. In the sword sect small world, there are probably many wild monsters attacking mortal villages. Moreover, Wu Feifei's current level is still very low. There is still some distance to level 10. The inheritance of alchemy allows you to make elixirs after reaching level 10. This thing is hard currency no matter where it is. With such a person around him, Yang Tao must make use of Wu Feifei as soon as possible. Yang Tao took Wu Feifei out of the hall. I found that there was already a disciple waiting at the entrance of the hall. When the Spirit Eye spell was activated, Yang Tao found that the information about this disciple was blurry. Even the magic of the spiritual pupil cannot see through it. Yang Tao was immediately filled with awe. Although he and Wu Yunxian were considered equals, there was a huge gap between them. No one knew what realm Liangxian had reached. Now, even an ordinary disciple of the Sword Sect is an existence that he cannot see through. Chapter 54. A Rich Harvest. Defeating the Monster. When the Sword Sect disciple saw the two people coming out, he immediately went to greet them. Elder Yang, Uncle Wu, according to the sect master's instructions, I will be responsible for your affairs. My name is Chun Feng. Chun Feng looked at the two people in front of him and didn't understand why the sect leader thought so highly of them. They are obviously just at the foundation establishment stage. In the Sword Sect, he is not even as good as an ordinary disciple. But this was the order from the sect master, and he couldn't ignore it. Yang Tao glanced at Chun Feng and said directly, When I came here, I saw a monster haunting the mortal village. In the next few days, take us to subdue the monster. Yang Tao's purpose is very clear, which is to kill monsters and level up. It just so happens that there is someone to take care of us in the Sword Sect small world, making it much more convenient to move around. Chun Feng was stunned after hearing this. He thought these two were going out to eat, drink, and have fun. I didn't expect that he wanted to hunt demons. He nodded immediately. You two follow me. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and a few more pieces of paper appeared in his hand. Handed it to Yang Tao. When Yang Tao took a look, he found that the paper listed the places where monsters appeared, and there were dozens of columns. Most of them are mortal villages. Some are wild monsters. Yang Tao's eyes narrowed. It seems that the Sword Sect has a thorough grasp of the Sword Sect's small world. No matter what the information is, it cannot escape their eyes. But why did the village chief of Jinggu Village ask for help 3 times before someone came? Perhaps Chun Feng saw Yang Tao's confusion. He smiled and said, Jinggu Village. It was because those 2 junior brothers were lazy. Now, those 2 junior brothers have gone to receive the punishment. This time, Yang Tao suddenly realized. Then I'll have to trouble Brother Chun Feng to lead us to subdue the monster. Yang Tao said very politely. Chun Feng nodded, stretched out his hand. An auspicious cloud in the sky moved in front of the 3 people. You two, please. Wu Feifei was stunned by Chun Feng's actions. This is an immortal. Stretch out your hands to summon auspicious clouds. This is a legendary method. Yang Tao had some experience in his previous life, so he simply raised his leg and stepped onto the auspicious cloud. This auspicious cloud is a means commonly used by some immortals, and it can allow them to fly in the sky. Step on it, and it's as if you were walking on flat ground. Seeing this, Wu Feifei also stepped on it. An auspicious cloud carried the 3 people directly into the sky, and then descended straight down. It was only at this time that Yang Tao discovered that the Sword Sect was really in the sky. The auspicious clouds descended to an unknown height before Yang Tao saw the outline of the mountains below. This auspicious cloud is very interesting. When people stand on it, no matter how fast they go, they can only feel a slight breeze. You won't feel the howling wind because of the fast speed. Feeling the breeze blowing, Yang Tao suddenly remembered a spell that can be used in the Jindan realm in the sword-wielding tradition. That is flying with a sword. Just try it. Yang Tao stretched out his hand, and the broken sword of Zhu Xian appeared in his hand. When the broken sword of Zhu Xian appeared, Chun Feng was visibly stunned. He thought to himself that Elder Yang's weapon was very strange. Yang Tao stretched out his finger, cast a spell, and pointed it at the broken sword of Zhu Xian. The broken sword of Zhu Xian was stimulated by magical power. It actually slowly floated up. Yang Tao raised his foot and stood on it. At the beginning, it was shaky. Finally, gradually adapt. Chun Feng was very surprised when he saw it. There's something about this Elder Yang. He mastered the skill of flying with a sword so quickly. He didn't know that this was thanks to the game panel. Now, there are several spells exclusive to the sword-wielding tradition on Yang Tao's game panel. When Wu Feifei saw it, she was surprised. Now she has not reached level 10 yet, and is unable to activate the inheritance of Taishang Laojun. Naturally, these special means cannot be used. Yang Tao flew with the sword for a long time and found that the flying sword spell did not consume much mana. It consumes about 2 mana points per minute. But now, his martial arts skills had already been changed when he accepted the inheritance. He is currently practicing the Sword Sutra from the Sword Sex Inheritance, which has no grades at all. According to the inheritance, this technique can change grades according to the practitioner's level of cultivation, and there are no so-called stages of practice. Yang Tao is now in the Golden Core realm and has 100 mana points. The Lingxi Ju that he had practiced before was directly replaced by the Sword Sutra. At most, Yang Tao can now fly with his sword for 50 minutes. This is also the normal flying speed. If you want to speed up the flying speed, more mana will be consumed. Yang Tao estimated that the so-called normal speed was about 50 miles per hour. Yang Tao was already very satisfied with this speed. In addition to flying with a sword, this inheritance also brought Yang Tao several other spells. A sword and shield spell, a defensive spell. After casting, the sword in your hand can be transformed into a shield to block enemy attacks. Defense can reach 100. The mana consumption is 10 points. An attacking sword move called One Sword to the Throat requires speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness, and can burst out 200 points of attack power. For Yang Tao, who has the power of 10,000 swords piercing the heart, the attack power of this sword spell is not very high. However, the advantage is that it consumes less mana. Only 10 mana points are required. Although the attack power of 10,000 swords piercing the heart is extremely high, it requires 30 mana points. What Yang Tao lacks now is some conventional spells. You can't just use your ultimate skill when you encounter a small monster. Not only will it waste mana, but if you encounter danger after using the skill, you will find it difficult to resist. One flies with a sword, one uses a sword and shield, and one attacks with a sword to kill the enemy. These three spells are enough for Yang Tao to use in the Jindan realm. The Sword Sex Inheritance is not just that. When Yang Tao reaches the nascent soul stage, or even higher, new spells will appear. This is the power of inheritance. A piece of inheritance can allow a person to directly possess a series of things such as skills and spells. Yang Tao now feels that he has hundreds of billions of immortal crystals and has nowhere to spend them. But that's just a joke. As far as Yang Tao knows, in the later stages, the more immortal crystals you have, the more advantages you will have. This is why Yang Tao has always been reluctant to spend too many immortal crystals. Immortal crystals and the memory of rebirth are Yang Tao's greatest advantages. While Yang Tao was thinking, the three of them soon arrived at their first destination. Yang Tao took out the paper and took a look. Sword Handle Village. Report that there is a fox demon causing trouble, tearing and capturing people alive, and attacking villagers at night. Yang Tao was too tired to complain about the names of the villages in the Sword Sex small world. He just took a look and found that all the village names contained the word sword. Fox demon? I wonder what realm it is? After Chen Feng arrived, he closed his eyes immediately. When he opened his eyes again, there was a look of understanding on his face. Then he said to Yang Tao and the other person, I have found the location of the fox demon. Both of you follow me. Yang Tao was delighted to hear this, as he thought they would have to wait until dark. I didn't expect Chen Feng to have this ability. But Yang Tao felt relieved after thinking about it. He didn't know how high Chen Feng's realm was. Searching for a fox demon is easy. Soon, the three of them arrived at a cave near the village. Chapter 55, Sword Sex Small World Conquers Demons. When Yang Tao and his two companions arrived here, they discovered that there were traces of human life here. In the cave, there are pots, pans, and even a stove for cooking. Yang Tao was stunned when he saw this scene. Could it be that a mortal has taken refuge with the fox demon? This kind of thing is not uncommon. Looking at everything inside this cave, at least one person has lived here. But after searching for a while, there was no trace of the fox demon. Chen Feng held the spell in his hand and frowned. That's weird. The spell is clearly pointing to this cave. Could it be that this fox demon heard the news and escaped? Just when the three of them were searching in vain and were about to leave, a figure appeared at the entrance of the cave. This is a woman wearing a plain dress, with long, shiny black hair draped over her shoulders and delicate facial features. At first glance, this is a gentle farm girl. The woman was carrying a bamboo basket covered with a red cloth, with a piece of mushroom sticking out from the edge of the cloth. It looks like this woman lives here. When the woman came back, she saw three people looking at her. When he saw Chen Feng, he immediately showed a look of panic. Chen Feng immediately stretched out his hand and drew his sword, and with the sound of a sword ringing, a long sword appeared in Chen Feng's hand, directly pointed at the woman. You bold monster! Reveal your true form immediately. When Yang Tao heard this, he wondered if this woman was a fox demon. The spiritual pupil spell is activated. The woman's information appeared in Yang Tao's eyes. Second level fox demon. Hu Sanyang. It really is a fox demon. When Hu Sanyang saw Chen Feng in such a state, she actually showed a ferocious look. Sword sex bastards. As he spoke, the red cloth on the bamboo basket flew out, swelled in the wind, and turned into a red curtain. Yang Tao did not hesitate. This is a second-level monster, equivalent to a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. It is one level higher than Yang Tao. A broken sword appeared in his hand and said to Chen Feng, "Brother Chen, let me do it." Chen Feng frowned. This was a second-level monster, and Yang Tao had only just entered the golden elixir stage. How could this be possible? But thinking of Yang Tao's identity, he also backed off, but secretly be prepared to take action at any time. When Hu Sanyang saw Chen Feng retreat, a young man stood up. She thought he was some great master, but after a closer look, she found that Yang Tao was just a rookie who had just entered the realm of the golden elixir. He immediately sneered. "Humph, you don't know how to live or die." As he spoke, the red cloth in the sky blocked out the sunlight and was about to come towards Yang Tao. Yang Tao didn't pause at all. The spell of 10,000 swords piercing the heart was cast in an instant. Suddenly, the sound of swords rang out in the air. Countless sword lights condensed in the air. Then, countless sword lights turned into streams of light and stabbed towards Hu Sanyang. When Hu Sanyang saw this, she was horrified. She discovered that this little fellow who had just entered the golden core stage could actually launch such an attack. She waved her slender jade hand in the air, and the red cloth covering the sky immediately flew back in front of her and stopped in front of her. But it was too late. 10,000 swords had already reached her, piercing directly into the red cloth. Suddenly, the red cloth shook, making a series of sharp sounds of breaking through the air. The red cloth turned into rags all over the sky under the attack of thousands of swords. Hu Sanyang was shocked and confused. Who is the young man in front of me? Why is there such a method? He actually destroyed her magic weapon with just one strike. Chen Feng, who was ready to take action at any time, was also horrified, looking at Yang Tao with strange eyes. When he first entered the golden core stage, he was unable to launch such an attack using this spell. Just when everyone was surprised, the spell of 10,000 swords piercing the heart appeared again. Yang Tao's mana was deducted by another 30 points. Hu Sanyang was horrified. Before he could react, he was stabbed by the sword. As a mouthful of blood spurted out, Hu Sanyang's breath became weak. How can we fight this? Hu Sanyang had already begun to think about giving up, preparing to retreat. Another sword light came. With a scream, Hu Sanyang fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Kill the second-level monster, the fox demon Hu Sanyang, and gain 2,000 experience points. When Yang Tao saw this prompt, he immediately felt relieved. The second-level monster is indeed powerful. He was actually asked to cast the 10,000 swords piercing the heart spell 3 times. At this time, he only had 10 mana points left. If Hu Sanyang had not died, his fate would have been unpredictable. Hu Sanyang's body turned into a white fox. Yang Tao also found a magic weapon nearby. Take it in your hand and put it directly into the storage ring. At this time, Chen Feng came over. Elder Yang. Heroes emerge young indeed. This spell is one of the best in the nascent soul realm. Before, I was blind. Yang Tao waved his hand. My realm is low, and I need Brother Chen to take care of me these few days. Of course I should. Of course I should. Chen Feng nodded repeatedly. It is estimated that Chen Feng's realm has reached the immortal realm. With him by their side, they can protect themselves no matter what powerful monster they encounter. Now is a good time to level up. He took out the paper given by Chen Feng and prepared to go to the next place. A second-level monster brought him 2,000 experience points. This experience value is very high, but compared with the 100,000 experience points required to advance to the nascent soul stage, like a drop in the ocean. Now, hurry up and upgrade. 5 days later, 3 people appeared in the sword sect. The aura of Yang Tao and Wu Feifei is very different from before. There was a sharp aura about Yang Tao, like a sword drawn from its sheath, its edge fully exposed. He held the broken sword of Zhu Xian at his waist. There was a thin layer of rust on the broken sword, as if it had been carefully polished. And Wu Feifei, with a red silk ribbon on her slender waist and folded over her elbows made her look even more extraordinary. After 5 days of demon hunting operations, Yang Tao's experience value has now reached 70,000. I only need 30,000 experience points to advance to the nascent soul stage. All this is because of Chun Feng. Some powerful monsters were defeated by Chun Feng, leaving Yang Tao to finish off the monsters. Experience points are rising sharply. Now, Yang Tao is also very clear about his own strength. With the spell of 10,000 swords piercing the heart, he can now kill second-level monsters by himself, which is equivalent to the nascent soul stage. However, he is temporarily unable to deal with the transformation of spirit above nascent soul. Wu Feifei has gained a lot in the past few days. With Chun Feng around, her level would have already been raised to level 10. Successfully inherited the alchemy heritage of Taishang Laojun. After going back, you can also use some special spells. As for the most important part of alchemy, refining the elixir, one still needs to go back to find the raw materials. In the past few days, a lot of magic weapons have been harvested. Most of them are mid-grade magic weapons. For example, the red silk around Wu Feifei's waist is a mid-grade magic weapon. Yang Tao was also equipped with several magical weapons. They are all shoes, cloth armor, and the like. As for the broken sword of Zhu Xian in his hand, it has never been replaced. Chapter 56, Dragon City Crisis. Now, all the monsters causing trouble in the Sword Sect small world have been eliminated by the three of them. After resolving this matter, Yang Tao was ready to go back. Chun Feng looked at Yang Tao with undisguised admiration in his eyes. In the past few days, he witnessed with his own eyes that Yang Tao had transformed from a beginner in the Golden Core stage to a powerful Golden Core master. It can even kill nascent soul realm cultivators alone. Such a talent is like a treasure in any sect. At this moment, he also understood why the sect leader thought so highly of Yang Tao and the others. The pace of progress is really too fast. Even those strong men above the immortal realm feel inferior to him. Yang Tao and his companion came back here just to say hello to Wu Yunxian. After they left, Wang Xian wanted to close the entrance to the small world. Unless something unexpected happens, no one else can come in. In the outside world, it is the people of the first group who are guarding. It wasn't long since Yang Tao and the other two returned to the Sword Sect. Yang Tao heard the message from Wu Yunxian. Friend Yang, have a safe journey this time. If you want to come back, you can activate the token. After Wu Yunxian finished speaking, the voice disappeared. It seems that Wang Xian also knows their intention of coming back here. Yang Tao was not surprised, as Wu Yunxian seemed to be still lying down. After saying goodbye to Lu Feng, the two returned to the valley of Jinggu village. Inside the valley, there is a small stone sword. This is the way back to Xianlong City. Yang Tao followed suit, pierced his finger, and dripped a trace of blood onto the stone sword. For a moment, the stone sword shone brightly, enveloping the two figures and disappearing on the spot. Dragon City. Yang Tao and Wu Feifei appeared out of thin air under the stone sword. Not far away, Jiang Qingsong and a group of people from the first group were waiting there. When Jiang Qingsong saw Yang Tao and the other person appear, he showed joy on his face. Yang Tao looked back. It was discovered that the stone sword that reached into the sky was slowly disappearing. Sure enough, Wu Yunxian took action to hide the Sword Sect's small world. This scene shocked Jiang Qingsong. Such a huge stone sword disappeared in a short time. Jiang Qingsong trotted over, said to Yang Tao anxiously, "Brother, something big has happened." Yang Tao looked at Jiang Qingsong and said lightly, "Explain." Jiang Qingsong then told him in detail what had happened in the past few days. 5 or 6 days have passed since Yang Tao and his companion left Longqing. In just a few days, the entire country has changed. Countless small worlds appeared. Someone accidentally entered a strange little world and disappeared. There were also living creatures coming out of the small world, which had a huge impact on Dragon City. There are new monsters appearing. The level of the people in Longqing increased very quickly. Yang Tao opened the level ranking list and took a look. His name and Wu Feifei's name have disappeared. After being promoted to the Golden Core stage, his name automatically disappeared from the level rankings. The first place now is an unknown person, whose level has reached 10th. The rest of them also reached level 8 or 9. The last one reached level 7. Seeing this, Yang Tao couldn't help but sigh. This level is rising really fast. It's only been a few days. It seems that besides him, There are also people who have obtained opportunities in the small world. Otherwise, it would be impossible to increase the levels so quickly. These are things to come later. The most important thing is the big thing that Jiang Qingsong mentioned. Someone actually took refuge with the creatures in the small world and wanted to persecute the people of Longsheng. Upon hearing the news, Yang Tao felt a surge of anger. Such people sell out their compatriots for power. The pursuit of power is everyone's right. It can even be said that seeing fellow citizens in distress and not helping them is nothing but moral inconsistency. But those who sell out their compatriots for power deserve to be killed. Who is it? Yang Tao asked. He's the number one on the list. He's from Dragon City, Jiang Qingsong said. Yang Tao took a look and saw that the first place winner was Zhang Shenku, level 10. Brother, my dad is already organizing people to resist. That Zhang Shenku led a group of people to clear the way for those monsters. Now, all the people in Dragon City must unite to resist them. But because we don't have the peak power, we have been losing ground all the time. Now that you're back, everything will be resolved. The names of Yang Tao and Wu Feifei disappeared from the rankings. Everyone thought they were both dead. But Jiang Ao still had illusions about this and arranged for Jiang Qingsong to wait here. Yang Tao frowned after hearing this. Take me to see your father. Jiang Qingsong was unable to tell the whole story. Now I have no choice but to go meet Jiang Ao. Yang Tao had heard a little about Jiang Ao's character in his previous life. According to Jiang Qingsong, Jiang Ao was the main force in resisting the invasion of the small world this time. Jiang Qingsong nodded and took Yang Tao away. In a large conference hall, there were dozens of figures sitting everywhere. These people were all dressed in formal attire and were meticulously groomed. If there were an outsider here, he would be surprised, because these people were the rulers of Dragon City in the past, the controller of Longqing's famous large groups and companies. In the past, he was the kind of person who could shake Dragon City 3 times with just a stomp of his feet. But now, they gathered together, and everyone had a sad look on their face. Sitting on the main seat, Jiang Ao looked at the leaders of the forces in Dragon City with a sullen face. These people, in the past, controlled everything in Dragon City. After the monsters arrived, the battle line was quickly changed. In Dragon City, it is still considered a powerful force. Jiang Ao's voice rang out in the hall. Now, the monsters' attack is almost reaching the center of Dragon City. Everyone, it's time to bring out your strength and fight. When Jiang Ao said this, dozens of people present looked at him, as if they had not heard anything. So far, it has been the first group that has been resisting. These people have not yet taken any substantial action. Jiang Ao sighed. People's hearts are no longer the same. Everyone, if the monsters really attack us, you will not have a good life. When the nest is overturned, no egg can remain intact. I hope you'll join soon. Jiang Ao was still talking. A sneer came from the field. Huh, it's just a meaningless resistance. Zhang Shenku is now at level 10. Who else can resist their pace? The top 3 on the list are all their people. How can we resist them? I think it would be better to negotiate peace with Zhang Shenku. What made Jiang Ao angry was that such remarks were actually agreed by the majority of people. In the hall, dozens of people were whispering. Chairman Jiang, I think you, the first group, should also talk to them. It's unstoppable. They are the strongest, and they have the help of the creatures in that place. How can we stop them? It's like trying to stop a chariot with a mantis arm. We are overestimating our own abilities. For us businessmen, profit comes first. Chapter 57, Traitor of the Human Race. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became weird. Jiang Ao, who was sitting in the main seat, insisted on resisting Zhang Shenku and others. As for the rest, they either remained silent or pointed the finger directly at Jiang Ao. Humph! You, the first group, have been sitting in the number 1 position for too long. You have forgotten that we are essentially businessmen. We have no ability to resist. Surrender is the only thing we can do. As long as there is Green Mountain, there is no need to worry about running out of firewood. President Jiang. Some people also tried to persuade them earnestly. Isn't there Yang Tao in Longqing? What are you afraid of? Jiang Ao said unwillingly. When Jiang Ao said Yang Tao's name, there was laughter in the hall again. Yang Tao? His name has disappeared from the rankings. Grass is almost growing on his grave. Huh, I was wondering what the confidence of the first group was. Turns out it was Yang Tao. On a dead man? Wu Feifei and Yang Tao have both disappeared from the rankings. Mr. Jiang, you know what this means without my explanation. Humph, Yang Tao is just a lucky upstart. If he doesn't die, who will? How could Zhang Ao not know that Yang Tao's life or death was in danger? He just wanted to find an excuse to get these people to join him in resisting the attacking monsters. At this moment, the door of the conference hall was kicked open. Jiang Qingsong ran in hurriedly. All the bigwigs present were stunned. There was an obvious expression of watching a show in his eyes. Someone stood up immediately. Boss Jiang, please take good care of your precious son. We're in a meeting. At this moment, another voice sounded. Sell out your compatriots and make way for monsters. Let's see who dares. Everyone looked towards the door. Yang Tao walked slowly into the conference room. Behind her is Wu Feifei. There was a commotion in the meeting room. Who is this? Don't you know we are in a meeting? How do the security guards outside do their job? They let in all kinds of people. Who is so arrogant? After seeing Yang Tao's face clearly, everyone was stunned. In the whole Longcheng, everyone knows Yang Tao's name. This name resounded throughout Dragon City a few days ago. But now, when Zhang Ao saw Yang Tao appear, a smile finally appeared on his face. Yang Tao's strength is so strong that as long as Yang Tao stands on the same front with him, everything will not be a problem. Yang Tao looked around. There were dozens of people around, but no one dared to look him in the eye. Everyone whose eyes swept across lowered their heads. Yang Tao smiled faintly and walked to the front. He said loudly, I don't care if anyone greets you or not. I want you to surrender. Each of you must send out half of your strength. Completely follow the command of the first group. Otherwise, your heads will have to move. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's face turned grim. Send out half of the force, and they must obey orders completely. Doesn't this mean they have to give up half of their strength? Someone immediately stood up. Yang Tao, you are no longer on the leaderboard. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Why should we listen to you? This man was a bald man with a face full of flesh and looked like a nouveau riche. Behind Yang Tao, Wu Feifei's figure disappeared like a ghost. The bald man's pupils suddenly widened, and he looked back in disbelief. Behind him, Wu Feifei looked at him with a smile on her face. Seeing this, Yang Tao spoke loudly again. I've finished talking. Who's in favor? Who objects? With the lessons learned from the past, no one dared to stand out. I had no choice but to nod and agree. After saying that, Yang Tao turned around and left. There was silence in the conference room for a long time, and Zhang Ao also went out. Now things have changed. In a room, Yang Tao was sitting and drinking tea. Zhang Ao held a stack of materials in his hand and explained them one by one. Yang Tao, this time, there are big problems. There are already hundreds of known small worlds in Dragon City. Currently, only a small world with its entrance in the south of the city is sending out monsters in large numbers. The rest is mainly for exploration. Right now, there are no conflicts. Yang Tao heard the word South City. Suddenly, I remembered that there are 4 brothers named Lu Qingxiao in my family. I don't know where they went. At present, only one small world has targeted Dragon City, and they have planted spies on the human side. Now, in the south of the city, there is a group of humans who are the vanguard of that small world. But this group of humans are the most powerful people in Dragon City. It can even be said that they occupy the top 3 in the national rankings. That small world is mainly populated by some strange creatures. They look like the legendary beasts that have become spirits and transformed into monsters. As Zhang Ao spoke, a hint of fear appeared on his face. Obviously, he had seen the monsters that appeared in that small world. Yang Tao was not surprised by this. These small worlds can be roughly divided into several types. One is a small sect world, which mainly contains a sect. Just like the sword sect, one is a racial small world, in which lives a single race. The hostile small world in the south of the city is probably the demon race's small world P. There are also some wild small worlds, which are full of good and bad people and full of unknowns. Some of them are safe, while some are extremely dangerous. Even if an immortal enters, he will die on the spot. The Demon Clan's small world. Yang Tao pondered. I don't know what the overall strength of this small world is. If their strength was too strong, they would have rushed out all at once, and there would be no need to win over those humans. These small worlds are all treasures. If used properly, strength will increase rapidly. The first group doesn't have a strong force. At most, there are only 500 level 5s. Their strength is not that strong. Having said that, Zhang Ao began to worry again. Yang Tao laughed. Don't worry. It's not a big deal. After saying that, he gave Jiang Ao a look that reassured him. Jiang Ao felt relieved, but he was already guessing how strong Yang Tao was. Above level 10? Even if Yang Tao told Jiang Ao probably wouldn't understand. I opened the chat channel and found it was silent. Few people were talking, whether it is Dragon City or the global chat channel. Yang Tao flipped through the pages and found that Longcheng was the only city that was actively attacked by the small world. Most of the other cities are in a state of peaceful coexistence. Upon hearing the news, Yang Tao looked strange. Just when Yang Tao was about to close the chat channel, a message appeared in the Dragon City chat channel. Zhang Shenku, my fellow countrymen, tomorrow, the demon tribe will launch an attack. By then, the people of the first group will not be able to stop them. I advise you to surrender immediately. Look at me. I'm now number 1 on the ranking list. This is the power that the demon world gave me. Chapter 58. Are you the only one who wants to join the demon clan? After Yang Tao learned the other party's identity and location, he disappeared from the spot. Jiang Ao was amazed. Look at Wu Feifei standing aside. How strong has he become? Has he become an immortal? Jiang Ao was knowledgeable and had long guessed that at the later levels, one would become an immortal in mythology. Wu Feifei rolled her eyes at him. Believe in science? After saying this, the figure gradually faded and disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, Jiang Ao opened his mouth blankly, but said nothing. This is so discouraging, but I was extremely curious about how strong these two people were. Yang Tao came to the south of the city alone and returned to his villa. We found traces of monster activity here, but there is no monster here. Even the 4 brothers Lu Qingxiao were nowhere to be seen. I hope they're okay. As Yang Tao spoke, the broken sword of Zhu Xian appeared in his hand. Fly directly on the sword. According to Jiang Ao's intelligence, Zhang Shenku and others gathered at the entrance of the demon clan's small world. Yang Tao was flying in the air. Soon, a huge statue was seen in the distance. It was a statue of a dragon. The dragon looked ferocious, with its fangs bared and its claws brandished, and it had an extraordinary aura. Yang Tao saw this scene. Could it be the small world of the Jialong clan? The Jialong clan is a subsidiary race of the Dragon clan. In myths and legends, it is also a force of considerable size. But if such a force were placed in the current Longcheng, it could directly destroy the entire Longcheng. In front of the dragon statue, some people have already set up camp with a number of white tents. At this time, inside a huge tent, several men were sitting. Brother, we are talking like this in the chat channel. Nothing will happen, right? One of the men said, Oh, what could possibly happen? Third brother, we are now the most powerful people in all of China. The top 3 in the rankings are all our brothers. What are we afraid of? When the adults in the small world can come to Dragon City, all this will be fine. Not to mention the entire Dragon City, the entire country belongs to us. At this moment, the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat spoke. As long as we deal with the first group, the others will not dare to resist. Also, you two should level up quickly. Once you reach level 10, we will go together to accept the opportunity inheritance given by that adult. When the other 2 heard their eldest brother speak, they nodded repeatedly. By the way, big brother, how do we deal with those 4 guys? One person asked. Zhang Shenka pondered for a moment. If there's nothing good to be squeezed out of them, then just get rid of more. Okay, damn. I've been displeased with them for a long time. They really followed a good master. The equipment they carried was really good stuff. It's okay. We will have plenty of good stuff like this in the future. After he finished speaking, bursts of laughter came from the tent. At this moment, a very abrupt voice appeared in the tent. Let the laughter stop. Zhang Shenku immediately took out his weapon, looking at the young man who appeared in the tent. When he saw the appearance of the person coming, he was shocked. Yang Tao, you're not dead? Zhang Shenku screamed. Yang Tao was ranked first in the previous level ranking. But isn't Yang Tao dead? Yang Tao's name had long disappeared from the ranking list. This is also one of the reasons why he has the confidence to say that he is the best in launching. When he saw the living Du Yang Tao appear in front of him, the 3 Zhang Shenka brothers looked like they had seen a ghost. Yang Tao lo get indifferent. He had already arrived outside the tent. I listened to almost everything the 3 of them were talking about. Hearing the whereabouts of Lu Qingxiao and his 3 brothers, he immediately felt relieved. Of course I'm not dead. Yang Tao looked at the 3 of them with a smile. The 3 of them shuddered. Yang Tao has accomplished so many great deeds. Destroy the giant wolf monster in the entire Dragon City. Even if Zhang Shenku is now at level 10, he would not dare to say that he can do it. I heard that you want to join the monster? Zhang Shenku drew out the long sword in his hand, and a cold light flashed. A fierce light appeared in his eyes. Brothers, he's just a man, and he has already fallen off the list. We don't need to be afraid of him. Zhang Shenku encouraged them, and the other two also took out their weapons. Yang Tao took a look and was surprised. These weapons were given to Lu Qingxiao and his four brothers by Wu Feifei. Now that the four brothers have been captured by them, these equipment have become their weapons. Yang Tao shook his head. He shook his head and looked at the three people with dead eyes. The next second, the broken sword of Zhu Xian appeared in his hand. Three sword lights appeared in the tent. The three of them only felt a flash before their eyes. I felt something sharp passing through my throat. First, there was a feeling of dizziness, and then the heads of the three people fell to the ground like watermelons without their stems. After dealing with the three people, Yang Tao spoke directly in the chat channel. Zhang Shenku has been executed. If anyone dares to join the monsters and persecute their own kind, this will be the end. The originally extremely quiet chat channel suddenly became lively. Fuck, who was that just now? Why was he so arrogant? The person above is blind. That's Yang Tao. He was number 1 in the ranking list before. Yang Tao? Isn't he dead? His name is no longer on the list. Upstairs, if you keep saying he's dead, be careful, he'll come looking for you. Is this true? Zhang Shenku is already level 10 now? Maybe someone with the same name is just joking. Everyone opened the ranking list in confusion and found that Zhang Shenku's name was no longer among the top 3. Even the names of his two brothers disappeared. Fuck, this is real. Zhang Shenku is really dead. Damn, he got it easy. He was yelling in the chat channel before. I thought they were so awesome before, but as soon as Yang Tao showed up, the three of them were gone. Mad, this is so satisfying. Yang Tao is still awesome. There was an uproar in the chat channel. Dragon City Center. Zhang Ao looked at the messages in the chat channel. A smile suddenly appeared on his face. When the other business tycoons in Longqing saw this, some were happy and some were worried. After Yang Tao finished all this, he entered other tents. Some of Zhang Shenku's followers also discovered these tents. Yang Tao attacked directly, leaving no one behind. These people have already defected to the demon clan. He has betrayed the justice of the human race. Can't stay. After searching several tents, they did not see any of Lu Qingxiao's four brothers. Finally, at the last tent, as soon as Yang Tao opened the tent, he saw 4 figures tied up tightly and lying haphazardly on the ground. Lu Qingxiao heard the noise and opened his eyes. He thought it was Zhang Shenku, who came to persuade him to surrender, and was about to start beating and scolding him. But he found out it was Yang Tao. I was immediately pleasantly surprised. Boss Yang is here. Brother, wake up. Boss Yang is here to save us. Chapter 59. The Demon Clan's Small World, Conquering the Dragon. After Yang Tao untied Lu Qingxiao's 4 brothers, he went directly to the dragon statue. This dragon statue is the entrance to the Demon Clan's small world. Yang Tao didn't hesitate and went straight in. The 4 Lu Qingxiao brothers were waiting outside. Everyone in the chat channel watched Zhang Shenku and others, who were still showing off their power a few days ago, disappear from the leaderboard one by one. They are all extremely shocking. These people are all strong. They have the small world of the Demon Clan as their backing. The strength has always been stronger than the others. But now it was actually handled by Yang Tao alone, whether they are from Longqing or other cities. I have a deeper understanding of Yang Tao's strength. This guy might be invincible. The outside world is speculating about Yang Tao's strength. At this time, Yang Tao had already entered the small world of the Demon Clan. Go in and take a look. Yang Tao discovered that this small world was not big. It's just a few kilometers in radius. The whole area is a plain. As soon as he entered, Yang Tao saw some monsters moving around. After a little investigation, I found out that these were all monsters in the Jindan realm, and they're all of the same race. A 10-meter-long python was walking on the grassland, its scarlet tongue constantly moving in and out. It seems to be exploring prey. Soon, it found its prey. Ahead of it, there was the scent of unknown prey. The giant python moved forward at a very fast speed. Unknown prey? In this small world, apart from the dragon, there is nothing that scares him. Soon, the python saw its prey. It turned out to be a human. Human race? Humans are just a weak race. However, the taste of the human race is extremely delicious. Thinking of this, the python became even more excited. Strangely, the python did not show the slightest fear of its prey. This is different from the humans it had encountered before. The next second, a flash of sword light appeared. The python felt its head leaving its body. Yang Tao looked at the giant python in front of him, a little confused. Who gave it the courage to come up and bite me? Watch the experience come in. I turned over the body, but didn't find any equipment dropped. This demon world is so small. The monsters that can be accommodated are not too powerful. This was common knowledge recognized by Yang Tao in his previous life. The larger the small world, the more powerful people there are, and the stronger they are. Just like the sword sect small world, it seems like a complete world, and it is unknown how high the realm of the strong people in it is. But this is a small world of demons. Yang Tao found that he could solve the problem by eating. I hope we don't encounter any beings that are too strong. Yang Tao muttered to himself. The broken sword of Zhu Xian hung in the air, and Yang Tao stepped on it directly. Fly directly into the sky. Looking down, Yang Tao discovered that the entire small world consisted of only a grassland and a huge pool. There are actually some building debris next to the pool. Soon, a roar was heard throughout the small world. The roar sounded like a snake or a beast, and was extremely strange. Yang Tao heard this and sneered. It seems that the owner of this small world has noticed his arrival. Following the roar, Yang Tao quickly locked the location. In that big pool. Dragon? The dragon is near the water. Yang Tao became more certain of his guess. The pool was extremely calm. In this small world, there is no wind and nothing else. Very peaceful. Suddenly, the calm pool suddenly began to splash. With roars, countless small snakes jumped out of the pool. It fell directly on the grassland nearby. Yang Tao took a look and found that these little snakes were just at the ordinary foundation establishment stage. That is below level 10. Only a few of them have reached the golden elixir realm. Yang Tao did not take any action. Instead, he continued to stare at the pool. He was now suspended in midair. These little snakes couldn't attack him at all. He is already invincible. The roar continued. The little snakes on the grassland looked very uneasy. They opened their mouths wide, revealing their sharp fangs, and venom kept splashing out of their mouths. When it fell on the grassland, it actually produced bursts of black smoke. The grass was splashed with the poison and withered immediately. The group of snakes continued to move towards Yang Tao, but Yang Tao was in the air. They can only spit venom into the sky. Yang Tao's height has reached 20 or 30 meters. They have already reached the top of the sky in this small world. Naturally, these venoms could not infect him. The roar in the pool continued, but it had no effect on Yang Tao. The roar seemed very incompetent. Show your true self. These little snakes have no effect on me. Yang Tao smiled faintly in the air. As soon as these words were spoken, the roar in the pool stopped abruptly. Suddenly, a huge body flew out of the pool. With splashes of water everywhere, it flew directly into the air. Only then did Yang Tao see the dragon's appearance clearly. This is a white Dujiao dragon. Snake body for legs. Under the white sheen, the dragon appears to be extremely auspicious. Yang Tao took a look with his spiritual eyes and found that the dragon was only at the nascent soul stage, still within his instant kill range. The next second, the white dragon spoke in human language, and it turned out to be a clear female voice. The female voice sneered repeatedly. Ha! I thought it was some great being that had descended upon this small world, but it turned out to be a minor Jindan cultivator. Human race, submit to me. I will let you live. Yang Tao laughed after hearing this. The Qin Gang sword appeared in his hand, and a sword light appeared in the air. When the white dragon saw this, he immediately had a bad feeling. The spell cast by the young Jindan cultivator in front of her could actually threaten her life. She felt the crisis of life and death in the sword light. Wait a minute, fellow Taoist. We can discuss this. The white dragon immediately begged for mercy. You bewitched the human race and made them submit to you. You want to attack the outside world? The sword light was still flickering in the air, and the aura within it was becoming stronger. Yang Tao asked directly. The white dragon looked at the sword light in the air, feeling helpless and unable to resist. Fellow Taoist, they are the ones who want to submit to me. For this reason, I also provided the snake tribe in the small world for them to kill. I just want to leave this little world. Yang Tao nodded after hearing this. But the sword light did not stop. Submit or die. Yang Tao gave two options. The white dragon is also quite magical. Capturing it and using it as a mount is the best way to make the most of it. The white dragon didn't hesitate at all. Said immediately, "Submit! I am willing to hand over the soul mark." As he spoke, the dragon head spat out a stream of blood. After spitting out the blood, the white dragon's breath became weak. The blood turned into a drop of deep red blood in midair, with the shadow of a dragon surrounding it. Yang Tao took it gently. A prompt appears. The Yuaning Jiaolong chooses to surrender. Do you want to tame him? Yang Tao directly chose to conquer. Chapter 60. The Master of the Small World. After Yang Tao chose to subdue the dragon, that drop of deep red blood directly sank into Yang Tao's forehead. In an instant, a pet/mount appeared on Yang Tao's personal panel. A hint of enlightenment also emerged in Yang Tao's mind. Now, as long as Yang Tao thinks about it, he can decide the life or death of the white dragon. As the saying goes, life and death all depend on his thoughts. At this time, the white dragon was in a weak state, as if half of its energy had been drained away in an instant. A dragon in the nascent soul stage. Not bad, Yang Tao thought to himself. Introduce yourself in this little world, Yang Tao said. The body of the white dragon was circling in the clouds. An ethereal female voice came. Master, my name is Bai Ling Shui. I am in the nascent soul stage, and I have dragon bloodline. I don't know my origins. I woke up in this small world. There are many snake tribes and demon tribes living here, and I subdued them directly. This small world seems to be the remains of a sect. I found a legacy underwater, but unfortunately I already have a bloodline legacy, so it is of no use to me. When Yang Tao heard it, he thought Bai Shuiling was a good name. Even in the ancient times, the Jiaolong can be considered a famous race with bloodline inheritance. They have a natural advantage. There is no need to look for any skills or spells. A complete inheritance is in the blood. As long as you collect resources and absorb spiritual energy, you can practice and improve. Yang Tao was not surprised by this. To his surprise, this small world actually has a heritage. Inheritance is a good thing. After level 10, without inheritance, there is no way to improve yourself. No wonder Zhang Shanku and others had to submit to Bai Shuiling. Let's go. Take me to see the inheritance. The bailing water dragon's white body turned gracefully and dived into the water with a somersault. Yang Tao was also a skilled and courageous man, so he just followed him. The water in this pool is so clear that you can see the bottom. After entering the water, Yang Tao discovered that there is a different world here. There is actually a space under the water. It can still be vaguely recognized that this was once a hall. As soon as he came in, Yang Tao was attracted by a jade slip above the hall. Placing the jade slip on his forehead, the information within the jade slip was reflected in Yang Tao's mind. Jade slips are a carrier for recording information. It can record skills, spells, and even inheritance. After a long time, Yang Tao put down the jade slip. Combined attack technique. This inheritance is also a good thing that can be practiced to perfection. The difference is that this inheritance does not belong to one person. It is a collective heritage. At least 3 people must accept the inheritance at the same time. According to the records, everyone who practices this tradition must be united. A single person is only slightly stronger than an ordinary inheritor. If several people fight together, the strength they unleash is not as simple as 1 + 1. But it has grown exponentially, whether it is training or fighting. They all have their own strengths. Is this the inheritance you promised to Zhang Shanku? Bai Ling Shui nodded. That mortal has already completed his foundation building, and he wants to wait for the others to receive the inheritance together. Yang Tao nodded. I see. He immediately thought of the right person to inherit this inheritance. They are the 4 Lu Qingxiao brothers. These 4 people have always been active together. It is most appropriate to pass this inheritance to them. Put the inheritance jade slip back to its original place. Yang Tao's figure appeared by the pool. At this time, countless snakes were still by the pool. They are not very intelligent. He saw his boss taking Yang Tao into the water. I don't understand what it means. When Yang Tao appeared, he showed his fangs and made a hissing sound. Seeing this, Yang Tao frowned. The realm of these snakes is not high. The highest is only the Jinan realm, and there are only a few. This little experience is just a drop in the bucket for him. But he quickly figured out what to do with the snakes. At this time, Bai Ling Shui also appeared here. Master, do you want to kill them directly? As a dragon in the nascent soul stage, Bai Ling Shui has complete spiritual intelligence. You can see the disgust in Yang Tao's eyes at a glance. Yang Tao shook his head. No, I can handle it myself. Looking at the huge Bai Ling Shui beside him, Yang Tao said again, you have already reached the nascent soul stage. You could have transformed into a human form long ago. You should still appear in human form from now on. Bai Ling Shui shook his body after hearing this. A white light enveloped the huge body. In an instant, the white light dissipated. The huge dragon has disappeared. Standing in front of Yang Tao was a graceful woman. The point is, the woman was wearing something revealing. It's no different than a bikini. The lower body is a white short leather skirt, and the upper body is a leather tube top. For a moment, Yang Tao was stunned. White spirit water? I am here! Bai Ling Shui's appearance when transformed into a human form is extremely outstanding. She is tall and thin, with a slender waist, fair skin, and a pair of bare feet stepping on the soft grass. Her facial features are extremely delicate, as if she were an elf running out of a movie. Her long, shiny black hair was casually placed at the back. Even Yang Tao couldn't believe it. The girl in front of me is a dragon. Bai Ling Shui suddenly spit out a ball of light from his mouth, which hovered in front of Yang Tao. Master, this is the authority of this small world. After refining, you will be the master of this small world and can control the opening and closing of the entrance. Yang Tao was pleasantly surprised after hearing this. I almost forgot about this. The authority of the small world. A prompt appears. Do you accept the authority of the small world? After Yang Tao clicked to accept, he opened his mouth and the ball of light entered his mouth. Once you enter, you disappear. Yang Tao seemed to swallow a breath of air. Now, Yang Tao can control the switch of the entrance to this small world with just a thought. It can even control the entrance to the small world that exists in reality and change its shape at will. With a thought, Yang Tao's figure appeared in the outside world. Lu Qingxiao and the other three were extremely worried at this time, although they believe in Yang Tao's strength. But after all, we have entered someone else's territory. The next second, Yang Tao appeared. The four were pleasantly surprised. I was just about to ask Yang Tao about the situation inside, but Yang Tao grabbed the sleeves of the four men. The five figures disappeared on the spot. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in the small world. The four of them looked at the flat grassland and were unable to turn back for a moment. Yang Tao pointed at the snakes around him. Kill them and level up. After reaching level 10, you will immediately receive the inheritance. Bai Ling Shui helped them. After giving some instructions, Yang Tao went directly into the underwater world. The four were left stunned. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a small world. The four of them stood there blankly, looking at their surroundings, and fell into doubt. Chapter 61. Accepting the inheritance, the magical use of the small world. The four brothers looked at themselves in the small world and didn't understand why they appeared here. He looked at Bai Ling Shui beside him with a puzzled look. This sight stunned them directly. There is such a beautiful woman in the world. Although Bai Ling Shui is wearing sexy clothes, she has an aura that cannot be desecrated. Bai Ling Shui glanced at the four people coldly. The four brothers felt like they were being targeted by a ferocious beast and shuddered with fear. Who is she? Just by looking at me, I feel powerless. Me too, the four brothers whispered. Bai Ling Shui has reached nascent soul cultivation level. How could the whispers of the four people escape her hearing? He rolled his eyes at the four of them and spoke directly. He is my master. This used to be my little world. The master ordered you to kill these snakes quickly. After Bai Ling Shui finished speaking, she floated up and rose directly into the air. These few words shocked the four people. Is she the master of this little world? Isn't that the monster that Zhang Shanku and others have taken refuge with? But what kind of monster looks like this? How strong is she? Several questions arose in the four people's minds. What surprised them even more was, Yang Tao actually conquered the master of this small world. To what extent has Yang Tao's strength reached? Although there are doubts in my mind, they didn't dare to ask Yang Tao. They all took out their magic weapons, attacked the Du Snake clan nearby. Their weapons were returned to them after Yang Tao cleaned out the human traders. A large number of snakes saw the four people approaching. They all stuck out their tongues and made hissing sounds. Warn the four. But under the suppression of the Bailing Water Dragon bloodline, these snakes were merely giving a warning. There was a huge python that tried to twist its body to attack the four people. Before he could launch an attack, Bai Ling Shui subdued him with just a look. Crawling on the ground, not daring to move. The four were even more horrified when they saw this. I'm even more curious about Bai Ling Shui's strength. With Bai Ling Shui on the side to support him, the four of them quickly attacked the snake tribe. They killed the snakes one after another. The experience value is also constantly increasing. Brother, I've upgraded. I'm level 4. The four of them had happy smiles on their faces. He swung the magic weapon in his hand more vigorously. Half a day later, no snakes could be seen on the entire grassland. All that was left were corpses on the ground. These snake tribes even dropped several pieces of equipment. They were all collected by Lu Qingxiao. At this time, their levels have all reached level 10. Seeing my level ranked first in the level ranking, the four of them couldn't stop smiling. In half a day, I went from level 4 to level 10. Such a speed is terrifying. According to their normal upgrade speed, it is unknown how long it will take to go from level 4 to level 10. There may even be a risk to one's life. Now, with the help of Yang Tao, it's easy. The four brothers were extremely grateful to Yang Tao. Such treatment is like a rebirth for them. Everyone felt extremely fortunate that they had followed Yang Tao. In the outside world, everyone was still shocked that Yang Tao had cleared out the traitors in such a short time. As the 3 Lu Qingxiao brothers were listed on the ranking list, they were soon noticed. Fuck, who are the top 4 in the level ranking? How did they level up so quickly? Could it be that someone has surrendered to the monster again? There's a fart upstairs. Don't you know these 4 brothers? The 4 Lu Qingxiao brothers are Yang Tao's followers. How could they be traitors? After these words were spoken, everyone remembered that several people had followed Yang Tao before. So it's them? They upgraded so quickly. It only took half a day to reach level 10. I heard that they were captured by Zhang Shanku, and now they should have been rescued by Yang Tao. Boss Yang Tao is giving them special treatment again. Envious. Send a private message to Boss Yang Tao right now and ask him if he's still short of followers. +1. I don't mean anything else. I just want to ask Yang Tao if he needs a girlfriend. I'm proficient in all 18 moves. Upstairs, the world is going downhill. To be honest, I want to be Boss Yang Tao's boyfriend. The upstairs guy is perverted. I like him. Everyone was very envious of the 4 Lu Qingxiao brothers. Reach level 10 in half a day. At present, this speed is almost breaking the record. At that time, Yang Tao didn't have this speed. In the small world of Jiaolong, Yang Tao's figure appeared. Seeing that all 4 of them had reached level 10, he nodded with satisfaction. Yeah, not bad. You will go and receive the inheritance next. Enter the Golden Core realm as soon as possible. The 4 of them were stunned. Inheritance? Golden Elixir realm? These are terms they have never heard of. Without receiving the inheritance, how can one know about the Golden Core realm? Yang Tao didn't explain and took the 4 people directly to the cave under the pool. The 4 people were very surprised by this scene. Soon, Yang Tao asked the 4 people to receive the inheritance in the cave. But he came to the grassland outside. As soon as Yang Tao appeared, Bai Ling Shui appeared beside him. Looking at the green prairie, Yang Tao plans to make this small world his base camp. He has lived in the villa area in the south of the city for a long time, and even the villa he lives in is not his. Now it's time to move out. This little world just happens to be a great place to live. Now the entrance to the entire small world is in your hands. The entrance is closed at any time, and the environment is beautiful. It is indeed the best choice for base camp. After a little planning, Yang Tao decided. He glanced at Bai Ling Shui beside him. You want to go out? Yang Tao asked in a low voice. Master, I've been staying in this small world and am very curious about the outside world. Yang Tao nodded. There are restrictions on creatures in the small world if they want to leave the small world. Creatures below the Golden Core stage can enter and exit freely. However, there are restrictions above the Jindan level. This is also the reason why so many small worlds appear on Earth without causing too much unrest. Only creatures below the Golden Elixir level can go out. It was no different from the previous monster arrival. As for the creatures above the Golden Elixir, if you want to get out, there is only one way. That is to sacrifice a living being at a higher level than oneself. Only then can you move freely in and out of the small world. According to Yang Tao's memory, the sacrificed creatures are eventually absorbed by the small world and turned into nutrients for the small world. As long as you leave the small world, you will be equivalent to a normal person on Earth. You can also enter and exit other small worlds freely. However, in this small world, there is only Bai Ling Shui, a nascent soul realm creature. If you want to offer a sacrifice, you can only start from the outside world. Yang Tao thought about it and found this to be simple. The existence of the small world mainly depends on the present objects in the real world. As the master of the small world, Yang Tao can change the size of the object at will, and can also take the small world with him everywhere. Chapter 62. The four brothers advance to the Golden Core stage and determine their base camp. At present, it is very difficult for Bai Ling Shui to go out. Yang Tao can indeed kill people at the nascent soul stage instantly now. However, there are no creatures in the nascent soul stage outside. Only some small worlds have it. Yang Tao didn't know whether he could enter other small worlds with the small world. Sighed slightly. Don't worry, I'll take you out. Bai Ling Shui listened to these words, and a cold voice sounded. Thank you, master. Yang Tao was stunned. It seems that I haven't told Bai Ling Shui my name yet. My name is Yang Tao. You can practice here first, but there is less spiritual energy in this small world, so it is difficult to improve. It will get better slowly. After saying this, Yang Tao disappeared. The next second, he appeared directly in the outside world. Looking at the gray dragon statue, Yang Tao's mind moved. The gray dragon statue turned into a small piece of jade and was held in his hand. Find a red rope in the storage ring and hang it directly around your neck. Now he can travel around with the Jiaolong world. Even if you encounter danger, as long as the existence is not particularly powerful, they can all hide in the little world. After doing all this, Yang Tao went straight to find Wu Feifei. Wu Feifei was drinking tea in a high-rise building. Look at the information on the leaderboard. She knew that Yang Tao's operation had been successfully completed. Opposite her was Jiang Ao from the first group. Jiang Ao politely poured tea for Wu Feifei. Just at this moment, Yang Tao pushed the door open. Seeing this, Jiang Ao immediately stood up. Boss Yang is here. This time, it's all thanks to Boss Yang. Yang Tao waved his hand. He didn't come here this time, just to listen to Jiang Ao's flattery. Now the small world has emerged. It's time to make money. The more he used his immortal crystals, the less he had. Now, we need to gather the strength of the entire Dragon City to give him the immortal crystal. The implementation of this plan requires the help of the first group. Boss Jiang, I have a business deal. Do you want to do it? Jiang Ao became alert immediately after hearing this. Yang Tao's current strength is unpredictable. The business he is talking about is definitely big business. A fairy crystal appeared in Yang Tao's hand. Boss Jiang, do you have this thing? The fairy crystals the size of soybeans emit dazzling light. Jiang Ao took a look and rummaged in his pockets several times before he took out a few fairy crystals. Boss Yang, are you talking about immortal crystal? Yang Tao nodded. Now, as the monsters in the small world appear in Dragon City, the levels of other people soared, and more immortal crystals exploded. Mr. Yang needs this thing? Immortal crystals are the currency of the game. You can use them to buy skills and spells in the mall. Now everyone's panel can be connected to the mall. Everyone knows the function of the fairy crystal. Yang Tao was not surprised by this. This kind of thing can take advantage of information asymmetry in the early stages. But as everyone's level increases, the advantages brought by information asymmetry will only become smaller and smaller. Looking at the several fairy crystals in Jiang Ao's hand, Yang Tao smiled. Boss Jiang, you can't buy anything good with these fairy crystals in the mall. At most, it's just a low-grade magic weapon and low-grade spell. There is really no shortage of these things now. As for more expensive things, these few immortal crystals can't afford them. How about this? You give me the immortal crystals, and I'll give you supplies. I guarantee they'll be cheaper than the mall. Jiang Ao was slightly stunned after hearing this. He didn't understand why Yang Tao wanted the immortal crystal. Could it be that Yang Tao wanted to collect more fairy crystals to buy higher-level items? This is really possible. Jiang Ao directly handed a few fairy crystals to Yang Tao. Boss Yang, these immortal crystals are given to you as a reward for your efforts this time. As for the next business, we'll talk about it later. Yang Tao didn't hesitate and directly put the fairy crystal back into the storage ring. Although these fairy crystals are few in number, they can add up to a lot. Jiang Ao's action made Yang Tao look at him with higher regard. Now everyone knows that immortal crystals can be used to purchase supplies. Moreover, the probability of fairy crystals dropping is very low. That's all there is to the entire first group. Mr. Jiang is so generous. I believe President Jiang has seen my strength. I can provide you with protection so that you can level up safely. But all the equipment and immortal crystals you drop belong to me. Today, I took 4 people to level 10 in half a day. I believe Mr. Jiang also knows our strength. Jiang Ao nodded. There is no doubt about Yang Tao's strength. His words had touched his heart. There are many people in the first group, but none of them can hold up the show. Originally, his son Jiang Qingsong was still on the ranking list, but he was put in solitary confinement. Now they're still hovering around level 4 or 5. As the chairman of the first group, having been in the business world for so many years, Jiang Ao naturally knew what Yang Tao was thinking. Then happy cooperation. Seeing that Jiang Ao agreed, Yang Tao made another request. You are the first group, with 20 people in each group. You can lead 4 groups in total. That means 80 people can level up together. Jiang Ao was overjoyed when he heard this number. He was also worried that due to the small number of people, he could not improve the strength of the entire group. Also, you need to tell me the coordinates of all the small worlds so we can share information. Jiang Ao nodded. This information can be obtained with a little organization. It's not top secret information. Soon, the 2 of them decided to cooperate. After the deal was done, Yang Tao took Wu Feifei directly out of the building. Yang Tao went straight back to the villa area in the south of the city. Place the jade pendant around your neck on the table. With a thought, Wu Feifei and his figure disappeared from the spot. The next second, he arrived in the small world of Jiaolong. This was Wu Feifei's second time entering the small world, and she still felt it was very magical. When you see that this small world is actually a prairie, I was shocked at that time. At this time, the 4 brothers Lu Qingxiao had already accepted the inheritance. The 4 people's realm also reached the Golden Core realm. Sitting by the pool, Bai Lingshui has disappeared. It was probably returned to the cave under the pool. I guess he felt Yang Tao's breath. Bai Lingshui's figure appeared directly and stood behind Yang Tao. From now on, this small world will be our base camp. This is Bai Lingshui, a man of dragon bloodline at the nascent soul stage. Yang Tao introduced Bai Lingshui to Wu Feifei. Bai Lingshui can't go out for the time being. We will have contact with these people in the future. When Wu Feifei saw Bai Lingshui's beautiful face, she suddenly felt ridiculous. When I heard that Bai Lingshui was actually at the nascent soul stage, suddenly surprised. I didn't expect that this was a master at the nascent soul stage. Lu Qingxiao and the other 3 were also surprised. Now that they have received the inheritance, they already know the realm after level 10. I couldn't help but think. It turned out that she was at the nascent soul stage. No wonder I felt palpitations when she looked at me. Chapter 63. Transforming the Small World. Wu Feifei's arrival brought some life to the Jiaolong world. She fully embodies the role of a personal assistant. After obtaining Yang Tao's permission, he immediately began to transform the Jiaolong world. Now there is only a grassland and a pond in the Jiaolong world. It's not suitable for living at all. Wu Feifei immediately contacted the first group. Jiang Ao is still preparing the number and list of people who will level up in the first group. Then I received a message from Wu Feifei. Building a house? Jiang Ao was confused when he saw the message. What is Yang Tao doing again? Isn't it time to level up now? How to build a house? Moreover, in the entire Longcheng, is there any place suitable for building houses now? Although there are doubts, Wu Feifei is Yang Tao's person. Jiang Ao was still very happy to help Yang Tao. I agreed immediately and sent the first group's most powerful architect to find out the situation. Soon, Jiang Qingsong and a middle-aged man arrived at the villa area in the south of the city. Jiang Qingsong looked at the empty villa with a puzzled look on his face. Where are the people? Didn't we agree to meet here? Besides, have you guys built the houses as promised? Before he could complain, he saw Wu Feifei's figure appear in front of him. He was immediately frightened. Appearing out of nowhere, what is going on? Wu Feifei glanced at Jiang Qingsong. Straight to the point. I need to build a large structure. Where to build it? Here? Jiang Qingsong was puzzled. Please follow me, both of you. The next second, Wu Feifei picked up a jade pendant on the table. He tapped them both on the forehead twice. The 2 of them came directly into the small world of Jiaolong. Jiang Qingsong looked at the vast Duda prairie and was speechless for a moment. The architect standing by was also stunned. Is this a small world? As the heir to the first group, Jiang Qingsong is very familiar with the small world. In an instant, He realized that this was Yang Tao's own little world. At this moment, he was already terrified. The small world has always been in the hands of monsters. How could Yang Tao deserve to have his own little world? When Wu Feifei saw the expressions of the two people, she smiled knowingly. Are you shocked? She had the same expression when she came in, pointed to the pond in the middle of the prairie. Wu Feifei expressed her thoughts. I want to build a building here. It needs to accommodate 50 people. Each and every one of these needs to be spoken by Wu Feifei. The middle-aged architect, standing by, quickly got back into the state after experiencing a shock. We immediately started to study how to build it. It was not easy for him to build a house in the small world. Although there is sunlight in the small world, water cannot flow. This series of things needs in-depth study. It took a long time for Wu Feifei to see Jiang Qingsong and the other person off. After the two of them go back and discuss the plan, they will hand it over to Yang Tao for finalization. In the first group, Jiang Ao is still finalizing the list of players for leveling up. Jiang Qingsong rushed in directly. Jiang Ao frowned and scolded. You are so impatient. How disgraceful. After Jiang Qingsong told the news that Yang Tao owned a small world, even Jiang Ao was stunned. He stood up hastily. Are you serious? He really controls a small world? Jiang Qingsong rolled his eyes when he saw Jiang Ao like this. Who said I was irritable just now? After confirming that Yang Tao really owns a small world, Jiang Ao was in a daze. After a long while he spoke. We must treat this plan well and let all the architects of the first group participate. We must make Yang Tao satisfied. Don't worry about the cost. Just give it to him for free. Jiang Qingsong nodded. Yang Tao has his own small world, which is just an ordinary thing. This news shows that Yang Tao has gone further than anyone else. However, there are no rankings above level 10. Otherwise, Jiang Ao would know Yang Tao's specific strength. Soon, Yang Tao got the plan from the first group. Putting down the plan in his hand, Yang Tao nodded with satisfaction. It's worthy of being the first group. This design is very suitable. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Let's do it according to this plan. WVV Novet. Also, there is one more thing. Help the first group level up. Let Lu Qinxiao and his four brothers do it. You are responsible for coordinating the overall situation and collecting all the immortal crystals and equipment. Arrange and distribute them one by one. After finalizing the plan, the first group immediately started construction. Construction materials were transported into the Jiaolong world. According to the plan given by the first group, the building is mainly constructed of wood. It is a classical building. 50 people can live here at the same time. 2 days later, Yang Tao came out of the pool cave again. I found that the building had already taken shape and would be completed in a few days. Yang Tao was very satisfied, but he was worried about something else. The name Jiaolong Small World obviously cannot be used anymore. Now the dragon has become his pet. This will be my base from now on. Still need a resounding name, but Yang Tao thought about it and couldn't think of a suitable name. Yang Tao's Little World? Wonderful World. I thought of several names, but none of them seemed to work. Finally, Yang Tao had to give up. Directly summon a few of his subordinates. Inside the pool cave, 7 people sat around a round table. The 4 Lu Qinxiao brothers frowned, as several names were already written on the paper in front of them. Demon World, God Realm, Immortal World, Heaven. Yang Tao took a look and directly denied it. It's just a small world. How can they deserve these names? Besides, what is the Demon World? It makes him seem like a villain. As for the Fairyland of Heaven, wow, there are still people in heaven. The suggestions given by the 4 brothers Lu Qinxiao are, it is filled with a middle school vibe. Bai Ling Shui was just a dragon, so he didn't express his opinion at all. In the end, it was Wu Feifei who took action. See the name Wu Feifei wrote on the paper. Yang Tao nodded with satisfaction. He is indeed a top student. There was only one name on the piece of paper in front of Wu Feifei. Spiritual World. Yang Tao made the decision immediately. Okay, from now on we'll call it the Spirit World. Yang Tao pondered for a moment and then spoke again. Then from now on the building above will be called the Morning Hall. After he said this, everyone looked at him with strange eyes. What a genius in naming. Wu Feifei held her forehead with her hand. Then they all spoke quickly. Boss Yang means that from now on the building above will be called Linga. Yang Tao just reacted at this time. Cough. Yes, that's right, it's called Linga. Lu Qinxiao and the other 3 were trying so hard to hold back their laughter that their faces turned red, and they dared not speak. In this way, the naming of the spirit world came to an end. Yang Tao was also ready to help the first group level up. Chapter 64. Kill everyone who comes out. Zhang Ao quickly gave Yang Tao the information about the small worlds that had been discovered throughout Longqing. Looking at the introductions of hundreds of small worlds in hand, there are more than 100 small worlds in the entire Dragon City. If we calculate it on a national scale, I don't know how many times it would have increased. What Yang Tao needs to do now is to decide which small world to attack. There are hundreds of small worlds, and none of them are too powerful. No, as soon as Yang Tao enters, he will be killed instantly. Too weak is not good either, and there is no experience value at all. It is also difficult to attack the neutral small world. Just look for those small worlds that are neither strong nor weak. Anyway, within the small world, creatures above the Golden Core stage cannot pass through at will. The only way to enter freely is to sacrifice a living being of the same realm. And it can only be creatures from the outside world. The creatures in the local small world are not allowed. In this way, Yang Tao only needs to lure out all the creatures below the Golden Core level in those small worlds. Directly arrange Lu Qingxiao and others to guard the exit. Kill one as soon as it comes out. The 3 Lu Qingxiao brothers are now in the Golden Core realm. Although the inheritance obtained is a collective inheritance, the strength when taken separately is not that strong. But it's not weak either. It is more than enough to deal with this situation. It also happens to allow them to kill monsters and level up. Yang Tao quickly determined the small world where he wanted to cut. This time, a total of 4 small worlds were selected. The entrances to these 4 small worlds are not far apart. If we encounter special situations, we can also support each other. The most important thing is that these 4 small worlds have sent out demon tribes to explore the situation. Has a strong desire to attack Dragon City. Once that's confirmed, the rest will be much easier. When Yang Tao came out, he found that the buildings in the spiritual world had been completed. From the outside, it looks like a large hall. The overall color is classic vermilion. On the door lintel, there is a huge gilded plaque with the words Linga written on it. Entering Linga, the scene inside is slightly different from the classical and majestic appearance. As soon as you enter the door, you will see a spacious hall. Inside the hall, there is a long table that can accommodate dozens of people. According to Yang Tao, this place will be used as a conference hall in the future. Apart from the lobby, there is the living area. All living areas and facilities are modern. Toilets, kitchens, etc. all utilize modern technology. More elegant and clean. Yang Tao's room is located next to the pool. Walking out of the back door of the room, there is a calm pool. There are also a series of leisure facilities including leisure lounge chairs. Yang Tao's mind moved, and he appeared directly in the outside world. Pick up the jade pendant on the table. He flew directly on the sword and arrived at the highest mountain in the south of Longqing. The jade pendant in his hand turned into a door. Letter to the spiritual world. From then on, the entrance to the spirit world was established here. Yeah, not bad, very sexy. Yang Tao nodded. Then take out the map. Directly find the locations of the 4 small worlds. Fly away on the sword. Soon, Yang Tao arrived at his destination. The blood drips directly into the small world. This small world is in the center of Longqing City. Because monsters will be sent to explore Dragon City, no one in Dragon City is willing to get close to it. So rarely visited here. After entering the small world, Yang Tao found that it was very big. The endless mountains are full of green. In the endless mountains, there is also a wild atmosphere. The sounds of animals' calls were endless. The spiritual world is only an area of 10 kilometers in radius, which cannot be compared with here. Yang Tao appeared directly on the top of the mountain. Next to him is a statue of an animal head. This is the entrance and exit of the small world. As soon as Yang Tao arrived, he discovered the presence of demons nearby. As soon as there was any movement, these monsters surrounded them. Yang Tao took a look and found that there were quite a lot of them. However, they are all demons in the Jinan realm. These monsters are of different races and have animal characteristics. Before Yang Tao could take any action, then a demon with a lion's head spoke. Humans. These are humans from the outside world. Brothers, go ahead. Capture him and claim the reward. As he spoke, he stabbed forward with the spear in his hand. When the other monsters heard the word reward, they immediately lost their minds and took out their weapons without even checking Yang Tao's cultivation level. Rush up. Yang Tao wasn't polite either. A golden elixir demon can bring him 2,000 experience points. The broken sword of Zhu Xian appeared in his hand. For a moment, sword lights flashed on the top of the mountain. All the demons have been killed, leaving corpses all over the ground. Pick up the equipment and fairy crystals that explode on the ground. Yang Tao was extremely satisfied. A dozen or so Jindan-level demons directly brought him 20,000 experience points. Now he is closer to the nascent soul stage. As for the equipment that exploded, there were also several mid-grade magic weapons. Dozens of fairy crystals. Such a commotion soon attracted the attention of other monsters in the small world. There was a roar coming from the sky. There is an invasion from the outside world. Go ahead, little ones. Kill him, and you will be rewarded handsomely. The sound spread throughout the entire little world and was deafening. Yang Tao observed his aura and found that he was at the level of spiritual transformation, which was above nascent soul. Yang Tao didn't go into details either. The state of transformation of spirit is an existence that he cannot resist. If we get delayed, the consequences will be disastrous. So he just made some harsh remarks. Humph, you are just a monster, showing off your prowess in front of an expert. Come out of this little world and kill me if you dare. After saying that, Yang Tao disappeared, already passed through the entrance to the small world and returned to the outside world. If the entrance was closed by the Lord of the small world, Yang Tao would have no time to come back. After coming out, Yang Tao directly sent a message to Lu Qinxiao and others to wait at the entrance of the small world. Kill every demon that comes out. Yang Tao followed the same method and visited the other 3 small worlds. They all slipped out before the owner of the small world closed the entrance and exit. Yang Tao's experience value also rose sharply. Directly reached the overflowing golden elixir realm. As long as Yang Tao practices a little, he can reach the nascent soul stage. The first group of people quickly took their positions. Lu Qinxiao and others each brought 20 people from the first group, guarding the entrances and exits of the 4 small worlds. Not long after, demons came out of the small world one after another. What greeted them was a barrage of attacks. The demon race below the Jindan level is under the protection of those at the Jindan level. There was no way to fight back. He was killed on the spot. Zhang Ao and others are also leveling up, watching the demons fall under his sword one by one. Everyone smiled. They have never leveled up like this before. Sure enough, there was a big boss leading the way. Leveling up is that simple. In the past, people were always worried about the sudden attack from the demons and the loss of their lives. With the protection of Lu Qinxiao and others, there will be no casualties at all. Even if a demon appears that they cannot resist, they will also be killed immediately. Lu Qinxiao and 3 others wandered among the corpses of the monsters, collecting equipment and fairy crystals one by one. Wu Feifei guards the 4 directions and is ready to support the 4 people at any time. Chapter 65. Breakthrough into the nascent soul realm. After Yang Tao saw that the business was on the right track, he ignored it. Anyway, one cannot come out of the Jindan realm in the small world. Wu Feifei and others are capable of dealing with all monsters. Wu Feifei inherited the alchemy from Taishang Laojun and is already at the top of the golden elixir realm, although not as perverted as Yang Tao. But it can also kill all Jindan realms instantly. Yang Tao, on the other hand, knows the spiritual world directly. His experience points were enough to advance to the nascent soul stage. I have to go back and meditate to break through. After obtaining the inheritance of the sword sect, different skills and methods will appear every time you advance to a higher level. The last time I broke through the Jindan realm, Yang Tao obtained 3 skills. I wonder what skills will appear when I break through to the nascent soul stage this time. He was looking forward to it very much. After returning to the spirit world, Yang Tao did not enter the spirit pavilion. Instead, flushed it directly into the pool. Came to the cave under the pool. At this time, Bai Ling Shui had transformed into a dragon and was sleeping soundly in the cave. No one noticed Yang Tao's arrival, as he had already entered here. Yang Tao didn't care either. After sitting cross-legged, he immediately started practicing the skills inherited from the sword sect. As the exercises are practiced, a breath that was enough to make one's heart palpitate appeared in the cave. Yang Tao looked like a sword drawn from its sheath, with its edge fully exposed. The breakthrough process did not take long. Yang Tao took a look at his game panel. This time he broke through to the nascent soul stage. The improvement to strength, health, and speed is not significant. same as the Golden Core realm. But the mana reached 1,000 points. This is the inheritance from the ancient times. Immortal's physical fitness is only a dozen times stronger than that of ordinary people. His abilities are mainly reflected in his magic power. After the Golden Core stage, every breakthrough in Realm is like this. What is improved is mana and the quality of mana. The ability to turn rivers and seas upside down is mainly displayed by using magic power. Yang Tao was not surprised by this. In his previous life, he also cultivated to the nascent soul stage. Yang Tao took a deep breath and opened the game panel. Look at the spell that appeared during this breakthrough. At the nascent soul stage, there was only one spell. Just when Yang Tao was about to complain, he discovered the name of this spell. Flying Sword. Seeing this spell, Yang Tao was shocked. There was shock in his pupils. It turned out to be this spell. The sword's sex inheritance is indeed powerful. As the name suggests, a flying sword can be controlled to fly and take the enemy's life from thousands of miles away. But now Yang Tao cannot take the enemy's head from thousands of miles away. The flying sword can only be controlled within a range of 500 meters. Even so, Yang Tao felt extremely excited, because in the previous life, the only person who had this magic was an immortal. Only sword cultivators who have reached the immortal realm can possess this spell. But now, Yang Tao is only at the nascent soul stage. If it were used by a fairy, this spell would be a sure kill. The broken sword of Zhu Xian appeared in his hand. Yang Tao's mind moved. The broken sword of Zhu Xian began to float up. A sound of sword ringing was heard, and the broken sword of Zhu Xian rushed out of the pool at an extremely fast speed, flying around in the spirit world. This speed is faster than a bullet. If it stabs someone, there is only one way to go, which is death. Yang Tao took back the broken sword of Zhu Xian with satisfaction. At this time, the rust on the broken sword of Zhu Xian had almost disappeared. For some unknown reason, more and more creatures fell on the broken sword of Zhu Xian. The more Yang Tao felt, the more changes had taken place in the broken sword of Zhu Xian. Now, the aura on the broken sword of Zhu Xian is becoming even more terrifying. Yang Tao believed that it would not be long before he could comprehend the sword intent of Zhu Xian from the broken sword of Zhu Xian. Take back the broken sword of Zhu Xian. Yang Tao looked at the other skills. Before breaking through the realm, Yang Tao's most powerful weapon is the top-grade spell, 10,000 Swords Piercing the Heart. It can unleash an attack power 100 times greater than Yang Tao's. With this magic spell, Yang Tao, who is at the Jindan level, can easily kill creatures at the Yuanying level. However, as he was promoted to the nascent soul stage, Yang Tao felt that this spell was no longer enough. Because his current basic strength is still the same as the Golden Core realm, the 10,000 Swords Piercing the Heart spell can also easily kill those in the nascent soul stage. However, compared with the flying sword magic, he fell directly to the lower level. Looks like we need to go buy supplies, Yang Tao whispered. Now, the flying sword spell is more powerful than the 10,000 Swords Piercing the Heart spell and has a wider killing range. Also, it costs less mana. Yang Tao only needs to consume 10 mana points per minute to operate the flying sword. Within 10 minutes, unless you meet someone very powerful, Yang Tao can kill several times in a row. After sorting out this harvest, Yang Tao ended this training session directly. Before leaving, Yang Tao discovered that Bai Ling Shui had not woken up yet. Did not disturb by Ling Shui's sweet dream. Yang Tao's figure appeared directly inside the Ling Pavilion. Now, we were just waiting for good news from Wu Feifei and others. Taking out the ice-cold beer from the storage ring, Yang Tao started drinking it next to the pool. Very comfortable. It was getting close to evening. Wu Feifei and others finally completed today's mission. Return to the spirit world. Yang Tao took a look. The Jindan realm cultivation of these people has become more condensed. After a day of fighting, the 4 Lu Qingxiao brothers were exhausted. After saying hello to Yang Tao, go straight back to your room and rest. Inside the Ling Pavilion, rooms were arranged for everyone. The practice and living areas are fully equipped. And Wu Feifei came to Yang Tao's room. Pour out all the contents in the storage ring. Looking at the pile of equipment, Yang Tao smiled. Boss Yang, I've taken inventory. There are a total of 100 immortal crystals, 50 low-grade magic weapons, a mid-level magic weapon. Yang Tao nodded after hearing this. It was a good day. 100 immortal crystals is pretty good. Convert immortal crystals into balance. The balance value jumps. Yang Tao finally felt better. He picked up a mid-grade magic weapon and took a look at it. Found this property to be quite average. Just give it to Wu Feifei directly. These can be used directly if they can be used. Then 4 brothers take whatever you need. The rest, just sell it. But our prices must be lower than those in the mall. Only accept transactions with immortal crystals. This is also one of Yang Tao's plans. The sale of an imaginary game mall. Concentrate the immortal crystals here on yourself. Boss Yang. After today's leveling exercise, all the people who participated in the leveling exercise in the first group have reached level 10. For tomorrow's game, let them switch players and continue leveling up. Yang Tao nodded. If the first group wants to continue upgrading, it needs to inherit. Without inheritance, no matter how much experience points you have, you are still at level 10. After Wu Feifei reported the situation, she left immediately. Yang Tao, on the other hand, began to plan the next step. At this time, the outside world was in an uproar.